Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK Dad's Comic Life. Chapter 201 to 250, Picker's Ambitions. 1041 words. Indeed, Ren and Jada's company, Picker Comics, spent a fortune on this Ultraman Tiger movie. Ren felt that the movie didn't need to be entirely CG, so after consulting with the special effects company, they decided to use some real-life sets. For instance, the warship at the beginning. Although it wasn't a real warship, they modified a ship to look like the one in the movie. They also obtained usage rights from the relevant authorities for the island representing the R'lyeh ruins, going through a series of formalities. This place isn't just the setting for the R'lyeh ruins, it's also part of Ren's future vision. He plans to build an amusement park here, similar to Disneyland from his previous life. Though limited by funding and time, Picker's amusement park isn't built yet. Actually, all they've managed to build so far is a gate, which they blew up, along with 3 life-sized Ultraman statues and several incomplete Ultraman statues. Of course, the incomplete Ultraman statues are not life-sized, they scaled them down due to budget constraints. Although it's still small, with Picker Comics' continuous investment, this amusement park will expand, eventually featuring themed areas for Picker's IPs, becoming a true otherworldly Disneyland. The project requires a huge investment, but once a part of it is built, making a profit shouldn't be a problem. Ren plans to open the park to the public once completed, earning profits through ticket sales, selling expensive food inside, and not allowing visitors to bring their own food. Just thinking about it makes him a little excited. They've already decided on the initial construction projects, starting with the R'lyeh ruins themed area. They'll set up a costume exhibition hall, displaying all the costumes used in the filming. They also plan to create a life-sized Tiger statue, and it will be a moving one. In his previous life, there was a life-sized Gundam statue, and Ren plans to create a Tiger statue similar to that. Moreover, speaking of Ultraman, they can't forget about stage plays. Have you ever seen *Kren Shinchan*? There's a character, Action Kamen, who often does live performances, right? Using this to attract kids is a great idea. Once the Ultraman themed area is built, there will be plenty more to come, like a Kamen Rider area and a *Fate* series themed area. Of course, these are just plans for now, as the current projects have already cost Picker Comics a lot of money. The movie continued, with Daigo and Rina's wedding taking place, with their teammates dressed in suits, offering congratulations. At this scene, some audience members started whistling and even clapping. Though some people frowned, most didn't mind. It's important to know that Daigo and Rina's relationship isn't just popular with one person, many fans are rooting for them. Their relationship in the TV series was very detailed, making many fans hope these lovers would end up together. Not only in the movie, but even now, the actors playing Daigo and Rina are teased by fans about why they haven't married yet. According to some rumors, they are actually dating in real life, with people even claiming to have seen them on a date and taken photos. Unfortunately, since it was nighttime, the photos were too blurry, so no one knows if it's true. While the audience was enjoying this romantic scene, things suddenly took a turn. The teammates below the stage turned into another woman. And Daigo called her Camilla. Then, he woke up. Could the wedding have been a dream? This situation confused many viewers. Fortunately, the later plot clarified that while Daigo and Rina hadn't had their wedding yet, they were on their honeymoon, which reassured the audience. But then, who is Camilla? Some speculated she was Daigo's first love, but this was quickly dismissed by a whisper from a friend. After all, Camilla's outfit was a bit strange, like she wasn't from the modern era. Thinking about this, Daniel's eyes lit up as he felt proud of his theory. Meanwhile, the scene returned to the R'lyeh ruins. Just as the investigation team was working, the giants awoke. As the audience expected, these giants were indeed villains. Upon awakening, they wreaked havoc, destroying everything in sight and killing the investigation team members. But most importantly, there was a female giant. So far, all the Ultramen that had appeared were flat-chested, and some people even speculated that Ultramen might be genderless. But the appearance of a female Ultraman completely disproved this, proving that Ultramen do have genders. Just look at this female Ultraman, She had all the right curves in all the right places. Even though she was wearing a suit, you could still tell she had a great figure. So, here's the question. How do Ultramen reproduce? Female Ultramen at least have clear features, but male Ultramen don't even have a flagpole. Okay, even if these Ultramen transform from humans or human-like beings, what do baby Ultramen look like at birth? Do they look like humans or little Ultramen? This is another deep question that has puzzled many Ultraman fans. Of course, these are minor issues, as fans with different imaginations were quickly distracted by another scene. Captain Iruma, saved by Yuli, awoke from unconsciousness to a scene that stunned the audience: a battlefield. The once great ancient civilization's city. As Captain Iruma stood in shock, three figures appeared before her, one of whom was the woman named Camilla, who had appeared in Daigo's dream. The scene then shifted to TPC, sensing something was wrong. The investigation team had lost contact, satellites detected major changes on R'lyeh, everything indicated that things were spiraling out of control. In this context, Daigo and Rina returned from their trip to the city. However, Camilla appeared in front of Daigo again. And as she spoke, many monsters attacked the city, turning it into ruins, with screams and fleeing people filling the entire city. So, the war isn't over yet. But now, I have no way to stop it. With these words, a black sparklance appeared in front of Daigo. It's happening. Someone whispered, and the entire theater fell silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining as everyone awaited Tiga's reappearance. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 202, Slightly Altered Plot. 988 words. Daigo once again transformed into the jet-black Ultraman Tiga. However, this Tiga was different from the one in the TV version. It was the black Tiga seen in earlier trailers. Dad, look, it's me. A familiar voice came from behind Daniel, and he turned slightly to see the child, Xiao Peng, sitting happily in his seat. For Xiao Peng, even though his screen time was brief and his character was defeated by Dark Tiga with one punch, being able to appear on the big screen with his favorite hero, Tiga, made him very happy. After all, he's still a kid and only knows that, compared to other children, he has already been in a movie. Facing all these events, Daigo felt confused. He found the time machine that had initially led him on the path of becoming a giant. Thanks to the images shown by the time machine, he saw the war-torn city and the appearance of Black Tiga alongside the three giants, finally understanding the truth. The three giants resurrected at R'lyeh were his former companions. Before he could ask more questions, Camilla, the main antagonist, appeared. From Camilla, he learned more about the ancient era and her relationship with the past Tiga. It turned out Camilla wasn't just a dark giant and Tiga's partner, she was also Tiga's lover. This revelation left many viewers puzzled. Everyone thought this movie was about Tiga turning evil. Then, when the three giants appeared, they thought it was about a grudge from 30 million years ago. But now it turned into a dramatic showdown between the ex and the current lover, with the ex bringing her crew to beat up the scumbag Tiga. What a surprising twist. However, another question arose. Come to think of it, the current Tiga and the Tiga from 30 million years ago shouldn't be the same person, right? Felix said, confused. Why are they treating Daigo like he's the same guy? Maybe Camilla just likes Daigo's looks. Daniel joked. Regardless of Camilla's true intentions, what mattered now was that a big battle was about to begin. Daigo saw the war between giants from 30 million years ago and learned that if he used the Darkspark lens to transform, the pyramid seal would disappear. However, if he didn't transform, the seal could last another 100 years. But who was Daigo? He was both a being of light and a human. Faced with this crisis, he resolutely went to R'lyeh, determined to face Camilla and her group, just as he did in the TV series finale, knowing it was dangerous but following his heart. Initially, as Dark Tiga, Daigo was at a disadvantage against the three giants, even when fighting one-on-one, getting beaten badly. Come on, Tiga, don't lose. As they watched Daram pull Tiga underground, about to deliver the final blow, the audience couldn't help but pray for him. Although they knew Tiga would somehow survive, they were still worried. But then, something incredible happened. Not only did Tiga not get defeated by Darum, but he also absorbed Darum's power, with his previously black body gaining a red tint. Not just that, he then absorbed colors from the other giant, Hydra. Though there was still some black left, the audience could tell this was Tiga's multitype form. Sure enough, during his battle with Camilla, Tiga's chest armor turned golden. With the three colors of multitype form coming together, Daigo finally stood his ground. However, Camilla accepted the darkness of R'lyeh and transformed into the dark supermonster, Demon Styamage. In their clash of beams, Tiga was knocked down. At that moment, the familiar background music from the TV series, Miracle Again, started playing. Hearing this familiar tune, the audience couldn't help but hum along. Just like how some fans spent money to sing Wu Bai's songs to him, others now watched Tiga while singing Tiga's songs to him. As the audience hummed along, a miracle happened. The giants who had slumbered in the ancient civilization's ruins granted their light to Tiga, transforming him into Glitter Tiga. Glitter Tiga unleashed a powerful light to defeat Demon Styamage. The epic battle ended. The dark sky cleared, and a ray of dawn shone through the ceiling onto the ruins of R'lyeh, where Camilla lay weakly. Although Tiga had defeated Camilla, the audience couldn't bring themselves to hate her. Why? Because of Camilla's well-crafted character. Even after being sealed for 30 million years, she still loved Tiga. When the seal was lifted, she saw that Tiga was with another woman, which filled her with jealousy and anger, leading to a fierce battle with him. She truly loved Tiga deeply but could not transform her dark power into light like Tiga. In her final moments, she expressed her feelings to Daigo. I once longed for the light too. Her words, full of sorrow, moved many in the audience. She was the source of Tiga's dark power yet longed for the light, longing to stand with Tiga instead of being his enemy, but she failed. In past stories, Camilla might have been seen sinking into the sea with R'lyeh, holding Daigo's hand tightly. But Ren didn't go this route. Because, in Ren's view, there were some flaws in this story, such as when Camilla first appeared, and Daigo immediately recognized her name. This was Daigo, not the ancient Tiga. Daigo only inherited Tiga's body and combat skills, so why would he have those memories? So, Ren made some adjustments. Just as Daigo was about to take Camilla's hand, a shadow emerged from Daigo's body. Although shrouded in light, Camilla instantly recognized it, Daigo. It turned out that while the original Tiga was gone, a sliver of his soul, the one connected to Camilla, remained. This fragment of Tiga's soul enabled Daigo to fight skillfully and was why Daigo instinctively called out Camilla's name when they first met. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 203, What did Camilla say? 1012 words. I'm sorry. The glowing figure said to Camilla. Although the audience couldn't see its face, they could sense the regret in its voice. You're not wrong. Camilla smiled as she looked at the light. Why did she keep bothering Daigo? Because she sensed the light of the Tiga from 30 million years ago in him. 30 million years ago, I really wanted to become light with you. She slowly reached out her hand, as if wanting to gently touch her lover's face like she did 30 million years ago. The glowing figure seemed to understand and knelt down, embracing her, placing her hand on its face, letting her feel its warmth. So warm. Is this the power of light? No wonder you chose Yuli. But this time, I finally won, because I. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Camilla's smile grew wider. Accompanied by gentle piano music, the rest of her words were drowned out. The audience could only see Camilla slowly closing her eyes, smiling. At that moment, she seemed happy. The glowing figure then lifted Camilla in a princess carry and looked at Daigo, saying, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. After saying this, the figure and Camilla slowly ascended into the sky, reminiscent of the astronaut from Jupiter 3 becoming stardust in Goodbye Earth. As the light faded away, Rena arrived at Daigo's side, leaning into his embrace. Where did they go? Home. Daigo placed his hand on her shoulder. And so, the grudge spanning 30 million years finally ended. Daigo and Rena's wedding proceeded as planned, and after the ceremony, they moved to Mars to become the brave Mars explorers. But soon, another scene appeared before everyone's eyes. In the departure hallway, A clumsy TPC staff member accidentally bumped into Daigo. Sorry. Daigo. Daigo. Rena looked at the young man curiously. What's wrong? Nothing. Though he said it was nothing, some audience members felt something was off. Did the porter spend so much time just to show this scene before Daigo left? Even as the credits rolled, viewers were still puzzled about the identity of the young man at the end. I think he's the main character in the next Ultraman series. I agree. The porter wouldn't just abandon the Ultraman IP. There's still so much left unexplored, like the other Ultraman in the TV series and the origin of Ultraman's homeworld. This seems like the start of an Ultraman universe. I think Tiga is a jerk, abandoning his girlfriend for some light and going to Yuli. I feel Camilla looks better than Yuli. You think Tiga is a jerk? But he put Camilla's golden power on his chess. By the way, what did Camilla say at the end under that BGM? The porter did that on purpose. There's no clear answer about Camilla's fate. She must have died, right? She was just lying there without moving. Come on, if you were sealed for 30 million years and finally saw your boyfriend, wouldn't you at least pretend to be unconscious to enjoy his embrace? I can read lips. Camilla's last words were, because I'm still alive. That's nonsense. I saw her say, because I can die in your arms. Camilla's story seemed to have ended, but her final fate was left to the audience's imagination. Some thought she died, while others believed the Tiga from 30 million years ago took her away. This became another big mystery, like the famous question, what did the pangolin say? So, is Camilla dead or alive? Even Jada asked her husband with a hint of frustration. As a woman, she found Camilla's story quite tragic, so she naturally wanted to know her fate. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. Ren said thoughtfully while lying on the bed. Why do you need to know Camilla's ending? Although Jada wanted to know the ending, she knew her husband wouldn't tell her, so she didn't bother asking further. She quickly forgot about it, focusing instead on something more exciting. The box office. Picker Comics * Ultraman Tiga, The Final Holy War * had been approved to show in major theaters. The theaters needed to make money, and unlike * The Garden of Sinners *, an original IP that the Big Five could overlook, * Ultraman * was now a major domestic IP. With Picker Comics' growing reputation and fans demanding the movie, they had no choice but to show it. * The Final Holy War * had a strong opening, grossing 254 million renminbi domestically and 1.41 billion yen in Sakura. From a box office perspective, * The Final Holy War * was a huge success. No wonder, as the movie's plot perfectly connected with the * Ultraman Tiga * TV series. Ren also made some changes to fill in the gaps and address some plot holes. The music had a heavier feel compared to the TV version. And, most importantly, the production cost was much higher, so the special effects were far superior. Of course, * The Final Holy War * wasn't the only animated film in the New Year's lineup. The first was from one of the Big Five, * Chronicles of the Hero with a Stick Star. It's about a princess who lost a stick, and a hero with 2 sticks who asked, "Dear princess, did you drop this fire stick or this 8 to infinity stick?" It grossed 175 million renminbi on the first day. There was also * Tony Evil *, a touching love story between a doll and a young man. Its cute animation made many viewers cry, in every sense of the word. But the main star of the New Year's lineup was * The Final Holy War star. In just 4 days, it grossed 1.418 billion renminbi, making it a contender for one of the top 3 spots in the history of Chinese cinema. It dominated the New Year's lineup. The combined box office of all other films released since New Year's Day was less than half of * The Final Holy War star. This New Year's season belonged to Picker Comics, leaving the industry in a state of despair. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 204, It's All Kibao's Fault. 1041 words. A week quickly passed, and * The Final Holy War * came to an end. * Ultraman Nexus * continued filming, set to be the next Ultraman series to air. Additionally, many manga series were gradually being adapted into TV shows. One example is Full Metal Alchemist Star. This manga, highly praised both domestically and internationally, was the first to be adapted into a TV series by Ren. Since the manga's plot closely resembled the TV version from Ren's previous life, the TV adaptation didn't require many changes, offering a highly faithful rendition of the original work. As a result, the TV series inherited all the strengths of the manga. Upon airing, the series quickly received a rating of 9.8 on Doji.com, maintaining a high rating consistently. Moreover, the show was celebrated as a classic by many international fans. The stunning visuals and unique concepts attracted even those who hadn't read the manga, prompting them to demand local television networks to acquire the series. This achievement was highlighted by official media, marking it as another successful example of Chinese cultural export. Of course, while adapting works for TV, Ren didn't forget his company's primary business, so the manga continued to progress. In Sword Art Online the incident with Clad has deepened the bond between Kirito and Asuna, leading them to decide to get married. At first, readers didn't have much affection for Asuna, as many believed Yui, who had previously died, was the best choice for Kirito. Some fans even called Kirito a jerk for getting closer to Asuna. But gradually, they changed their minds. The character of Asuna is brilliantly portrayed in the series. Known as the Flash, Asuna is a highly skilled vice captain in combat and a masterful cook, combining strength and gentleness. This made her an ideal girlfriend in the eyes of many modern men, which, considering the majority of Sword Art Online*'s readership is male, explains her popularity. Thus, Asuna temporarily left the Knights of the Blood Oath and began living with Kirito in a lakeside cabin on the 22nd floor. Their peaceful life there made many fans envious, jealous, and even resentful. Of course, it also led some players to reflect on how, even in the game, real estate remained highly valuable, a true form of currency. It's undeniable that the SAO world in this game satisfied many readers' fantasies about virtual MMORPGs. Even though dying from monsters in the game meant dying in real life, in reality, people can die if they are killed, right? Thinking this way, this world doesn't seem so bad. Apart from the threat of death, players could enjoy themselves, fish, climb mountains, and admire beautiful scenery in the game world. There were no bosses pressuring for performance, no homework from school, and no industrial pollution, a true paradise. Why go back to reality? Yeah, if I could get in, I wouldn't want to come out. You'd have fun in there, but what if you die in reality? Someone would have to keep giving you glucose. Do you think you'd survive well? Hey, isn't there cryogenic technology now? We don't know if those people are alive, but if we had this virtual technology, we could put cryogenically frozen people in the game to see if they're still alive. Sure, but by the time that technology is complete, cryogenic technology might already be perfected. Readers had different opinions. While they were discussing these issues, Kirito's life was shaken by the arrival of a new character, Yui. One day, while investigating a ghost rumor in the forest, Kirito and Asuna found a girl who had lost her memory in the dark forest and decided to take her in. However, this girl brought many mysteries for the main characters and readers alike. For instance, why was such a young child in this game? Why couldn't they see her game name? Of course, these questions didn't matter as much. When the girl called Kirito Daddy and Asuna Mommy, many readers congratulated them on becoming parents. Many also grew fond of this little girl, who could resist a cute little girl. But the happiness didn't last long. When the couple went to the town of beginnings to find Yui's guardian, they learned that the army commander, Thinker, had been tricked by Kabao and left in the dungeon depths. This news angered many readers. Damn, this guy's still around. He's definitely not a good guy. Seeing Kibao reminded readers of the spiky-haired character from the beginning, reigniting their anger. So, Kirito, Asuna, Yulia, and the insistent Yui entered the first-floor dungeon. They found the hiding Thinker in a safe zone, but they didn't expect a powerful enemy to be waiting ahead. Just when it seemed they would be wiped out, an unexpected person appeared before the enemy, blocking its attack. It was Yui, the girl Kirito and Asuna had taken in. Yui easily defeated the enemy. She also regained her memories. As Yui explained, the readers learned her true identity. She was an MHCP, mental health counseling program, in SAO, an AI designed to maintain players' mental health, with access to GM privilege. Upon learning this, readers sighed in relief. With such a strong daughter, clearing the game should be easier, right? But just as the readers felt happy, their joy turned to despair. Because Yui had violated system management rules, she was set to be deleted. Thankfully, Kirito transferred her data to his NERV gear at the last moment. But, can Yui really be saved? Readers didn't know. Logically, since her data was transferred, she should be savable. But who was the author of this manga? The Porter, the Warrior of Love. When the revival item was introduced, readers thought Yui could be saved, but it turned out she couldn't be. The Porter loves giving hope only to dash it away. So, unable to vent their anger, readers directed it toward Kibao. Yes, in the reader's eyes, if it weren't for Kibao tricking Thinker, Kirito and the others wouldn't have had to save him. If they hadn't gone, Yui wouldn't have regained her memories and violated system rules, leading to her deletion. It was all Kibao's fault. But soon, after seeing Kibao's fate, the readers laughed, finally feeling a sense of justice. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 205, The Laughing Coffin. 998 words. Kibao was a particularly disliked character in Sword Art Online Star. Initially, he caused the main character to become what was known as a beta, and later indirectly contributed to the death of Kirito and Asuna's daughter, Yui. In the original series, Kibao's role was downplayed, and he was simply expelled from his guild, disappearing from the story. However, in Ren's adaptation, Kibao's story didn't end there. In the original series, there was a plotline not fully explored in the first season but introduced in the second season's GGO arc, The Laughing Coffin. This in-game guild believed that since SAO was a death game, killing other players was a right they should enjoy, and they went around killing players. In the second season, there's a brief mention of Kirito recalling a mission to eliminate this guild. Ren decided to fully depict this guild in Sword Art Online *, considering its importance even in later seasons. Although Ren was currently only working on the first season, who knew if he might later decide to explore the GGO arc? Furthermore, Ren wanted to use this guild to highlight issues in the story that could resonate with readers in real life, especially in an era of highly networked information and virtual worlds. He wanted to make the concept of a death game feel more real. For example, there were people who stayed on the first floor, afraid to move forward due to the fear of death and battle. There were also those who risked their lives in the clearing group to free everyone from the game. Others couldn't distinguish between reality and the virtual world. And then there were those who used the game to release their inner demons. The first three types had already been depicted in the story, so Ren also portrayed the last group. Since the original series didn't detail this part, Ren created it from scratch, with Kibao as the driving force. In Ren's version, Kibao, dissatisfied with being expelled from his guild, turned to killing other players, becoming an orange-named player, and was eventually recruited by the Laughing Coffin. As Kirito and Asuna had thwarted his plans, they became targets of his revenge. He, along with some members of the Laughing Coffin, attacked them but were easily defeated. Noticing the coffin symbol on them and the recent rumors of orange-named players, Kirito and Asuna realized this was no simple matter. It was an organized, purpose-driven criminal group. Under questioning, Kibao finally admitted to joining the Laughing Coffin and disclosed their location. With this revelation, many players became aware of the existence of this murderous guild, sparking fear among them. Could players really find joy in killing others? Under the leadership of Kirito and Asuna, a raid team consisting of members from large guilds like the Dragon Knights Brigade, the Knights of the Blood Oath, and other strong players was formed to take down the Laughing Coffin. During the raid, the guild detected the raid team's movements, leading to a chaotic battle. In the end, the raid team lost over 20 members, while the Laughing Coffin lost around 30. The guild was ultimately dismantled, and Kibao, along with other surviving members, was imprisoned in the Black Iron Palace, awaiting trial once the game ended. Finally, I couldn't stand that guy since the second episode. It's a shame they didn't just kill him. Is this too forgiving? Forgiving? They were thrown in prison. By that logic, should real-life criminals be executed on the spot? Is imprisoning them too forgiving? Does killing someone in a game count as real murder? Not sure, but considering it's a future world, the laws are probably constantly evolving. They didn't foresee something like a death game happening, or this situation wouldn't have occurred. Online discussions about Ren's manga were lively. Meanwhile, at home, Ren was massaging Jada's legs and waist, helping her relieve soreness and alleviate the anxiety that often accompanies pregnancy. Ren found these tips online, and while he wasn't sure if they actually helped, they were at least a form of psychological comfort, right? He wanted to make sure his wife felt his care and concern. After all, he had read about how many pregnant women could develop anxiety during pregnancy, sometimes even leading to depression. Even though Jada had experience giving birth, Ren didn't want to take any chances this time. While Ren was giving the massage, he received a call from his parents. His mom wasn't calling because of some unexpected event back home but to inform him that they planned to visit and stay with him for a while. Why? It was clear they wanted to be there for the birth of their new grandchild, whether a grandson or granddaughter. Although they adored their granddaughter Yeye, they hadn't experienced the joy of holding a newborn grandchild. When they first met their granddaughter, she was already quite grown, and it was hard for them to hold her, considering their age. Now, with a new baby on the way, they didn't want to miss out. Besides, they wanted to help take care of their daughter-in-law. In their view, their unreliable son might be good at playing with a 5 or 6-year-old, but taking care of a newborn and a wife who just gave birth was another matter. They still remembered a photo Ren sent them one winter. Their mischievous son had put their granddaughter on the snow and was shoveling snow onto her. Was this something a responsible father should do? As they often heard from the kids in their village, when dad's taking care of the kids, as long as they survive, it's fine. Most importantly, they wanted to be involved in naming the new grandchild. But Ren felt there was no way he could let his parents choose the name. Look at his name, Ren, which sounds like good man in Chinese. How many times had he been given good man cards by girls during his school years? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 206, SAO ends. 1,191 words. Ren's parents arrived at his home on a Sunday. They wore the new clothes Ren had bought for them, looking quite spry. However, the large bags of local products they carried made them seem a bit out of place, creating an odd contrast between their fresh new clothes and the rustic bags. I told you, there's no need to bring all these local goods. We have everything at home, Ren said, exasperated, as he saw his parents carrying the big bags at the station. His parents were great in every way, except they always felt the need to bring things whenever they visited. These aren't for you, Ren's mother retorted, giving him a sharp look. They are for Yeye. She loves the pickled vegetables I make. She then asked, how's your wife doing? Any contractions yet? The last time Ren had called them saying Jada might go into early labor, it had given them a scare, though it turned out to be a false alarm. She's doing fine, eating and sleeping well. Ren started the car and continued chatting with his parents. The drive from the station to his home wasn't long, and time flew by as they talked. It felt like they had barely started chatting when they arrived at the villa. As they got out of the car, Ren's mother looked at the garden and remarked, I've always said that if we planted some vegetables here, they'd grow beautifully. Just look at how fertile the soil is. Ren was unloading the car and glanced at the garden, casually responding, well, it should be. Little White fertilizes it every day. Grandma tilde at that moment, the villa's front door swung open, and Yeye came running out in a little white coat. Ren's father rushed over and scooped her up. Oh, my sweet granddaughter, Grandpa missed you so much tilde. He rubbed his stubble against her cheek, making Yeye giggle. Dad, Mom, thank you for coming. Jada came out to greet them, but Ren's mother, seeing her pregnant daughter-in-law, smiled brightly and said, no need for thanks. You should head inside, it's cold out here. She gently pulled Jada inside, not taking no for an answer. "Oh, let's go inside with Grandpa." Ren's father carried Yaya inside as well. Standing there with his hands full of bags, Ren watched them go inside, feeling a bit left out as a cold wind blew past him. The arrival of Ren's parents brought some changes to his daily life, though not major ones. His mother, being more experienced, took over the care of Jada, doing it much more meticulously than Ren could. With her grandfather around, Yaya felt safe and no longer worried about Ren stealing her snacks. This freed up some of Ren's time, allowing him to focus more on his manga. At this point, the *SAO** arc of *Sword Art Online* was nearing its conclusion. In the game to reach the 100th floor, players had finally discovered the 75th floor. They invited Kirito and Asuna to join the battle. However, the fight turned out to be much more brutal than many had expected. In the original series, *Sword Art Online* was criticized for its depiction of boss battles. Early on, it could be excused that players struggled due to being new to the game. But later, when experienced players were still being defeated like novices, it didn't make much sense. So, Ren made some changes, illustrating the guild battle scenes with more intensity and excitement, giving readers the thrill they felt watching * the King's Avatar star. Tanks drew aggro, archers attacked, and wizards healed. The strategy was executed with great skill. Unfortunately, the game's bosses were incredibly powerful, designed to be beaten only with overwhelming numbers and repeated revivals. But in a game where each player had only one life, the battles were tough and cruel. In a space where teleport crystals couldn't be used, experienced players fell one after another. Though they eventually defeated the boss, the heavy losses left everyone disheartened. Readers felt the tension too. Yes, they were only on the 75th floor, and it was already this difficult. What about the rest? The bosses would only get harder. It feels like the porter messed up the power levels here. I agree. If so many died on the 75th floor, there'll be even more deaths later. Will it just be Kirito and Asuna left to fight on the 100th floor? That's too much plot armor. But the most shocking moment came when Kirito suddenly attacked Heathcliff with his sword, Elucidator. Was it an internal conflict? Or a mistake? This man's HP bar never goes into the yellow zone. As Kirito said this, Heathcliff finally revealed his true identity. He was K-Bar, the final boss who should have been on the last floor. No way, he was a spy among us. No one saw this coming. Many readers were stunned by this revelation. Who would have thought that the final boss was the leader of the Knights of the Blood Oath, who had been helping them beat all the other bosses? Kirito and K-Bar then had a one-on-one duel, but no matter how strong Kirito's starburst stream was, it couldn't match the power of someone cheating. Kirito was being overwhelmed and was about to be killed by K-Bar. Then, the readers were shocked. Yes, shocked. Just as Kirito was about to be killed, Asuna moved and used her body to shield Kirito from the attack. Asuna died. How could the readers not be outraged? Damn author, was their collective response. At first, the porter killed off many players, and the readers didn't react because they didn't know those characters. Then, he killed off Yui, and the readers didn't say anything because they hoped for future plot twists. Later, the porter killed off their daughter Yui, and the readers didn't complain because Yui seemed to have a chance of survival stored in the system. But now, he killed off Asuna, and the readers couldn't hold back their anger anymore. However, they soon realized they might have spoken too soon. The porter hadn't really killed off Asuna. At the end of the *SAO* arc, K-Bar acknowledged Kirito as the winner of the game and revived Asuna, though the players who had died before could not be brought back. Still, the readers were somewhat relieved. After all, it was just a manga. There was also a difference from the original series. In the original, Kirito, having been on life support for so long, was able to move immediately after removing the 4. Never mind the strength needed, the fact that an unconscious person would need a urinary catheter that couldn't be removed by the patient themselves made it unrealistic. Ren made some changes. End of the chapter. It feels like it went by so fast. As they watched Kirito search the hospital for something, the readers felt a sense of closure. But soon, they noticed something. They hadn't seen the words "the end," but "to be continued." The game was over, so what could continue? This made the readers even more excited. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 207, The Death of Itachi. 860 words. Many of Ren's fans were initially not very interested in a ninja-themed manga. However, Naruto was simply too thrilling to ignore. In the past, this series was incredibly popular in China, one of the 3 big mainstream manga, partly because of its long serialization but also because it was genuinely engaging. Even if someone hadn't read Naruto, they probably had seen short clips or memes featuring Naruto and Sasuke. At the very least, they'd know about Konoha's secret taijutsu technique, 1,000 Years of Death. From the beginning, readers knew Sasuke's tragic backstory. His entire clan was slaughtered by his own brother, Itachi, leaving him with a deep emotional scar. Driven by revenge, Sasuke even defected to Orochimaru to gain more power. In the last 5 chapters, Sasuke's wish finally came true. To track down Itachi, Sasuke decided to search each of the Akatsuki's hideouts methodically. When he arrived at one of the bases, he finally met Itachi, the man he had been obsessed with. Finally, they meet. But, I feel like Itachi isn't purely evil. He didn't kill Naruto when he had the chance. And why leave Sasuke alive if he was truly heartless? There must be a conspiracy behind the Uchiha massacre. It's hard to believe that killing so many people didn't cause any noise. Didn't the Konoha higher-ups know anything? It's possible Itachi just didn't see Naruto as a threat. Regardless of Itachi's true nature, the porter sure knows how to make a boss look cool. Itachi sitting in that chair looks awesome. Facing the man he had wanted to kill for so long, Sasuke did the most characteristic thing, attacked head-on. The brothers immediately engaged in a deadly battle. To an outsider, it might have looked like they were standing still, but they were actually using the Uchiha clan's unique eye powers to fight fiercely. As they battled with their Sharingan, Itachi revealed the secret of the Manjikyu Sharingan to Sasuke and the readers. The Manjikyu Sharingan could be evolved into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan through fratricide and eye transplantation. This revelation was both terrifying and infuriating. Though some readers still doubted Itachi's morality, hearing this made them question if they had misjudged him. Did Itachi spare Sasuke just to gain more power? And what kind of clan gains power by killing their own family? What a sinister clan. The story continued. Despite not having the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke managed to break Itachi's Tsukuyomi illusion and counterattack. Seeing this, even fans who didn't like Sasuke couldn't help but cheer. Unfortunately, against Sasuke's cursed seal form, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu, an unquenchable black flame, almost exhausting Sasuke's remaining chakra. This raised the stakes for the readers. How could Sasuke possibly win against such a powerful enemy? But Sasuke, determined to kill Itachi, had prepared for this moment. The sky crackled with lightning. He used fire style to create thunderclouds and quickly gathered the lightning with his Chidori. I need to know science to understand a manga. But it seems a bit exaggerated. Study physics, and you'll never be lost in manga. This technique left readers in awe. Even Zetsu, observing the battle, was stunned. Sasuke unleashed his ultimate technique, Kirin. However, despite this impressive attack, Itachi used Susanoo to block it. At this moment, Orochimaru's chakra surged from Sasuke's body. Wasn't Orochimaru defeated by Sasuke? Seeing Orochimaru emerge in his 8-headed serpent form shocked readers. Who would have thought Orochimaru could break out from within Sasuke? But he was quickly sealed by Itachi's Totsuka blade. Readers were left dumbfounded. What was the point of Orochimaru's brief appearance? Although it seemed like Itachi had the upper hand, he suddenly collapsed and died. Zetsu explained that Itachi was likely suffering from an illness before the fight. This seems too convenient. Itachi had the upper hand but just died. It makes sense. The Uchiha clan probably practiced inbreeding. Medical science acknowledges the genetic disorders that can result from it. But Itachi's final moments, smiling and touching Sasuke's forehead, didn't look like he intended any harm. I think there's going to be a twist. As predicted, the new chapter brought a twist. It turned out Itachi wasn't the villain Sasuke had always believed. The Ucha massacre was a secret mission assigned by the Konoha higher-ups, and everything Itachi did, including the final battle, was to protect Sasuke. This revelation brought back old speculations from the *Naruto* forums about Itachi's true intentions. However, this split the online comments into two camps. It was all true. Itachi's story is tragic. Choosing between his village and his family, he sacrificed his own family for the greater good of Konoha. The porter loves trolley problems. This isn't the first time we've seen such choices in his works. If it were me, I'd choose my family. Itachi is disgusting for killing his own parent. This is called sacrificing the few for the many. Sacrificing the few for the many? Did he ask the others in his clan if they wanted to be sacrificed? Killing his own parents is one thing, but what about everyone else? Why spare his brother but not others? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 208, The End of Cells at Work. 865 words. In *Naruto*, opinions on certain characters were always highly polarized. This was true even before the revelation of Tobi's real identity. Take Itachi, for example. Some fans praised him, while others criticized him. This is the same in Ren's world. Fans who liked Itachi felt that he had no other choice. The village leaders already knew about the Ucha clan's impending rebellion. Given the preparations, there was no way the village would allow the Ucha to succeed. A failed coup would lead to chaos in the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire, inviting other nations to invade. In their eyes, Itachi did the right thing by sacrificing his family for the greater good, prioritizing the village's stability over his own clan. Some even viewed Itachi as a tragic figure, caught between his duty to his village and his love for his family. He was doomed to be labeled a traitor no matter which side he chose, either betraying his clan or endangering his village. On the other hand, many fans criticized Itachi. To them, Itachi's actions were unforgivable. In Chinese culture, there's a strong belief that one should honor their parents. Even if one isn't exceptionally filial, killing one's parents is considered unimaginable. And beyond the question of patricide, what right did Itachi have to decide the fate of the entire clan? What if some Ucha members, like those who weren't involved in the planned coup, didn't deserve to die? Critics argued that justifying Itachi's actions as being for the greater good was absurd. They saw him as a traitor who sold out his entire clan for his and his brother's survival. For Ren, the debate over whether Itachi is a hero or a villain misses the point. Characters in fictional works often embody exaggerated elements of real issues, reconstructed and dramatized for storytelling. Moreover, Ren had drawn *Naruto* for the sake of earning money from the Tenju Bank in Sakura. Therefore, many Japanese cultural elements in the manga were not altered, as they might have been in other works Ren adapted. While certain ideas might seem acceptable in Japanese culture, they might be considered utterly unforgivable in Chinese culture. Ren personally admired Itachi, particularly for his strength and tactical prowess, but he didn't agree with the character's actions, especially the slaughter of his clan. If placed in Itachi's shoes, Ren believed he would likely side with his family. Ultimately, whether praising a character excessively or condemning them, the fact remains that Itachi's portrayal deeply resonated with readers, prompting them to empathize with and contemplate his actions. While fans were debating Itachi's morality, many turned their attention to *Cells at Work*. Ren's *Cells at Work* only covered the first season, so with the conclusion of the *Sword Art Online *SAO arc, this series was also approaching its end. In the latest chapter, Red Blood Cell finally became a seasoned veteran, even capable of training newcomers. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. The body's owner suffered a life-threatening injury. White Blood Cell rushed to the scene, but the usual guards, the platelets, were nowhere to be found. Due to severe blood loss, many cells had been forced out of the body. Seeing this, readers couldn't help but comment. This body's owner is so unlucky, right? There's always something going wrong: flu viruses, cancer cells, and now severe blood loss. What does this person even do for a living? Take better care of yourself, idiot. The cute platelets and hard-working red blood cells are fighting for you. As the once sunny and bright environment turned into a winter wasteland resembling a nuclear winter, readers felt increasingly frustrated. But as Red Blood Cell and her junior continued to transport oxygen despite the freezing cold, snow blocking their way, and their bodies numbing, the story suddenly felt more intense and inspiring. Just when Red Blood Cell collapsed in the snow, leaving readers on edge, something unexpected happened. Thousands of red blood cells appeared, leaving both Red Blood Cell and the readers stunned. Given the massive blood loss, where had these cells come from? The readers quickly figured it out. If there was blood loss, then the body needed a transfusion. These red blood cells were from a blood transfusion. Sure enough, the comic then featured an educational section about blood donations, explaining that these new cells had been introduced through a transfusion. End of the series. What? It's over already? There are so many more conditions to explore. Can the porter draw a chapter on the effects of smoking and drinking on the body? Also, can you depict what happens in the body when a man gets, excited? Wow, that's asking a lot of the porter. I can't imagine how he'd draw that. Ren was taken aback by the reader's comments. This topic was actually covered in Asterisk Cells at Work. Black Asterisk, a spin-off series. The reader's imagination didn't stop there. Some even asked, seeing the scene of red blood cells being sucked up through a syringe. I didn't know that's how syringes worked. So every time I get a shot, does it take a piece of my flesh with it? No kidding. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 209, The Baby is Coming. 977 words. This winter didn't feel too cold, maybe because the whole family was together. With their beloved granddaughter, daughter-in-law, and soon-to-be-born grandchild, Ren's parents were constantly overjoyed. No wonder, since at their age, what mattered most was enjoying family life and cherishing the moments of happiness together. As the new year approached, the family began making dumplings. Ren and his mother were in the kitchen, while Yaya stood on a small stool, hands on the backrest, watching her dad and grandma make dumplings. After watching for a while, Yaya tugged on her grandma's clothes. Grandma tilde, I want to knead 2 tilde. She thought kneading the dough looked fun, and after watching for so long, she figured she could do it too. Can you do it? Ren's mom gave her a skeptical look. We can't waste food. Though she adored her granddaughter, she couldn't stand seeing food wasted, especially since she knew the hardships of growing food. Tilde Yaya puffed out her chest and made a pose. I've just learned the secret technique of Tian Chao's white cooking, the white snake spin refining tilde. What white snake? Ren's mom looked puzzled. Oh, it's a move from the manga I draw, Ren added, which finally made his mom understand. She then felt a generational gap with her granddaughter and thought she should catch up on the manga to have more in common with her. With this thought, she handed a big lump of dough to Yaya. Alright, go ahead and practice. If she kneaded it poorly, they'd just let Ren eat it. Omega, why tilde Yaya happily struck a pose, washed her hands, and started kneading the dough just as she had seen earlier. To be fair, she was doing a decent job of imitating, but being a child, her flour sprinkling was messy, and she couldn't keep it up for long. Soon, her forehead was sweaty, and she wiped it with her flour-covered hands, turning herself into a little flour-covered kitten. Aya tilde so tired, I'm done. Yaya, who had been enthusiastic for all of 3 minutes, realized that kneading dough wasn't as fun as she thought and that her kneaded dough wasn't as good as her dad's or grandma's. Ren's kneading was much more skilled than Yaya's. He kneaded with more force while chatting, giving Yaya a disdainful look. Little girl, you think you can become a magical girl? Giving up just because you're tired? Well, you might as well drown in your dreams. You were just saying you wanted to be a magical girl, but I guess it was all talk. Who said that? I'm just resting for a bit. Yaya, who loved magical girls, couldn't stand hearing her dad's teasing. Her face flushed as she stood back on the stool. I've rested enough. Here I go again. She then launched into another round of energetic kneading. And then, as expected of someone who wants to become a magical girl, Ren's praise made the initially uncertain Yaya puff out her chest, but his next words deflated her again. You've combined the magical girl's aura punches with kneading techniques. Even if you were butchering lambs, they'd calm down from the rage and despair of their impending death after receiving this move. Even lifeless dough feels at peace in your hands. In the realm of dough kneading, I, Ren, consider you the best. Although Ren's long speech confused Yaya, she could still sense the heavy sarcasm. She pouted and continued kneading the dough. But Ren felt something was off. The artistic part of him noticed that the dough was starting to look different. Yaya, why does this look like a face? Really? Yaya innocently smiled. It looks like a big villain. I, magical girl Yaya, will defeat him. She grabbed the rolling pin, ready to pound the dough face. But before she could, Ren's actions and words diverted her attention. No, this villain should have a ponytail and wear a red down jacket. Here, add some vegetable powder to make it red. Yaya was initially curious about the vegetable powder Ren took out, but then she noticed something odd. Hey, wait a minute, it looks like me. Ah, bad dad, who are you making? Yaya yelled and pounced on Ren. Watching the playful interaction between her husband and daughter, Jada smiled happily. However, her smile didn't last long. Suddenly, her expression changed as she felt a sharp pain in her belly. She slowly clutched her belly and sat down. Ren's mom noticed and quickly ran to her side. What's wrong? It's time. Jada gritted her teeth through the pain. This time she was sure. This was much worse than the false contractions. Her words threw the whole family into a frenzy. After arriving at the hospital, the doctors immediately examined Jada. They confirmed that this was indeed not a false alarm, she was really going into labor. However, contractions are a normal sign of approaching labor. These will continue, occurring every 20 to 30 minutes, the doctor explained to Ren, who was visibly tense. Don't worry. Each one will last only a few seconds. If the intervals shorten to about 8 to 10 minutes apart, that means she's about to deliver, and we'll take her to the delivery room. For now, let her rest and conserve her energy. In summary, Jada was indeed going to give birth, but the exact timing was uncertain. It could happen anytime within the next 24 hours. Given the situation, everyone could only wait, but they couldn't just sit idly by, so they started discussing post-birth matters, like the baby's name. This was a significant topic for Ren's parents. However, Jada didn't keep them waiting too long. While everyone was debating baby names, Jada was moved to the delivery room, and the moment of truth finally arrived. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 210, The Birth. 893 words. Ren initially wanted to be in the delivery room with his wife. Many hospitals now support this. However, he hesitated, fearing that hearing his wife scream in pain might be too much for him. But now, waiting outside the delivery room, he regretted his decision and wished he had gone in with her. As he paced back and forth outside the delivery room, Ren's parents and Yaya sat on a nearby bench. Ren's parents were just as anxious. They genuinely considered Jada as their own daughter. Seeing Ren pacing around made his already anxious father even more irritated. Stop pacing. You're making me dizzy. Sit down. Ah, okay. Though Ren was worried, he listened to his father and plopped down next to Yaya. Even while sitting, his leg kept bouncing up and down, and his palms were sweaty. No. Ren took a deep breath, trying to calm himself by thinking about his manga. But then he remembered the final scene from *Cells at Work*, and the connection between childbirth and blood loss painted a terrifying picture in his mind. He imagined the delivery room doors bursting open and a nurse rushing out with a consent form for emergency surgery due to a hemorrhage. This thought made Ren grip his hands tighter, his body starting to shake. Yaya, feeling the bench vibrating, turned to look at her father. Seeing his clenched fists and pale face, she felt like she was seeing a different person. In her eyes, her dad had never looked like this before. Thinking for a moment, Yaya pulled out a small handkerchief and wiped her dad's forehead, then held his large hand with her tiny one, her clear voice offering comfort. Daddy, don't be scared, daddy, don't be scared. She was trying to comfort her dad. But soon, Yaya's voice began to choke up. When Jada was pregnant, Ren had told Yaya a lot about what could go wrong, including severe consequences like death, to ensure she didn't bother her mom too much. Seeing her dad's anxious face and recalling his serious warnings, Yaya couldn't hold back her tears. "Mommy, we'll be okay tilde." Hearing the sobs in Yaya's voice and her attempts to comfort him, Ren suddenly pinched his thigh, reflecting on his behavior. What was he doing? As the head of the family, he should be calm and composed. Instead, he had let his fear affect Yaya. Taking a deep breath, Ren hugged Yaya, gently patting her back. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Mommy and your little brother or sister will be just fine." "See what you did, scaring the poor child," Ren's mom said, giving him a light smack on the head. Ren chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging his mistake. At that moment, the sound of a baby crying reached Ren's ears. Although faint, he heard it clearly, as did his parents. "Is it born?" The three of them stood up, exchanging looks of excitement and concern. Soon, a nurse emerged holding a baby, confirming their thoughts. She smiled at Ren. "Congratulations, both mother and baby are healthy. Is it a boy or a girl?" Ren's father asked, relieved to hear that Jada was safe, but curious about the baby's gender. "What does it matter?" Ren's mother shot him a look. "Of course, it matters," he replied, rubbing his hands together. He loved both boys and girls, but traditional beliefs made him lean slightly towards wanting a grandson. "It's a boy." Ren didn't pay much attention to his parents bickering. Such exchanges were common between them, just like he and Jada occasionally teased each other. He happily bent down to lift Yaya, who had been tugging at his clothes, eager to see her baby brother. When he saw the baby, Ren's smile faltered for a moment. He knew newborns often didn't look their best, but it was still a surprise. However, Yaya, peering at her brother through the swaddle, was quick to comment. "Daddy, he's so ugly." The nurse nearby couldn't help but laugh. "All right, it's too cold out here. You can't look for too long. We need to take the baby to the incubator." She turned and left with the baby, leaving Ren watching longingly. Then he patted Yaya's head. "You looked just like this when you were a baby. Ugly ducklings turn into beautiful swans. See, you were so ugly as a baby, and now you're a pretty little girl." Tilde. Yaya giggled, thrilled by her dad's praise. Ren then remembered who needed his care the most. With the doctor's permission, he hurried into the delivery room with Yaya to see Jada. Jada was lying in bed, looking exhausted. Hearing the noise, she turned her head slightly. "Mommy tilde." Yaya climbed onto the bed. Ren, seeing Jada's tired face, gently took her hand. "Thank you for your hard work. Women are naturally more emotional." She had gone through all that pain not just for herself, but also for her husband. Hearing his concerned words, Jada felt fulfilled, knowing her efforts were appreciated. Feeling Ren's care, Jada smiled contentedly and shook her head slightly. "It wasn't hard because you were with me. And I was with you too, Mommy." Yaya chimed in, not wanting to be left out. "Yes, you too, my little one." Jada ruffled Yaya's hair. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 211, My Son, The Day You Were Born. 885 words. Although Ren and his parents had prepared for the baby's arrival, when the moment came, they still found themselves overwhelmed. The baby's name had already been decided, Ren Chungrui, with the nickname Rui. In the hospital room. "My son, the day you were born, all of Shusha Hospital whispered your name as Rui," Ren said softly, lifting the sleeping baby. He tried to mimic the voice of the Lich King from World of Warcraft but kept it quiet to avoid waking the baby. Yaya, resting her chin on her hands on the bedside, watched intently. "Dad, Rui looks so much better now," Yaya exclaimed after observing for a while. Indeed, Rui's once wrinkled face had smoothed out after a good cleaning, his skin now a rosy pink like a little apple. "Wow, really? I hadn't noticed." Ren gently placed the baby next to Jada, then ruffled Yaya's hair. This made Yaya squint her eyes and giggle. She continued to stare at her baby brother, finding his closed-eyed look very cute. "Boop." Yaya couldn't resist poking Rui's cheek. It was smooth and soft, like a marshmallow. When Rui Rui's lips puckered adorably in response, Yaya was so delighted she held her face in her hands, exclaiming, "Wow tilde tilde. Isn't he cute? Aha. Make sure to get along well with him," Jada said, watching her daughter and newborn son, then glanced at her husband with a sense of accomplishment. Of course. Yaya puffed out her chest proudly. In her heart, anyone who would bully such a cute baby must be a villain. With this thought, Yaya extended her finger and poked Rui Rui's palm. As if by instinct, Rui Rui's tiny hand grasped her finger. Huh! Yaya was startled but didn't pull back, fearing she might hurt the baby. She blinked her big eyes in wonder. It was a strange but delightful feeling, her baby brother's tiny, warm hand holding her finger. Yaya had never experienced anything like it. Wah. Maybe Yaya's movements were too much. Rui suddenly opened his eyes and started crying loudly. Yaya was taken aback and looked at her father with worry. "Dad, I didn't mean to wake him up." She looked up, her eyes filled with guilt and concern. He, don't worry," Ren reassured her, patting her head. "The baby is just hungry." "Really?" Yaya asked, still uncertain. "Of course, look." Ren pointed towards Jada. Yaya followed his finger and saw her mom breastfeeding the baby. Yaya put her finger to her lips, watching intently. Seeing how happily her brother was drinking, she couldn't help but wonder if it was really that good. She felt a bit envious and curious. "What are you looking at?" Jada noticed her daughter staring and asked curiously. "Mom, is the milk that good? Rui looks so happy drinking it." Yaya swallowed and continued, "I want some too." Ren burst out laughing. Jada's face turned red with embarrassment. It wasn't just Yaya's request that embarrassed her, but also Ren's presence reminding her of the recent incident where she had to feed him due to a lost bet. "What's so funny?" Jada glared at Ren. "I just remembered something happy." Ren chuckled and quickly shifted the topic before Jada could accuse him further. "Yaya, Mom's milk is really good. You should ask her for some." Then he quickly left the room. "Really?" Yaya's eyes sparkled as she looked at her mom. "Mom, I want some too. It's not fair that only Rui gets it." Jada was torn for a moment, then, "Ren, you'll pay for this," she muttered through gritted teeth. Since Jada had a natural birth, she and the baby only needed 3 days in the hospital before they could go home. When Ren drove Jada and Rui back, his parents and Yaya were already waiting eagerly at the door. "Dad. Mom. You're back." Yaya's cheerful voice rang out as she ran towards them, with little White following behind. Though she called out for her parents, her main focus was on her baby brother. Rui had his eyes open now, his sleepy, confused gaze meeting Yaya's as she made funny faces at him. For some reason, this made him smile, showing his toothless gums. Yaya was enchanted by her baby brother's cuteness. However, Ren's mom wasn't happy. "All right, Ren, get your wife inside. She just gave birth. She can't be out in the cold." Realizing this, Ren quickly ushered his family inside to the warmth of their home. But soon, Jada and Ren's mom had a disagreement. "Mom, I really don't need to do confinement," Jada said, waving her hand. "I have so much work at the company. They need me." "That's out of the question," Ren's mom protested. "Everyone else does it. Why shouldn't you? What if you get sick because you didn't do it?" Yes, the argument was about whether or not Jada should do postpartum confinement. Jada felt it was an outdated practice necessary only due to the poor conditions in ancient times. Modern technology made it unnecessary. But Ren's mom believed it was crucial for helping Jada recover physically and mentally during this key period. It was a clash between the old and new generations' perspectives. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 212, Visiting. 966 words. The issue of postpartum confinement was finally resolved by Ren. As a husband, he needed to mediate between his wife and mother, especially when it wasn't really a conflict. Under Ren's mediation, Jada agreed to stay home for a month, but many traditional practices were dropped. For example, The old belief that women in confinement shouldn't bathe or wash their hair to avoid catching cold was incorrect. In fact, a shower was possible after about a week, and during the initial period, sponge baths were acceptable. Additionally, when it came to postpartum diet, Ren convinced his mother not to follow outdated recipes. He consulted doctors and nutritionists to determine the best dishes to serve Jada. Of course, someone needed to handle company matters while Jada was recovering. Since she couldn't go to the office, it naturally fell to Ren to step in. The day after Jada returned home, Ren dressed casually and headed to the company. Accompanied by Jada's secretary, Claire, Ren entered the office and stood by the window, gazing at the view. In that moment, he felt a surge of ambition. He imagined making significant improvements to the company during his temporary leadership, earning Jada's admiration. However, reality was different. At this moment, Ren was playing games. Yes, he was playing League of Heroes, previously known as League of Legends. The name and some game elements had been humorously modified. Ren was using the Asuna skin for Fiora, battling Renekton, and he was frustrated by the black screen after his game crashed. "This isn't what I expected," Ren sighed. "Boss, what's not as expected?" Claire asked as she walked in, overhearing Ren. Since Ren was acting boss in Jada's absence, Claire felt it was her duty to help him. "It's just..." Ren gestured vaguely. "I always saw my wife being really busy. But now that I'm here, there's nothing to do. Well, back then, the company was in crisis. But thanks to your help, it's now running smoothly. Naturally, there's less to do," Claire explained. "Oh, I see." Ren nodded in understanding. Indeed, a well-run company doesn't usually need the boss for every little issue. Otherwise, what's the point of having managers and other roles? Previously, Jada's company was struggling, so she had to work extra hard. Now, the company had grown stronger. The manga division was managed by an editor-in-chief, the finances had a chief financial officer, and the gaming department was overseen by Xena. Ren's main task seemed to be signing documents. Unless there was something truly significant, he would just call Jada for instructions. Considering this, it seemed there was really nothing for him to do. Sigh, Ren sighed again. Seeing his boss's disheartened look, Claire suggested, "Boss, why don't you visit the studio or the Ultraman Park? I heard they're working on Ultraman Nexus and the Dyna statue is being constructed today." "Huh?" Ren perked up at Claire's suggestion. The Dyna statue? Ren was intrigued. He decided to follow Claire's advice and headed to the Ultraman Park. Wearing a safety helmet, Ren toured the construction site of the Ultraman Park with the project manager. To be honest, there wasn't much to see yet, just lots of hammering and construction noises. Knowing Ren was an amateur in construction, the project manager focused on explaining the data. Ren held the blueprint and, after a moment of thought, asked, "So, the original design has the Dyna Ultraman in a pose shooting beams, right?" "Yes, we plan to install lights on Dyna's elbows so it looks like he's shooting beams at night," the project manager confirmed, though unsure why Ren asked. Ren suddenly smiled. "Can we change the design a bit? Instead of a beam pose, what if we make it like this?" Ren's idea was to turn the statue into an interactive attraction. Instead of a static pose, he proposed Dyna kneel on one knee with a small building resembling the Victory Phoenix on his shoulder. Visitors could enter the structure, and when enough people were inside, Dyna would slowly stand up. "Wouldn't that be cool?" "It's doable," the project manager, experienced in such matters, nodded after a brief thought. "But it will cost more than originally planned." Ren sent a message to Jada, received her approval, and waved his hand decisively. "Do it." It was clear that an interactive statue where visitors could ride and be lifted would be much more popular with kids than a simple light-up statue. However, creating such an attraction would require more meticulous design, considering Dyna's height. 53 meters. It'll be a disaster if it collapses due to design flaws. After discussing these details, Ren continued to tour the island. Originally an uninhabited island when purchased, much of it was still undeveloped despite some initial construction. After seeing the general layout of the island, Ren had an idea. He envisioned an Ultraman-themed park at the center, surrounded by other anime-themed areas. For example, he could create a cells-at-work-themed park, designing buildings to match the manga's setting, and include commercial and entertainment facilities and hotels. He could also collaborate with Cooking Master Boy to include themed restaurants. There was a cliff on the island with a beach below it. He imagined turning the cliff into a wall from Attack on Titan, with statues of Eren and others on the beach and a giant Titan's upper body and hands on the cliff. This idea seemed fantastic. The more Ren thought about it, the more excited he became. So he decided to proceed with this vision. Of course, given the current state of the facilities, it would take a long time to realize this dream. After touring the island, Ren visited the set of Ultraman Nexus being filmed at the company's studio. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 213, The Uncut Nexus. 932 words. After leaving the Picker Park, Ren arrived at the filming site of Ultraman Nexus. In the previous life, Nexus was considered an outlier in the Ultraman series. Compared to other Ultraman shows, it was much darker. The human hosts of Nexus would suffer all the injuries sustained in battle. One after another, the space beasts would appear, and the human host's body would gradually deteriorate from the endless fights, ultimately sacrificing themselves. What's worse, the Night Raiders initially didn't trust Nexus because he emitted a similar wave pattern to the space beasts. This even led to humans attacking Nexus in the early stages. When Nexus fought, he would release a meta field. This field could drag the space beasts into another dimension, preventing them from advancing into towns. However, the meta field's composition was actually made up of Nexus's own light. This meant that Nexus was literally burning his life to fight the monsters, with one host after another. Due to the meta field preventing city destruction, Nexus never received the gratitude and respect typical of other Ultramen, nor was he hailed as a hero. As a result, the characters in Nexus were very well developed. Viewers remembered not just the mighty Ultraman, but also the heavily scarred human hosts who continued to transform and fight. Because of these unique elements, some fans in the previous life believed that Ultraman Nexus was better than Ultraman Tiga. However, Ren thought this praise was a bit overblown. There's no denying that Ultraman Nexus was more appealing to young adult audiences, and Ren agreed that the storyline was good. But as many might know, due to poor audience targeting and unfortunate time slots, the show had low ratings. This led to a drastic cut from the original 52 episodes to 37, leaving many fans disappointed as the story was rushed to an end. The severe trimming of the series caused the later episodes to progress too quickly, leaving many plot points underdeveloped and reducing its appeal. Ren wasn't overly biased towards Tiga, but objectively speaking, a cut series couldn't really compete with Tiga. If Nexus hadn't been cut, it might have had a chance. Moreover, Ultraman Nexus followed a serialized storyline with a behind-the-scenes villain driving the plot, while Ultraman Tiga used a more episodic approach. Episodes of Tiga were mostly self-contained, making it easy to jump in at any point, unlike Nexus, which required following the continuous story. In this world, however, Ultraman Nexus could truly stand on par with Tiga. Why? Because in this world, Ren was producing an uncut version of Ultraman Nexus. The original Ultraman Nexus was cut from the 25th episode onward, but with Ren's help, his assistant Felix had crafted a script similar to the original but without the cuts. There were some differences from the original, but they had been adjusted to be more logical. At this moment, the crew was filming the Seiji Saijo arc, covering episodes 39 to 47. In this arc, 6 space beasts would appear, and Saijo would be consumed by darkness, transforming into Dark Zagi. There would also be scenes of Guru Moku transforming into Light Mephisto and fighting off Zagi before reverting to human form. Yes, this was the Seiji Saijo arc. In the previous life, this character's role as a host was quite short due to the series being cut. However, in the original plan, Saijo was a significant character, so his time as a host was meant to be much longer. Before the events of the series, Lucifer, or Ishibori, had targeted Saijo 10 years prior, killing her mother and planting darkness within her heart to pave the way for her transformation into Dark Zagi. Of course, each host had their own unique form. Junhimaya represented life, future, protection, persistence, and pursuit with his red form. Ryoshinomiya represented hope, time, happiness, joy, and wonder with his blue form, and Saijo had her own form. Ren incorporated the rumored orange form into the story, representing calmness, composure, loneliness, and memories. As Ren watched the progress of the shoot, he was satisfied and ready to head back to the company when Andrew, the director, and the special effects artist approached him. "Mr. Ren, we've been using the meta field for a while now, and director Andrew feels the effect isn't great. He wants to change it to this. What do you think?" the special effects artist asked hesitantly. In normal circumstances, he would follow the director's instructions, but changing things now might delay their schedule. "Oh, what's the change?" Ren took the new draft of the meta field from the special effects artist. "I feel the original meta field looks too simplistic," Andrew explained. Later in the script, Koman travels back in time to his childhood through Nexus's power. "I want the meta field to transform the surrounding space and time into a future 1,000 years ahead, suggesting that if the invaders aren't defeated, the future will become a wasteland. However, the schedule is tight, so..." Andrew rubbed his hands nervously. "I was hoping we could retract my previous statement in the meeting." Previously, Andrew had confidently promised Jada during a meeting. "Sure." Seeing the new draft, Ren realized it resembled an early concept of the meta field from the initial Nexus plans in his past life. After some thought, he agreed to Andrew's suggestion. "When do you think this will be ready for release?" Ren asked, looking forward to the uncut Nexus. "By the end of March." "End of March?" Ren nodded. "Good." For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 214, Helping with the Bath. 901 words. Today's gym class at school was a bit different from usual. Typically, the children were noisy and playful, but today they gathered in a circle, occasionally letting out exclamations of "Wow. My little brother is so cute," Yaya said proudly, "like a little rooster. His cheeks are chubby and soft, just like a little patch." As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. Normally, elementary school students weren't allowed to bring phones, but Yaya loved showing off. To let everyone see her brother, she had sneaked her phone out, filled with pictures of her baby brother. "And you know, my little brother is also very cute when he's sleeping. If you put your finger in his hand, he'll grab onto it," Yaya continued excitedly. Although these were small things, Yaya's enthusiastic storytelling captivated her classmates, who listened with rapt attention. "Wow, Yaya, have you ever held the baby?" 1111 asked, wide-eyed. Yaya's body stiffened for a second, then she raised her head high. "Of course, I'm his big sister, after all. Whenever I hold him, he stops crying and falls asleep right away. I wish my parents would have a baby too," one child exclaimed. "Yeah, if I had a little brother, he could do my homework for me," another added. Hearing her classmates' comments, Yaya relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. She had been lying, she hadn't actually held the baby yet. Her parents and grandparents wouldn't let her, afraid she might drop him. "Me." Yaya pouted, kicking at the rubber track beneath her. She was determined to hold her baby brother one day. That evening, Jada was putting the baby to sleep early, seizing the opportunity to take a bath herself. She still couldn't shower fully yet, but after being wrapped in blankets and wearing thick clothes all day, she was starting to feel uncomfortable and really needed to wash up. Since it was still a bit too soon for a full shower, Ren had to help her wipe down. Normally, this wouldn't be necessary, but Jada's mom had gone back home to fetch some farm chickens to make chicken soup for Jada, so she wasn't around to help. "Yaya," Ren called his daughter, who was still watching her brother. "What is it?" Yaya walked over, clutching her cheese stick tightly, looking at Ren with big, innocent eyes. "You already had one. There are only a few in a bag. Do you think I'm that greedy?" Ren glared at Yaya, feeling his dignity was being questioned. He ruffled her hair and said, "Your brother is asleep, and I need to help your mom with her bath." Before he could finish, Yaya looked puzzled. "Dad, can't mom wash herself?" She glanced at Jada with a bit of disdain. Even though she didn't say anything, Jada could see the disdain in her daughter's eyes and found it both amusing and annoying. Now is a special time, Jada explained. Mommy's body isn't ready yet, so Daddy needs to help me. I haven't had a proper bath in a while. Even though it had only been a week, it felt much longer to Jada, who used to bathe every day. This whole situation was unusual for her, and she couldn't help but find it a bit ironic. Giving birth to Yaya hadn't been this complicated. However, she was happy to feel so cared for by Ren. Ren smiled and said, "Now, I have a task for you, Yaya." "All right." Yaya straightened up, full of enthusiasm. "Your brother is asleep, but I don't know when he might wake up. So while Daddy helps Mommy, you need to watch your brother and make sure he stays quiet. Can you do that?" Ren asked gently. "Of course," Yaya shouted, raising her hand, only for Ren to quickly cover her mouth and glance at the sleeping baby. Seeing he hadn't woken, Ren sighed in relief. "Shh." Ren made a quiet gesture with his finger to his lips. "Shh." Yaya imitated the gesture, whispering, "I'll do my best with Little White." "Woof." Little White seemed to understand too, barking softly. "Good luck," Jada said, giving her daughter a thumbs up before heading to the bathroom. Yaya sat by her brother's crib, smiling brightly at her mom. "Can you close your eyes while you help me wash?" Jada asked after entering the bathroom and closing the door behind her. "Why?" Ren laughed. "We're old married folks. Why are you shy?" "It's just, my belly looks so bad now," Jada said, touching her stomach, which was now marked with stretch marks from the pregnancy. Any woman would feel self-conscious showing her less than perfect body to her partner. "Your belly looks bad?" Ren asked, his smile softening as he embraced Jada. "Silly, no matter how you look, I'll always love you. These marks are proof of what you've done for us." Jada bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before saying, "All right." After a rustle of clothing, a beautiful figure stood before Ren, her body now marked by the trials of childbirth. Ren knelt down, pressing his face against her belly. "Let go. I haven't washed yet, I'm all dirty," Jada protested, her face flushing. But Ren held her tighter, ignoring her words. "Thank you for everything." His warm breath on her skin made Jada's heart feel equally warm and full of happiness. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 215, Yaya Feels Wronged. 799 words. "Let me wash your hair," Ren said softly, grabbing the shampoo and talking to Jada. "Okay." Jada brought over a small stool and sat down, waiting for Ren's next move. "Close your eyes, or the shampoo might get in them," Ren warned as he squirted some shampoo into his hand, lathered it up, and began gently massaging it into Jada's hair. Jada closed her eyes, enjoying Ren's gentle touch, which felt almost like a massage. It was very soothing. But soon, Jada began to feel something was off. "Ren, where are your hands going?" Jada's face turned red as she felt one of Ren's hands on her well-developed chest, pressing down and making her feel a bit short of breath. "It's where our baby gets his nutrition, so it needs to be clean," Ren's voice said from behind her. Suddenly, his head was nestled between her breasts. "What are you doing?" "I thought we were just washing up." Jada opened her eyes in embarrassment. Ren looked up and smiled at her. "Don't worry, I know. I'm just helping you wash up. How about you help me wash my face with some cleanser?" Meanwhile, Yaya was diligently watching over her baby brother as Ren helped Jada bathe. She sat on a small chair, hands cupping her chin, staring at the crib. To her, the baby looked so cute, with his tiny head, little hands, chubby cheeks, and white, smooth skin, just like a little porcelain doll. "If only I could dress him in all the cute clothes," Yaya thought. "He would look even prettier." She watched him sleep peacefully, a slight smile on his face, making her inexplicably happy. "I wish I could play with him," Yaya whispered. "Grow up quickly, little brother." But her baby brother was still too small, unable to talk or move much. Then, Yaya remembered her conversation with her friends at school and looked around, making sure her parents were still in the bathroom. She tiptoed back to the crib, looking down at her sleeping brother. "Can I hold him? Just for a little bit. He shouldn't wake up, and Mom and Dad won't know since they're still in the bathroom." After a moment's hesitation, Yaya couldn't resist. She gently reached through the crib bars, recalling how her mother held the baby and carefully lifted him. Her brother didn't react, making her sigh in relief. With excitement in her eyes, Yaya managed to lift her brother out of the crib, but she quickly realized he was heavier than she expected. Mom makes it look so easy, she thought, her arms aching. Still, determined, she tried to step down from the chair, saying, "See? It's easy. Mom and Dad just worry too, whoa." Already unsteady, Yaya lost her balance and fell, clutching her brother tightly to protect him. Thud. Oh, oh, oh. Yaya rubbed her sore bottom, wincing. Unfortunately, the commotion woke the baby, who started crying loudly. Sure, don't cry. Sleeping babies were adorable, but crying babies were a different story. Yaya was afraid of her brother crying uncontrollably. What happened? Came the sound of footsteps down the hallway. Ren and Jada had heard the baby crying. They rushed in to find Yaya on the floor and the baby in her arms, crying. What happened? Didn't we tell you not to wake the baby? Jada hurried over, picking up and soothing the baby. Ren added, and why did you take him out of the crib? What if he fell? But the baby didn't fall. Yaya tried to explain but was cut off by Ren. Enough, just don't do it again. But Yaya wanted to say she had cushioned the fall, and her bottom was sore, but seeing her parents fuss over the baby, she fell silent. Feeling wronged, she hugged Little White and slowly walked to the door, looking back at her parents and the baby, pouting as she left the room. Phew, that was scary, Jada said that night, lying in bed and looking at the sleeping baby in the crib. She was still shaken by the thought of what could have happened if Yaya had dropped the baby. Come on, Yaya didn't mean any harm, Ren tried to comfort Jada. She loves the baby so much. You don't let her hold him, so it's no wonder she tried on her own. You should have seen her face when she walked out, she looked so scared. Do you think you're a good father? Jada glared at Ren. I don't want to blame her, but newborns are so fragile. Alright, you're the good mom, and I'm the bad dad, Ren said, kissing Jada on the cheek. Now, let's sleep. We don't want to wake the baby. Okay. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 216, New Work. 1033 words. Wow. In the evening, Ren's villa once again echoed with a symphony of sounds, accompanied by the cooing of a baby being soothed. Gradually, the symphony faded away. Why do we say again? Let's just say, it's a sad story. Although the symphony had faded, Jada and Ren were now leaning against the bed. Sigh. After a long time, they both sighed in unison. Jada then said, Ren, your mom is amazing. I think so too, Ren nodded in agreement. Recently, to help Jada get some sleep, Ren's mom had been taking the baby to her room at night. But today, Ren's mom went back to her hometown to get some free-range chickens to make chicken soup for Jada, so the baby was back in Ren and Jada's care. They had to get up 5 or 6 times that night, which was exhausting for them. As for Ren's mom, she had been taking care of the baby every night without a hitch. No wonder they thought she was amazing. By the way, Jada, how did you take care of Yaya before? Ren was puzzled. After all, this wasn't Jada's first time taking care of a baby. She should be more accustomed to it than he was. Yaya wasn't that fussy back then, Jada reminisced. Judging from this, I bet our little Rue will be quite a handful when he grows up. Raise boys tough, raise girls rich, Ren sighed. In the future, we'll control his pocket money tightly. Let's see how he acts up. The naughtier he is, the less pocket money he'll get. Alright, sure. Yawn Jada yawned. Let's sleep while the baby is asleep. Okay. As they finished talking, the bedside lamp was turned off, and the room was once again enveloped in darkness. However, Ren couldn't sleep. After some thought, he opened the system. It was the beginning of the month, time to see what new items the system had refreshed. Currently, the works Ren was updating included Naruto, Sword Art Online, and Claire's Your Lie in April. He decided to see if there were any good new works. One work made Ren's eyes widen. It was One Punch Man, also known as One Punch Man. This work tells the story of Saitama, who, unable to find a job, encounters a mutated crab threatening a boy's life. Inspired by his childhood dream of becoming a hero, he fights the crab and saves the boy. After rekindling his hero aspirations, Saitama trains rigorously and gains immense strength but loses his hair in the process. He and his disciple Genos join the Hero Association, starting a life of battling various monsters alongside many other heroes. It's an extremely exciting action manga. However, it's also an unconventional action manga. The protagonists of conventional action mangas typically go through a process of defeating monsters and ultimately the main villain. This is true not only in manga but also in many fantasy web novels, TV shows, and movies. But this work is different. Instead of the typical power-up progression, it showcases how 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day created the ultimate power in the story. Moreover, at first glance, readers might think this is an action series like Dragon Ball, but they soon realize they've been fooled by its numerous parodies and contrasts, making it feel more like a comedy. Unfortunately, some of the jokes in this work can't be replicated in this world. For example, the transformation of the sexy prisoner mimics the transformation of Sailor Moon, the vaccine man resembles Piccolo, Saitama looks very similar to Ikaku Madarame from Bleach. But sadly, aside from Bleach, there's not much else in this world that's similar to the original works. However, that doesn't mean there are no references. The transformation of the sexy prisoner can be changed to mimic that of Madoka Magica. The vaccine man can look like a virus from Cells at Work. A great start, which made Ren very happy. So, he eagerly looked at the next work. Bah! When he saw this work, Ren subconsciously spat. This noise made Jada look at Ren. What's wrong? Ah, nothing, Ren whispered. Go to sleep early. Okay. The room fell silent again, and Ren looked at the second work. This work is My Hero Academia. The reason for Ren's disgust is the author's disgraceful behavior, joking about war victims. This author named a villain who performed human experiments Maruta, which was the codename used by the infamous Unit 731 for human test subjects during World War II. The term Maruta has no ambiguous meaning, showing the author's malicious intent in using it despite knowing its significance. Without a second thought, Ren decided not to redeem this work, no matter how cheap it was, and moved on to the third work. His expression finally brightened. Reborn. The story revolves around Tsuneyoshi Sawada, the 10th generation boss of the Vongola family, an Italian mafia organization, and his family's growth. The series became popular with its stylish character designs, cool equipment, and cute characters. The encompassing sky, the solitary cloud, the illusionary mist, the fierce sun, the electric thunder, the two-handed storm, and the calming rain. Besides the thrilling action, the everyday life scenes in this series made Ren laugh hysterically with each episode. In his previous life, there were 3 major manga series, Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach. But at one time, the community jokingly referred to them as one Bleach piece. The one was Hunter x Hunter, and the piece was Reborn. However, Ren didn't plan to complete the entire series. He felt the Future arc was the peak of the series. From the start of the Future arc to the choice battle, the continuous suspense and plot twists were stunning. Even though the glimpses of the protagonists' future selves were brief, they left a strong impression on readers. Perfect. Ren was secretly delighted. Just then, a sudden cry shattered Ren's excitement. He felt a kick on his calf from Jada, who covered her head with the quilt, turning her back to Ren. This cry means a diaper change. Your turn. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 217, The Assistant's Inspiration. 1010 words. 1. WW1 Historical Fanfic. Or 2. Other. If other, suggest in this paragraph comment. Other can range from a MCU fic to a track and field fic to a Harry Potter fic. I'm making this announcement on all my other fanfics, but what I have to say is that this fic may be getting dropped. Not because of motivation or anything but because of an abrupt ending. That being said, enjoy the few chapters. In Shicheng, at the assistant studio. Ren came here again today, bringing along several of his manga. As expected, One Punch Man received unanimous praise from the assistants. Teacher, I feel like this work of yours will definitely break the current trend of typical action manga. An assistant looked at Ren excitedly. Although he often praised Ren's work, today he was truly sincere, with no exaggeration. He couldn't help but admire the porter's powerful composition and meticulous drawing in the manga. For example, the image of a punch cutting through the Earth's atmosphere gave him a visual and imaginative shock. Additionally, the unconventional plot and unique characters set it apart from typical action manga. In most action manga, the protagonist is defined by their passion, effort, and refusal to give up, following a formula of defeating monsters, leveling up, and eventually overcoming the big villain with sheer will and some luck. But the porter's work completely subverted this traditional structure. The protagonist starts with the ultimate strength, yet lives a mundane life, often going unnoticed despite saving the world multiple times. This extreme contrast in character portrayal left a deep impression. Besides the protagonist, every character had strong attributes, making even those defeated by the protagonist memorable. For instance, the seaweed monster devoured by the protagonist. However, "Teacher, don't you think you should change the protagonist's design?" An assistant voiced his doubt. He felt that the protagonist's design wasn't very likable. A signature bald head, a cape, and that frequently blank expression didn't seem to fit a main character, whereas the protagonist's disciple seemed more like the main character. "Yes, teacher, are you sure about this protagonist's design? How about switching it with Gino's appearance?" "Why switch?" Ren asked back. "Don't you find this character memorable? Since this work is about contrasts, the protagonist should also be more contrasting than in other action manga. Besides, don't you think this protagonist leaves a deeper impression on you?" "Deeper?" Some assistants fell into thought. At this moment, another assistant raised a question about Ren's other work, Reborn. "Your work Reborn might be criticized by many fans in the early stages," the assistant said cautiously. "I know," Ren replied with some helplessness. Even with some modifications, the early stages of Reborn might cause him to lose some readers. The early part lacks a clear main plot and is purely comedic until the Kokuyo arc, where the story starts to change qualitatively. The introduction of the villain Rakudo Mukuro and the crisis of the prison escape dramatically shifted Reborn from a comedy to an action manga. However, the early daily life episodes weren't useless since every character introduced became important later. During the Ring conflict arc, all the characters from the daily episodes were brought back, each with a distinct personality and more formidable opponents. The series would gradually improve. In Ren's view, the greatest charm of Reborn lies in its character development. Every character stands out the moment they appear. The protagonist Suna's incompetence, Gakudera's delinquency and loyalty, Yamamoto's cheerful nature, Hibari's rebellious and aloof demeanor, and so on. Moreover, each character's traits are distinct and even complementary. So, Ren was mentally prepared to lose some readers initially. "I see, that's good," the assistant nodded, then realized. Of course, the porter would have thought of all aspects while creating a manga. How could he make such a mistake? "Alright then, everyone, it's time to get to work," Ren said, then remembered something. "By the way, it's time for our regular submission day. Hand in your prepared name." Hearing this, the assistants brought out the names they had prepared. Ren didn't review their works daily since he had his own tasks and didn't want his assistants to rush. So, he only reviewed them periodically. Ren went through each name, letting them seek editors if they were publishable, until "Teacher." Felix approached with a smile, handing over a script. "This is my script for Kamen Rider. What do you think?" Though Felix was still an assistant, his main job was a screenwriter. He should have been working at the Guhara company, but he said he wanted to stay around Ren for inspiration. "Oh, you have another work?" Ren looked at him in surprise, feeling a bit hopeful. After all, Felix had previously brought over Nexus across time and space. What could it be this time? With this in mind, Ren opened Felix's script. As he read, Ren was stunned because he was very familiar with this work. It had a bit of a Kamen Rider Amazon vibe. The story describes mysterious creatures called Amazons suddenly appearing in the world. They can transform into humans and feed on them, hiding in every corner of the city. Because of this, a mysterious organization forms a unit to hunt these creatures. If Nexus was considered a mature Ultraman work, Kamen Rider Amazon was dubbed an adult-oriented Kamen Rider work by many fans. Combining the tragic themes of traditional Kamen Rider with the fight against monsters and the theme of survival of the fittest, the story revolves around Yu Mizusawa and Jin Tokuyama, depicting the survival struggle between humans and Amazons. Although some aspects needed modification, it was noticeably more mature than Nexus. Ren couldn't help but joke, "You could try making an adult version of Cells at Work. I think you have the talent." An adult version of Cells at Work. Felix suddenly got interested. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Not only Felix, but the other assistants were also curious. "Oh, it could be drawn like this." For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 218, He Became Stronger and Bald. 788 words. A new week begins. Ah, the beauty of youth, Daniel sighed after reading the latest chapter of Your Lie in April. The artwork was beautiful, and the dialogue in the story was well written. It was as if the static manga made music play in his ears. The entangled feelings between the teenage boy and girl reminded him of his own school days. If he had been a bit better looking and a bit more talented back then, maybe he would have had such experiences too. No wonder Claire is the porter's student, Daniel praised. He thought that if Claire kept working hard, she might become a famous manga artist. But right now, the most important thing was the porter's new work. Daniel's eyes moved to the next piece, One Punch Man. The title didn't sound very impressive, probably just another hero manga. But since it was the porter's work, it surely had some redeeming qualities. Sure enough, it started with a villain causing havoc in the city. But why did this villain look so familiar? Thinking hard, Daniel suddenly realized, isn't this the villain number 0 from Kamen Rider Kuga? Except it was turned from live action into manga form. Indeed, as Daniel guessed, the original design for Vaccine Man in One Punch Man was a tribute to Piccolo from Dragon Ball. Since Ren hadn't drawn Dragon Ball in this world, he used a character from his own work. He initially considered using Cells at Work, but eventually chose Kamen Rider Kuga. This looks intense, Daniel thought, watching Vaccine Man's destruction of the city. The response from the authorities made it clear this villain was a big deal. Even the heroes sent to fight him were defeated, making Daniel look forward to the upcoming battle. After all, the initial villain's attack was beautifully drawn. Then the scene shifted. The TV was broadcasting news about the monster, while the bald protagonist, shown on the cover, flipped his cape and stepped out, his figure captured dramatically. At this moment, despite the bald head, Daniel found the protagonist quite imposing. The manga continued. Part of the city had turned into ruins, with smoke rising. A little girl cried in the rubble, calling for her parents. But there was no response. The monster, however, had reached her, its muscular hand ready to crush her. But suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and the monster's attack missed. Annoyed, the monster asked, "Who are you?" "Just a hero for fun," the bald protagonist said with a slight smile. But this front view of the protagonist made Daniel, who was drinking cola, spit it out. "Wait, is this false advertising?" Daniel flipped back to the cover and compared it to the panel. On the cover, the protagonist looked determined, ready to punch through the sky, bald head and all. But in this panel, he looked like a simpleton, a face fit for a side character. And the yellow suit and dishwashing gloves added to the cheap look. Wait. Daniel rubbed his temples. He started guessing. Maybe this isn't the protagonist. Maybe he's an important side character. Daniel reassured himself, mumbling, "Yes, that's it. This bald guy will lose, and the real protagonist will save the day, right?" But as he spoke, he began to doubt himself. Typically, characters on the cover are main characters. And the determined look when the bald guy stepped out matched the cover. Could it be a mix-up with the drafts? With these doubts, Daniel read on, feeling more excited. It was battle time. Even if the bald guy looked silly, the porter would surely make the fight scenes amazing. The monster transformed, growing huge and terrifying. From its words, Daniel learned it was a vaccine creature meant to wipe out humanity. Given its mission, it had to be powerful. Then the unbelievable happened. The protagonist destroyed the monster with a single punch. Yes, one punch shattered it. No way, after all that build-up, it's over in one punch. Daniel couldn't believe it. He had been ready for an epic fight, but it ended just like that. Frustrated, he thought, what about the intense battle? Sure, the result was dramatic, but what about the process? As Daniel vented, the scene changed. It showed the protagonist's past. Strange, he was quite handsome before, Daniel noted. He learned that the bald guy was indeed the protagonist, but why did he go bald? This piqued Daniel's and many readers' curiosity. They read on, discovering the protagonist had saved a child from a monster years ago, which inspired him to train rigorously. After 3 years, he gained immense strength but lost all his hair. He became stronger and bald. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 219, One Punch Man. 943 words. Across the board for all my 3 novels, the WW1 fanfiction was voted the most, so that's what I'm doing right now. The title is called WW1, Tycoon. Only 3 chapters will be released as I am testing the grounds to see the reception. Please let me know how it is. That being said, enjoy. So that's how it is. After seeing Saitama's introduction in the first chapter and the scene where he casually defeats the gigantic monster, Daniel finally understood the protagonist's strength in this work. Through intense training, he gained unbeatable power, capable of defeating any enemy with a single punch. But because he was so strong, every battle ended with just one punch. This repetition made him feel a growing sense of emptiness despite his absolute power. At this point, a song lyric seemed to echo in Daniel's mind, how lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. When someone reaches the peak of their power, they often feel this way. Yeah, right. Daniel glared at Saitama. If he had such invincible power, he would never feel lonely. But soon, Daniel saw Saitama face a crisis. Yes, a crisis. In the manga, very few could withstand Saitama's punch. Typically, the villains would boast, then Saitama would end them with a single punch. However, 3 fights left a lasting impression. Saitama vs. the Subterraneans, Saitama vs. Genos, and Saitama vs. Boros. These 3 battles, with their powerful impacts and vivid, imaginative visuals, were top-notch. The cinematic approach to the manga made its scenes more impactful, with a stronger sense of atmosphere in the paneling. In the first chapter, Saitama encounters the Subterraneans. After falling asleep, Saitama dreams that the Subterraneans, due to overpopulation, invade the surface world. Even Saitama finds them a bit tough to handle. Despite the tough battle, Saitama is not disheartened but rather excited. This sense of crisis and tension is something he hasn't felt since becoming so strong. After defeating the smaller Subterraneans, a larger monster, the Subterranean King, emerges from the water. This is amazing. The porter's art style was incredibly intense. The fight scenes were extremely glamorous, and the paneling was done to perfection, making Daniel's blood boil with excitement. The visceral, intense combat was so thrilling in the manga that Daniel couldn't wait for it to be adapted into a TV series. But the next moment, Daniel was stunned. Because it was all Saitama's dream. This was a real letdown. It was like someone was all ready for something exciting, only to find out it was just a dream. This disappointing feeling was quite frustrating. But then, Daniel realized that Saitama felt even worse than he did. Because when he woke up, there were indeed Subterraneans, but their strength was nowhere near the ones in his dream. Still, not bad, Daniel muttered after finishing the first chapter. He found himself hooked and understood the porter's intention. In many current action manga, the protagonist's guaranteed victory is a given. Facing complex but ultimately similar battles, readers have lost patience. The porter cleverly used this reader mentality, first establishing a predictable victory, then challenging it, keeping the core element of victory in shonen manga but offering a different reading experience. This was one reason Daniel read it from start to finish. However, this setup also worried Daniel. Solving every battle with one punch was a double-edged sword. This setup could make fights too brief and repetitive. Constantly stronger enemies would eventually bore readers. Right now, the novelty kept readers engaged. But what if it gets old? Then it might be less exciting than the typical action manga with thrilling fight scenes. However, the porter must have considered this, Daniel thought, realizing he might be overthinking. Since the porter promoted this work extensively before release, it showed his confidence in it. The porter's works are always top-notch. He never disappointed his readers with his many works. With this in mind, Daniel started reading the second chapter of One Punch Man. Not long after, Daniel burst out laughing. The invincible man couldn't kill a mosquito after numerous tries. This reminded Daniel of his own struggles with pesky mosquitoes in summer. But why did the porter make the mosquito battle so intense, like it was some major enemy? Watching the scenes in the manga, Daniel was speechless. The panels zoomed in on Saitama, then pulled back, focusing on his face before zooming out again. It felt more like a movie storyboard than a manga. Using the size, distance, and angle of the panels, the porter made the reading experience comfortable, immersing readers in the manga. And this monster looks too beautiful, Daniel thought, placing his hands respectfully on the desk as he looked at Mosquito Girl's figure. As a manga critic, Daniel read all kinds of manga. He noticed that Mosquito Girl's clothing lines, shading, and hair were done in a mainstream colored manga style. The porter is definitely one of us. From the early days, Daniel thought the porter's female characters had a hint of allure. Seeing Mosquito Girl confirmed this. While Daniel pondered, a man suddenly appeared before Mosquito Girl in the manga. He looked incredibly cool, with a face fit for a protagonist. His fight with Mosquito Girl was extremely glamorous. His attack methods and looks were worthy of a main character. This reminded Daniel of Saitama's egg-like face, leaving him speechless. The porter sure has a quirky sense of humor, but it felt like the porter had some malicious intent, as if this suddenly protagonist-looking man would fall victim to the porter's mischief. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 220, ALO. 910 words. This is definitely the porter's quirky style. Daniel couldn't help but think after watching Geno's and Mosquito Girl's fight. In this battle, Geno's did a lot of trash-talking before the fight, setting up numerous flags. Then, after a series of flashy moves, his efforts amounted to nothing. The fight scenes were wonderfully drawn by the porter, full of energy. But what happened? Mosquito Girl transformed and almost defeated Geno's, who barely avoided self-destruction. It wasted the heroic face, abilities, and tragic backstory of Geno's, which in any other story would make him the classic underdog hero who rises from hardship. Yet, despite his progress, Geno's still couldn't win. Look at Saitama. Despite his plain looks and failure to kill a mosquito, he followed it from home to the battlefield, losing his clothes in the process. But when facing a real enemy, Saitama's strength shone through. He defeated the powerful Mosquito Girl with one slap. Wait, one slap? Daniel paused, an equation forming in his mind. Saitama equals Mosquito Girl Geno's? What kind of divine mosquito is this? Daniel shook his head and continued reading. At least the porter's quirky humor hadn't fully emerged. If it did, the readers would be in for a tough time, just like with Madoka Magica and Fate Zero. Saitama is chased home by Geno's, who wants to become his disciple. During this, assassins from the House of Evolution suddenly appear. But Saitama easily defeats them and learns about their organization from Armored Gorilla, one of the assassins. Despite winning with one punch again, Daniel found himself still hooked. Why was it so entertaining even when the enemies were defeated with one punch? Daniel smacked his lips, looking forward to the next plot. Especially curious about how Saitama got so strong in 3 years and why his thick hair turned into a bald head. Various images flashed in Daniel's mind. Maybe Saitama trained by dragging something heavy with a rope every morning and evening. Maybe he trained underwater to withstand pressure or jumped into fire to build endurance. These monsters are really annoying, Daniel muttered, seeing the battered gorilla. In the previous plot, Saitama said his training was tough. He seemed about to share it with Genos, but the appearance of these guys interrupted the story. Fine, let's check out Sword Art Online, Daniel sighed. He was curious. Since the game was already cleared in the previous plot, how could it continue? Maybe it had turned into a daily life series showing Kirito and Asuna's sweet moments. Daniel was looking forward to it. The Porter's slice of life works were great, as shown in your name. With this in mind, Daniel opened Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online had transitioned from the SAO arc to the ALO arc. ALO, short for Alfheim Online, is the second Vermorped game related to Kaiba's team after SAO. It tells the story of Kirito discovering that his girlfriend hadn't woken up from the death game SAO. He finds her image in the new VR game Alfheim Online, built on SOA's backup server. To find out the truth, Kirito enters the game again to rescue her. This work introduces a typical, idealized villain. That's Sugo. What's an idealized villain? An idealized villain has traits like high status, greed, cruelty, and stupidity, often seen in online novels. They love to trouble the protagonist, steal their love interests, and seize their opportunities. Seeing such a character makes readers want to kill them to satisfy their anger. Many stories need such a character to make the readers enjoy the plot. In the SAO arc, Ren had portrayed Kibao as such a character. In the ALO arc, Sugo plays this role. In Chapter 15, it's revealed that Asuna and other survivors haven't woken up and are still deeply unconscious. 2 months later, Kirito, visiting Asuna's hospital room, meets her father, Shuzu, and his subordinate, Sugo. Kirito learns that Asuna, still in a coma, is set to marry Sugo in a week. Watching Sugo touch the sleeping Asuna's hair and poke her face, both Kirito and Daniel, along with many readers, were furious. NTR must die. Porter, how could you love cuckoldry so much? Asuna is a beloved character among readers, gentle, beautiful, and dignified, an ideal partner for many. Giving her to Kirito was acceptable since he's the protagonist. But who is this Sugo? How dare he touch Asuna's face? How could readers accept this? However, when readers saw Chapter 16, they breathed a sigh of relief. Kirito finds a video in Agil's shop showing a female deity resembling Asuna in the new ALO game. And the game developer is Sugo. Readers immediately suspected Sugo was behind everything. This excited them. Seeing Sugo harass Asuna made readers want to beat him up, and now they finally had a reason. The surprises didn't end there. Realizing Asuna is trapped in the game, Kirito logs into ALO and discovers something odd about his character's stats. After some thought, he realizes these are his stats from SAO. For some reason, his SAO stats had transferred to ALO. This thrilled readers. They could once again see the cool starburst stream in this new game. Additionally, Kirito finds an item in his inventory that revives Yui, who had died in SAO. Yui's revival revealed that ALO might be a backup of the SAO server. Of course, Sugo is a total villain, even stealing others' achievement. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 221, Reborn. 824 words. Katekyo Hitman Reborn, huh? After finishing Sword Art Online, Daniel turned to another new manga by the Porter. He recalled the Porter's introduction to this work, mentioning it was a hot-blooded shonen manga. From the title, he thought it might be about youth or teacher-student relationships. But from the promotion, it seemed to be about some kind of mafia story. Was it trying to mimic Hong Kong? Hong Kong was famous for its mafia movies, especially classics like A Better Tomorrow, known by many. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, these films had a deep impact on many teenagers in China. Unfortunately, Hong Kong's influence in entertainment had declined in recent years. These mafia films also faded due to government restrictions. Despite this, many viewers still loved this genre and considered old movies classics. Good mafia movies were typically from Hong Kong. While mainland China tried similar films during the Hong Kong mafia craze, they lacked the same flavor. After all, in mainland China, you'd only see such scenes in the news where those guys got caught. However, Daniel was excited about the porter's work. The porter was known for his wide range of topics, so fans had high expectations for his eclectic works. Leveraging the mafia theme, Katekyo Hitman Reborn quickly gained popularity even before its release, rivaling Ren's other manga. Let's see if it can match the quality of Hong Kong mafia movies. With that thought, Daniel opened the manga. The story began in Italy, on the island of Sicily. Ren had altered some of the background for the Vongola family. In the original, Vongola started as a vigilante group protecting residents, founded by Giotto, the first Vongola boss, in Sicily, Italy. Ren modified it to be an organization founded during wartime by the first Vongola boss who traveled abroad to seek allies and preserve Chinese culture. Ren considered renaming it to something like Hong Clan, but decided against it. In this world, there was already a Hong Clan with many branches, like the outer 8 halls and inner 8 halls, making it a stereotype among readers. Ren didn't want to attract nitpickers. So, he kept the name Vongola. Moreover, Ren was more familiar with Vongola. If he renamed it, he might mess up the dialogue. Italy, her. But. Soon, Daniel's head was full of question marks. Reborn, in the title, referred to the small baby in a black suit and hat. What? Although cute, was this baby the protagonist? It would be weird to see a baby in the mafia. As Daniel pondered, the scene shifted to China. He sighed in relief, realizing the baby wasn't the protagonist. The protagonist was Tsunayoshi Suna Sawada, a clumsy student failing in both academics and sports. The baby, reborn, came to be his home tutor. So far, it seemed like a typical shonen manga. The protagonist was a loser, so his growth would be crucial, making it a key aspect of a hot-blooded manga. But as he read on, Daniel frowned. The first chapter introduced Reborn changing Suna's life and Suna's special power, the dying will flame. In the second chapter, a new transfer student, Kyoya Hibari, viewed Suna as an enemy from the start. Under Reborn's scheme, Suna had to participate in a volleyball game. Not wanting to disappoint the popular Yamamoto and Gakudera, he played with the help of Reborn's dying will bullet. The story was interesting so far, but where was the hot-blooded battle story they expected? High expectations led to great disappointment. The current plot felt more like a comedic adventure manga. Maybe the plot hasn't fully unfolded yet. Daniel, a diehard Porter fan, hesitated. There were fights, but minor ones. Not just Daniel, but many online were starting to join the buzz. Is this it? This is supposed to be a hot-blooded manga. The Porter must be running out of ideas. Everyone fails eventually. The Porter has always had successful manga. A failure is due. Stop joking. When Madoka Magica came out, didn't you think it was a traditional magical girl story? This might be similar, starting slow but then exploding. Exactly, I trust the Porter. Home tutor has to be more than it seems. Such comments filled the forums. Supporters and critics of Ren argued endlessly. Ren was prepared for this. Katekyo Hitman Reborn started with daily life chapters to introduce Suna's family members. Each character was essential. When the ring conflict arc came, these characters played crucial roles, turning the story into an influential hot-blooded battle manga. It was a complete story, different in content before and after, but without the early setup, there wouldn't be the later growth of Suna's family members. So Ren couldn't start directly from the ring conflict arc. In time, this work would quietly rise like his previous manga. Readers would gradually follow Katekyo Hitman Reborn, from its humorous start to its thrilling battles. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 222, The Country is Dying. 946 words. While Ren's new works received both praise and criticism, the new year was approaching. Before the new year, Ren was invited to attend several award ceremonies. For example, Kamen Rider Kuga won the Xingguang Award, previously won by Ultraman Tiga, and Ren received the Best Screenwriter Award. Kamen Rider Kuga also won a Top 10 TV Show award. Additionally, works like Cells at Work, Fate Zero, and Final Holy War received numerous awards at the Golden Rat Awards and the Huabiao Awards. Cells at Work won awards for Best Story, Outstanding Science Popularization, and Best Children's Manga at the Huabiao Awards. This was expected. Cells at Work was highly educational and entertaining, pioneering the anthropomorphism trend in this world. After Cells at Work came out, a series of anthropomorphism works appeared in the domestic market, like Fruit Heroes and Little Cell Adventures. Cells at Work could be considered the originator. Speaking of which, after these works appeared, Ren even notified the game department to create a ship girl game. After all, one of the most successful anthropomorphism games was about ship girls. The saying "the country is dying, and ship girls are everywhere" wasn't an exaggeration. However, Ren wanted to make a game different from the typical ship games. He envisioned a 3D arcade-style game with naval battles, where players could see the ship girls during battle damage and hear their reactions when their clothes were damaged. Of course, the ships in the game wouldn't be World War II ships but modern warships. Moreover, Ren's company wasn't making games just for male players. More and more women were willing to spend money on games these days. So, Ren also asked the game department to create a game called Sword Boys, anthropomorphing weapons like swords. But these were just small matters. The most important thing was that one of Ren's anime works was nominated for the Best Foreign Language Animated Film at the Oscars, along with 4 other works from Norway, South Korea, and Canada. It was also nominated for Best Manga Creator and Best Manga Adaptation. In this world, the history of Chinese animation at the Oscars could fill a book. The first time the domestic animation industry participated in the Oscars was in 1972, when The Water Margin became the first Chinese animation nominated for Best Foreign Language Film. It used traditional Chinese ink painting style to convey authentic and unique Chinese culture to the world. However, for a long time after that, domestic works didn't receive such nominations. In 2001, The Bright Bible from Longxiang, one of the Big Five companies, became the next Chinese animation to step onto the Oscars stage. Longxiang rode the success of The Bright Bible to surpass the other 4 major companies. This success spurred the domestic animation industry to embark on an Oscar journey that continues today. However, the number of award-winning works was limited. For example, Silent Moon and Nightmare Street. But in the past 5 years, the domestic animation industry seemed to hit a bottleneck, with no nominations for the Oscars. Ren wasn't fixated on winning an Oscar. He just aired Fullmetal Alchemist overseas, and Jada handled the rest. Fullmetal Alchemist receives high praise overseas. Nominated for 3 Oscars. After 5 years, domestic animation is nominated for an Oscar again. Can Ren bring home an Oscar for Chinese animation? The Oscar nominations brought significant attention to Ren, pushing Fullmetal Alchemist to the top of the trending list. All this fuss over a nomination? I thought it had won. Yeah, this guy is out of ideas. Look at Home Tutor, which he called a hot-blooded shonen manga. It's just a comedy. I think Home Tutor is pretty good. It's funny and might have the hot-blooded part later. It's called a setup. I think Fullmetal Alchemist has a good chance at the Oscars. It fits foreign tastes. I agree. I saw the ratings and reviews on foreign sites, and they are mostly positive. You're making this up. Where's the data? Haha, Fullmetal Alchemist has a 9.9 rating on IMDb. Is that made up? Wow, it's true. The porter is amazing. How come I didn't hear about this? That's because the porter is low-key. He doesn't hype up everything like others. Years of failed Oscar attempts had made many animators and viewers lose hope, rarely paying attention to the Oscars anymore. But this nomination injected new life into the domestic animation scene. After 5 years, a domestic animation was nominated again, reigniting hope among everyone, including relevant departments and fans. Previously, without nominations, there was no hope. But this time, with a nomination, the chances of winning Best Foreign Language Animated Film were 25%, with 4 nominees. A 1 in 4 chance, 25%, was hope. Even though the preferences of the judges might differ from website ratings, the ratings showed that Fullmetal Alchemist was well received overseas. In the past, works with different styles couldn't be accepted by foreigners. But this time was different. Fullmetal Alchemist aligned well with foreign tastes. The reviews on foreign media sites were good, and it had high ratings on Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb. A 95% score on Rotten Tomatoes meant 95 out of 100 reviews were positive. And a 9.1 rating on IMDb was impressive. However, Ren and Jada were concerned that it might only get nominations. Despite 3 nominations, many works in the past had a one-day tour at the Oscars, getting nominations but no awards, with some works having 10 nominations but winning none. But they decided not to worry too much. If they didn't win, they didn't win. The most important thing was to enjoy the new year. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 223, Ren's Trick. 1033 words. This year, February 11th was New Year's Eve. But this year was a bit different from previous years. This year, Ren's family had a new member, his baby son. Ren's parents were also spending the new year at his house. Everything should have been wonderful, but right now, little Yaya was very angry. Daddy. Yaya stood with her hands on her hips, looking up at her naughty father, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Why didn't you give me my red envelope? A red envelope is supposed to keep me safe and sound for the year. Yaya was furious, and the consequences were serious. How could her daddy not give her a red envelope? Was he bullying a child? And you have the nerve to ask. Ren glanced at his daughter, who was confidently arguing, and thought about what he had discovered. His anger rose even more. After what you did, you still have the guts to ask for a red envelope. Huh? Yaya looked puzzled. What did she do? Was it because she deleted her dad's game save? Or was it because she spent all his in-game currency? Or maybe it was because she got caught tattling to Mom. But since Daddy didn't say what it was, she should play dumb. Maybe he was trying to trick her. Quick images flashed through her mind. She was sure she hadn't left any evidence. As long as there was no evidence, she was innocent. Thinking this, Yaya crossed her arms confidently. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm a good kid, I didn't do anything wrong. Heh. Ren sneered. He stood up and walked upstairs under the curious gazes of the others. A few seconds later, he came back down with a notebook in his hand. Explain this. This essay almost made me lose my mind. Ren slammed Yaya's winter break homework, an essay, onto the table. Jada and Ren's parents picked up the essay and read it. Then they exchanged glances. What's wrong? They didn't see anything wrong with it. It was well written and on topic. Exactly. What's wrong? Yaya picked up the essay, looking it over from all angles, not finding any mistakes. No spelling errors, and it didn't stray from the topic. Yaya looked at Ren with innocent eyes, as if questioning him. Hearing her say this made Ren even angrier. Your teacher assigned you to write about family love. And what did you do? Oh, Mom has love, Grandma and Grandpa have love, even Rue has love. Ren's voice grew louder as he pinched Yaya's soft cheeks. But what about Daddy's love? Do I not have any love? No conscience at all. Look at your snacks, your toys, think about. Ren was so angry that he started to babble. Yaya saw this and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, she did it on purpose. Her dad had teased her last time. She had fallen down, and all he cared about was Rue. Laugh, laugh, all you do is laugh. Ren pointed at her essay in frustration. I don't care, you must rewrite it and include my love for you. What? You're driving me crazy. Grandma Daddy's bullying me. Hearing that she had to rewrite her essay, Yaya immediately turned to her grandma, pouting. All right. Hearing her granddaughter's plea, Grandma's heart melted, and she glared at Ren. The essay is fine as it is. Why force her to include your love? You're just picking on Yaya. Exactly. With Grandma backing her up, Yaya's confidence soared. She hid behind Grandma and waved her tiny fists at Ren, then proudly lifted her head. Happy New Year. Hand over my red envelope. Honestly, Ren didn't want to give her the red envelope, but his mom was watching, so he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Ren pulled out the prepared red envelope from his pocket. He made a decision. After Jada finished her confinement period, the baby's full moon celebration, and his parents went back home, he would teach this little girl a lesson. She needed to learn what cruelty was. And it would start with her snacks. As Ren thought about this, little Yaya, who had just received her red envelope and was feeling quite pleased, suddenly shivered with a sense of dread. She looked around but didn't see anything unusual, so she shrugged it off. Maybe it was just her imagination. With that thought, the family resumed eating their dumplings. After the meal, the house was filled with harmony. Ren's parents were taking care of the baby. Jada was lying on the couch with her feet on Ren's lap, enjoying a massage. As for Yaya, she was sitting on another couch, holding her red envelope and happily counting the money inside. Although she didn't spend money, she loved the feeling of counting it. It made her feel secure. But compared to the rest of the family, Ren was in a foul mood, especially as he watched Yaya happily counting her money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, an idea popped into Ren's head. He gently moved Jada's feet off his lap and slowly walked toward Yaya. Hearing the footsteps, Yaya instinctively looked up and saw her dad approaching with a smile. This immediately made her wary. She hugged her money to her chest and warned, "What do you want? I'm telling you, don't even think about taking my red envelope." "Why would Daddy take your red envelope?" Ren chuckled, sitting down next to her. Yaya quickly scooted away to keep some distance. As the saying goes, a bad daddy isn't up to any good. She wasn't going to fall for it. "Then why are you here? Do you know what a bank is, Yaya?" Ren ignored her question, instead asking something that puzzled her. Not just her, Ren's parents and Jada, who had been watching, were curious about what he was up to. "I know, but what does that have to do with you coming over here?" Yaya tightened her grip on her money. "I'm not a bank. And even if I were, I wouldn't have extra money." For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 224, The Trap in the Contract. 1091 words. "Even if you're not a bank, you can still be a bank's customer," Ren said, confusing Yaya. "What do you mean?" "You know, when you deposit money in a bank, you earn interest." Really?" Yaya looked at her grandparents. She trusted them a lot. She usually stored her money in her piggy bank, which had a little lock to keep her dad from taking it. She had no idea about depositing money in a bank. Seeing her grandparents nod made Yaya feel at ease. But soon, her curiosity was piqued again. Weren't they talking about her red envelope money? How did it turn into a discussion about bank deposits? Her little brain was spinning from her dad's words. "What does depositing money in a bank have to do with me? You can deposit your money with Daddy, and we can agree on a time when I'll give it back to you with interest," Ren said, trying to tempt Yaya. But Yaya was smart and wasn't about to be tricked by her dad. She gave him a suspicious look, pointed her finger at him, and said, "You just want to take my money." At that moment, she felt like Detective Yu, confidently accusing him, "You'll take my money and then pretend it never happened." Oh! Seeing that his daughter wasn't falling for it, Ren raised an eyebrow. Wow, she's this clever already, and she's only in elementary school? No wonder she's his daughter. But as the saying goes, old ginger is hotter. Ren wasn't about to give up just because his first trick didn't work. "How could you think that? Do you really think Daddy is like that?" Ren put on a hurt expression, shaking his head. "We can sign a contract, and both of us can put our names on it. You know what a contract is, right?" "Yeah." Yaya nodded. After all, her mom was a business owner, so she had learned that a contract meant that if someone broke the agreement, the police would come and arrest them. Thinking this way, it seemed fine, right? If Daddy tricked her, she could call the police. Wait, Yaya paused for a second. What was the police's phone number again? Seeing his daughter stay silent, Ren thought she was still hesitating, so he continued his persuasion. "I'll write the contract, and you can read it out loud so your mom, grandma, and grandpa can hear if it's okay. You'll get a few $100 extra. Think of all the snacks you could buy." Wow. The mention of snacks made Yaya's previous doubts disappear. "Okay." She even waved her fist at Ren, "If you trick me, I won't call the police. I'll get grandma and grandpa to beat you up. After all, if Daddy got arrested, she wouldn't have a daddy anymore. Yeah, that's totally the reason, not because she couldn't remember the police's number. Deal. Hearing Yea's words, a sly smile appeared on Ren's face. Revenge was at hand. Thinking this, he took out a sheet of paper and started writing. In no time, the contract was ready. Here, read it aloud. And let Daddy see how well you've learned to read. He said this to make sure she read it herself and didn't hand it directly to Jada or his parents, which would blow his cover. Page, of course I know how to read. I got 100% in language arts. Ye pouted and glared at Ren. Then she took the paper and began to read it. Receipt. Today, Ren received 20,000 yuan in red envelope money from Ye, with an annual interest of 500 yuan. The full amount will not be returned when Ye enters middle school. Huh? After reading it once, Ye paused, feeling like something was off. She rubbed her eyes and read it again. It seemed fine, right? Ye hesitated. She knew every word, and the meaning was clear, but something still felt wrong. Not only was Ye puzzled, but even Jada and Ren's parents were now curious. They had initially thought Ren was trying to trick Ye, but after hearing her read the contract aloud, they started to doubt it. Because the contract sounded fine to them. But could it really be that good? An annual interest of 500 yuan? HMPH, see? Daddy didn't lie to you. Ren said proudly when he saw that Ye hadn't noticed any flaws. It seemed he had outsmarted her. Come on, let's sign it. He handed her a pen. Wait. Jada stepped in, stopping Ren. Let me see that paper. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off, especially with Ren's tone and attitude. Huh? Ren was dumbfounded. That's not how this was supposed to go. Hold on, this contract involves a confidentiality agreement. Ren tried to stop Jada. But his reaction only made Jada more certain that something was fishy. She shoved Ren onto the couch and gave him a stern look. Even if there's a confidentiality agreement, I'm still Ye's legal guardian. You need my approval. Ye, give me the paper. Huh? Oh. Ye was startled for a moment but quickly understood. Mom must have found out something was wrong. She hurried over to her mom and handed her the contract, glaring at Ren as she did. She knew this bad daddy was trying to take her money, but she was still curious about what was wrong. Ren, on the other hand, was praying that Jada wouldn't figure it out. Jada took a quick look at the paper. At first glance, she didn't see anything wrong. But then, she quickly spotted the mistake. The "not in" will not be returned was obviously incorrect. Ren, I knew you were up to something. Jada rolled her eyes at Ren. This typo of yours is pretty sneaky. Mom, what's wrong? Ye quickly asked. She had felt something was off earlier too. Look here. When Jada pointed out the mistake, Ye realized what had happened and glared at Ren. Daddy, you big meanie. Trying to embezzle a child's red envelope money, aren't you ashamed? But who was Ren? He was the kind of man who could steal a child's snacks without batting an eye. Faced with Ye's accusations, Ren didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he stood tall with pride. Ha, and you think you're so clever? Didn't you even notice a simple typo? I'm teaching you to be careful. And that 20,000 yuan is your tuition. This is knowledge that'll benefit you when you grow up. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 225, The Award Ceremony. 1,101 words. While Ren was celebrating the new year, Jada was busy with promotions. Since Ren's Full Metal Alchemist was nominated for an Oscar, Jada's team in America had been tirelessly promoting it, handling public relations, and working non-stop. Despite the support from the TV network that purchased the rights to air Full Metal Alchemist and the help from journalists arranged by Jada, she still wasn't very confident. After all, winning an Oscar depends heavily on experience and connections. When Full Metal Alchemist entered the American market, Jada had organized some promotion, but honestly, she was just trying her best with a hopeful attitude. She didn't expect it to actually get nominated. However, now that it was nominated, Jada wasn't sure they could actually win anything. Her company, Pika Comics, was well known in China, but who knew them abroad? They lacked experience and connections. Even the Big Five companies, with their significant resources, hadn't received an Oscar nomination in the past 5 years. As days passed, the promotional efforts for Full Metal Alchemist reached the limits of Jada's capabilities. On February 20th, the Oscar voting ended, and the results were finalized. On the evening of the 24th, the 85th Academy Awards would be held at the Dolby Theatre. The Dolby Theatre, which in this world was similar to the Dolby Theatre, had always been the venue for the Oscars. A luxury cosmetics company called Dolby had previously paid nearly $80 million to secure naming rights for the theatre for 20 years. In China, people jokingly referred to it as the Dumbbell Theatre because it rolled off the tongue nicely. After waiting for so long, it was finally time for the awards to be announced, and Ren attended the Oscars in full formal attire. After walking the red carpet, Ren saw the other comic creators competing with him for the Best Foreign Language Animated Film Award. Even though they were competitors, it was important to be polite and get to know them. It wasn't the time to show any animosity, especially with journalists around. Despite being rivals, they all displayed gentlemanly behavior. After exchanging nods, they entered the venue together. What was really going on in their minds, whether they were silently cursing each other not to win, was anyone's guess. A Chinese journalist nearby excitedly captured this moment on camera. At 11 a.m., which was 8 p.m. in Los Angeles, everyone in the Chinese animation industry was gathered in front of their computers and TVs, watching the Oscars live broadcast through the Movie Channel and Penguin Video. It wasn't just the animation industry, viewers all over the country were watching what was arguably the most significant Oscars in 5 years. As soon as the live stream started, Penguin Video's chat was flooded with comments, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. First. I'm here. Marking my spot. I'll come back during lunch break. If The Porter wins Best Foreign Language Animated Film, plus Best Manga Adaptation and Best Manga Creator, this Oscars will be perfect. Not likely, it's a foreign award. Huh. Why did The Porter move so fast down the red carpet? The Porter's here to win awards, not stroll the red carpet. Should he fake a fall to make headlines? Give Mr. Wang a break, let him make headlines just once. Aside from Ren's fans, Jada, Yaya, and Ren's parents were also watching the live broadcast. Mom, do you think Daddy will win? Yaya looked up at her mother. She had heard from her friends that this award was a big deal. As a child, she liked to compare things, like whose dad had the coolest job. Of course he will. Jada certainly wasn't going to discourage her daughter. But even as she said it, she wasn't entirely confident. She had done all she could to help Ren get the nomination, but winning an Oscar? That was another matter entirely. There were so many entries every year, and the fact that Full Metal Alchemist had made it this far was an accomplishment in itself. Really? I knew Daddy was the best. Yaya let out a sigh of relief when she heard her mother's assurance. Suddenly, she noticed something on the screen that made her eyes widen. Tugging at Jada's sleeve, she exclaimed, Mom, look, why is there a row of white teeth shining over there? Jada, along with Ren's parents, followed Yaya's gaze and couldn't help but laugh. That's just a black man smiling. It's dark over there, and he's standing in the shadows, so you can't see his body. Oh tilde. Yaya nodded, not entirely understanding but sensing that it was something special. Meanwhile, Ren was seated in his chair at the ceremony. The seating at the Oscars is divided into tiers. The front rows on the ground floor are reserved for nominees and major presenters. Behind the main seating area, regular celebrity guests sit in the back rows, while non-entertainment industry figures are placed on the second floor. Ren was, of course, seated toward the front, near the edge. Ren couldn't help but be impressed by his wife's abilities. Although Jada had downplayed her capabilities before he left, saying she could only secure the nomination, Ren knew better. Getting a nomination for Best Foreign Language Film was already impressive, but also securing nominations for Best Manga Adaptation and Best Manga Creator was beyond expectation. These two awards were highly coveted each year. She's too hard on herself, Ren thought, shaking his head. He didn't realize how complicated Jada's feelings were. In her view, Pika's success was largely due to Ren's contributions. Ren's works would have shone no matter which company handled them, so it was because of him that Pika had reached its current status. She didn't want to lag too far behind Ren. Although she couldn't help Ren in the manga awards, she wanted to ensure his path was as smooth as possible in other areas. As the theater filled up, the 85th Academy Awards officially began. The first awards given were for Best Documentary Short and Best Animated Short, followed by the Technical Awards. The Singing Master series won Best Original Score. As for the Best Manga Adaptation and Best Manga Creator Awards, as Ren expected, he didn't win. But that was understandable. These were highly prestigious awards. And since the Oscars are an American institution, not only do you need to spend money on public relations, but you also need to be American. Alright, even if nationality weren't an issue, just being a Chinese person with yellow skin was enough to keep these prestigious awards out of reach. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 226, Winning the Award. 1055 words. There's a new fanfic called Immortal in Marvel, check it out. Of course, this is rigged. I've never even heard of these anime and authors that won. To be fair, these creators are pretty famous abroad. It's just that the domestic and international markets are different, so it's normal not to know them here. I just checked them out, the art style is terrible. The artwork isn't as good as the Porters, and the stories aren't as compelling. How did they win these awards? Enough already. Our domestic awards are lackluster compared to something like the Oscars, which is world-renowned. We're just playing in our own little sandbox here. I feel like the Oscars are biased too. The Porters' Full Metal Alchemist is incredibly popular overseas. When Ren's Full Metal Alchemist missed out on 2 important awards, many viewers watching at home were outraged. The chat was filled with comments accusing the Oscars of being rigged. Even Ren's mom, watching the ceremony, turned to Jada. Jada, what's going on? How come Ren hasn't won anything? Is it really rigged? She didn't know much about these things. She just knew from the news that her son was amazing, having been nominated for awards that many Chinese manga creators only dream of. She thought he was going there to collect awards, but it seemed like he might have gone all that way for nothing. It's kind of rigged, but more like tradition, Jada nodded, then shook her head. It's just that we're Chinese, with yellow skin. Of course, they'll give the awards to their own people. That's terrible. Ren's mom was furious and even considered calling her son to tell him to come back right away. But Ren's dad and Jada stopped her. What are you doing? Ren's mom asked them. Why sit there if he's not going to win anything? Mom, there's still 1 nomination left. He might win that one, Jada said helplessly. Really? Hearing this, Ren's mom stopped talking and continued watching, though she kept muttering under her breath about the Oscars judges. Meanwhile, it was finally time to announce the Best Foreign Language Animated Film Award. The host took the stage and introduced the nominees, Full Metal Alchemist Yokohama Love Story Battlefield Mage and Flowers and Eel Star. When Ren heard his work being mentioned, he suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. As the host spoke, clips from the nominated films appeared on the big screen. For Full Metal Alchemist the chosen scene was when Edward faced the Truth Gate and saw his brother Alphonse's body. Alphonse, I swear I'll come back for you. Just wait for me. Wait. As the gate slowly closed, Edward struggled, reaching out with his metal arm, shouting to his brother. After the clip played, the host opened the envelope, pretending to be surprised as he smiled. Then he said, "This anime tells a grand and sorrowful story, filled with compassion for humanity and the human spirit. All the major characters, especially the protagonist, embody a strong will to rise above challenges. The exploration of war and peace, and the reflections on human nature, make it a work that offers deep insights into our modern society. It's a story that makes us think." The host paused, and the theater fell silent. After a moment, he leaned into the microphone and announced loudly, "And the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Animated Film goes to Full Metal Alchemist from China." Suddenly, most of the cameras in the venue focused on Ren. Even without looking, he could feel the attention on him. He knew that countless eyes were watching him through the cameras. But now. Phew. Ren let out a long breath, feeling completely relaxed. He straightened his collar, stood up, and nodded to those around him. Amid the applause and the cameras, he confidently walked onto the stage. Thank you. Ren smiled as he took the Oscar statuette from the host, holding it high above his head. At that moment, all the animators watching Full Metal Alchemist win the Best Foreign Language Animated Film Award had mixed emotions. For 5 years, they had all been chasing this goal, and now the porter had achieved it. They couldn't help but feel a bit empty inside. However, no matter what others thought, the Oscars live broadcast on countless screens across China was flooded with celebratory comments. The porter is amazing. He got the Oscar. Checking in. Let's take a group photo. Taking a screenshot for memory. It was worth watching the live stream for an hour. Commemorative screenshot. I have to say, the porter looked pretty handsome holding that statuette. Wait, isn't he supposed to take a bite out of it to see if it's real gold? Back at the Daibi Theatre, Ren, smiling broadly, held the statuette for the cameras for a few seconds before lowering it to chest level to deliver his acceptance speech. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank the production team and my manga assistants, who worked tirelessly with me to create Full Metal Alchemist star. I'm also grateful to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences for recognizing this anime. As usual, Ren expressed his gratitude. Then, looking at the camera and knowing that many of his fellow countrymen were watching, he continued in Chinese, "It's just past noon in China, so you're probably all having lunch. Thank you for your support. This statuette belongs to all of you. May you always have a smile on your face and a hearty appetite. You too. Enjoy your meal. The porter is awesome." Even though they knew Ren couldn't see their comments, viewers continued flooding the screen with messages. Meanwhile, back at Ren's home, his mother was hugging her husband and cheering. After all, this was an award that many Chinese manga creators had never won. As parents, seeing their child achieve such success brought them immense joy. Jada didn't cheer, but her face softened into a gentle smile. As she watched Ren walk off the stage, she couldn't help but think he looked incredibly handsome at that moment. But I can't let you leave me behind. She decided that once her postpartum confinement was over, she would work even harder to push the company forward. Mom. Yaya tugged on Jada's sleeve. Daddy looked so cool. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 227, The Impact. 1,193 words. After the award ceremony, before attending the following banquet, Ren needed to sign a contract with the Academy. This is a standard procedure for every Oscar winner. The contract states that if the winner doesn't want to keep the Oscar statuette, they must sell it back to the Academy for $1, ensuring that the statuette doesn't end up in the hands of private collectors. If they refuse to sign, the Academy will keep the statuette. Since Ren's house is big enough, with a cabinet specifically for all his awards, he definitely signed the agreement to keep the statuette himself. But as he signed the contract, Ren couldn't help but wonder who was the first person to sell their Oscar, prompting the Academy to establish this rule. After leaving the theater, he was greeted by a crowd of reporters. Among them were several notable Chinese journalists who immediately rushed forward, thrusting microphones toward Ren. "Mr. Porter, congratulations on bringing home the first Oscar statuette for Chinese anime in 5 years, said a reporter from CCTV. Thank you. As the leading figure in the Chinese anime industry, how do you feel about winning the Oscar, and what would you like to say to your fans and colleagues back home? To the fans, never lose your passion. Everyone in the anime world is a friend, and while friends might have disagreements or different tastes, these are minor compared to what unites us. And to the manga creators, I'd say, don't give up on those flashes of inspiration, no matter how silly they might seem in the current industry. That's my wish for you all." Reporters from all sorts of media outlets, both official and unofficial, crowded around Ren. He was receiving as much attention as any major celebrity. A CCTV reporter suggested they take a photo together. Ren agreed, and they stood side by side as Ren held up the Best Foreign Language Animated Film Oscar. With a click, The reporters captured this historic moment. The reporters were excited, and so was Ren. One reporter had just told him that the viewership ratings for the movie channel and the number of people watching the Oscars live on Penguin Video were much higher than expected. This meant that more people were interested in this year's Oscars than he had imagined, increasing the influence of his win. This also meant that his wife's company, Picker Comics, was now on even more solid ground. Though Picker Comics was already doing well, this win provided extra security. After attending the banquet, Ren returned to his hotel to rest. Soon, he would be heading back home. In his hotel room, Ren was on the phone with Jada. "Congratulations," Jada said with a smile, pride evident in her voice. After all, this was her husband's achievement. "Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Without your PR efforts, I might not have even been nominated, and I wouldn't have had the chance to be part of this competition." Ren spoke modestly. No, it's really your manga that's amazing. No, it's your PR that's amazing." After a moment of exchanging compliments, they both laughed. "Really, there's no need for us to divide the credit. It's our shared success." "Right," Jada agreed, nodding. Then she glanced at the gift bag beside Ren. "So, what's in the Oscars gift bag?" As she asked, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. She had missed the most glorious moment of her husband's life because she was at home on maternity leave. She felt a bit of a pity and even thought, if only she could be like Neza's mother and stay pregnant for 3 years. But then she reconsidered, realizing that being pregnant for 3 years would be pretty miserable, especially with all the things she wouldn't be able to eat. The gift bag. Ren looked at the large bag he had brought back from the Oscars. He hadn't checked it yet. Now that he was back at the hotel, he figured he might as well open it up and take a look. Inside were various vouchers and jewelry items, a year's free satellite TV subscription, 2 free nights in a luxury suite at Caesar's Palace, a $12,000 trip to Hawaii, and a Tahitian pearl necklace. There were also some more ordinary items, jewelry, travel vouchers for several countries, free satellite TV and broadband for a year, skincare products, gift certificates for over a dozen hotels in California, and a 24-karat gold leaf. For an average family, these would undoubtedly be valuable items. But for Ren, they didn't seem all that useful. Satellite TV and broadband? He didn't really need those. As for the jewelry, it's not like they couldn't afford it themselves. The hotel vouchers were also not particularly enticing, especially since they were all for overseas locations. Ren hadn't even fully explored China yet. And with a newborn at home to take care of, international travel was out of the question. The only slightly useful item might be a branded umbrella. At least, if it rained on the way home, he could use it for some shelter. And then there was an opportunity to meet a famous Hollywood psychic. But that was something Ren had even less interest in. He would rather visit Mount Wudong to pay his respects to the true warrior great emperor, Zhenwu Dodi. These are really quirky gifts. Ren chuckled. He knew that the Oscars always gave out some odd items, with the total value of each gift bag usually being under $100,000, but he hadn't expected such peculiar things. Honestly, he would have preferred some snacks. Meanwhile, back in China, news of Ren winning the Best Foreign Language Animated Film Oscar was spreading like wildfire across both official and unofficial media outlets. Full Metal Alchemist represents Chinese anime, winning the Best Foreign Language Animated Film at the Oscars. The Porter becomes the first Chinese recipient of an Oscar in 5 years. The light of Chinese anime. After 5 years, The Porter brings Chinese anime to the global stage once again. Scandal. The Porter caught meeting secretly with a famous Hollywood voice actress at a Los Angeles hotel. Of course, that last headline was just tabloid gossip, and completely false. Amid the overwhelming praise, titles like The Light of Chinese Anime and The Top Anime Creator in China were being bestowed upon Ren. And it wasn't just media outlets like Sina and Penguin reporting this, more traditional outlets like Xinhua News Agency, The People's Daily, and CCTV's Movie Channel were also echoing these sentiments. The media didn't feel they were exaggerating, and most netizens didn't disagree. Even those with differing opinions were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming support. The Porter is unquestionably the top anime creator in China. The Big Five have been declining, And Ren is now the undisputed top manga creator. The big five are just resting on their laurels with no innovation in their anime. Speaking of which, the porter really is a genius. He's only been in the industry for a few years, and has already won an Oscar. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 228, The Full Month. 1,115 words. The day after the Oscars, Ren flew back to Beijing. He turned down all interviews, including those from CCTV, and declined all invitations, deciding to take a good 2-day rest at home. To be honest, he had been feeling quite tense before. Now that everything was over, he could finally relax. After all, even though Jada hadn't mentioned it, she had likely spent a lot of money on the campaign. If Ren hadn't won the award, he wouldn't just feel like he had let down the amazing works from his previous life, he would have also felt like he had let down his wife. Now that he had won, Ren was able to enjoy regular meals, watch TV, occasionally play games, go to bed early, get up early, and even run a few kilometers in the morning. This was what he considered the right way to live. However, after just a few days of rest, Ren found himself too busy to think about anything else. The house was lively and decorated, with family and friends invited over, including Yeye's little friends and their parents. But it wasn't to celebrate the Oscars or any other festival. The reason was that Ren's son, Ruya, had just turned 1 month old. On this special day, Yeye was dressed in a tiny platelets outfit from Ren's manga *cells at work star. She held a little flag and had a silent whistle in her mouth as she led her friends to see the baby. And believe it or not, she really did look as cute as the platelets from the manga. Wow, is this the baby? So cute. I want my mom and dad to have a baby brother or sister too. The group of little kids chattered away, eager to hold the baby. But Yeye quickly stopped them, just like when the platelets in *cells at work * gave instructions to others in episode 2. She began to instruct her friends. Don't make loud noises. Wash your hands before touching the baby. And no holding the baby without permission. And, of course, the most important rule. Hand over the entrance fee. Oh. The little kids obediently took out a pile of snacks and handed them to Yeye. Her eyes lit up with joy, narrowing into little slits. She was so clever to think of this way to get more snacks. Sure, there were plenty of snacks at home, but somehow, eating someone else's snacks just tasted better. Yeye. Suddenly, Yeye felt something heavy on her head, like something pressing down, and she heard a voice from behind, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. Mom. Yeye stammered without turning around. She knew exactly who was behind her. What is it? Who told you to collect an entrance fee? Jada asked with a not-so-genuine smile, looking down at her daughter. Do you think your little brother is an animal exhibit? And who said anything about not feeding him? After a second of silence, Yeye pointed toward the baby's crib, suddenly worried. Mom, is there a bug on the baby's bed? Huh? Jada instinctively looked over. No, there isn't, wait. Before she could finish, she felt Yeye slip out of her grasp like a little monkey. Turning around, she saw her daughter racing upstairs faster than usual, quickly reaching her room and slamming the door shut. That girl. Jada muttered, shaking her head in exasperation. But you can't escape me. Then, she turned to the other kids who were still waiting and smiled. All right, you can take your snacks back and go see the baby. But remember, no holding him. And if Yeye tries to use her brother to get things from you again, come straight to me. I'll let you see the baby anytime. Yay. You're the best, Auntie. The kids cheered, thrilled by Jada's generosity. After the celebration, the guests each took home 4 red-dyed eggs, and the baby received many toys, flowers, and other gifts. Naturally, Yeye had the most fun that day. Although she initially worried her mom would scold her, she soon realized her mom seemed to have forgotten all about it. During the event, Ren's parents were also full of laughter. After all, it was their grandson's full-month celebration, which meant the baby was growing up. Every milestone brought joy to the grandparents. But along with the joy came a tinge of sadness. After all, every milestone also reminded them that they were getting older. They wondered if they would live to see their grandchildren grow up, get married, and perhaps even experience the joy of having 4 generations under one roof. After the guests left, Ren and Jada wearily retreated upstairs, longing for a moment of peace and quiet. Jada had officially finished her confinement period and was feeling much better. Today, she had even swapped her heavy confinement clothes for a light nightgown. As for the baby, he was left in the care of Ren's parents. Soon, they would be returning to their hometown, as they couldn't keep their pets at their neighbor's house indefinitely. Even though Ren and Jada tried to persuade them to stay, the elderly couple was determined to go back. "Honey, I don't have to stay home all the time now. If I go out, what should I do?" Jada asked excitedly, eager to breathe fresh air after being cooped up for a month. "Whatever you want to do, go do it," Ren said with a smile, holding Jada close. "Shopping, buying clothes, whatever makes you happy." "Well," Jada started, but before she could finish, she felt something brush against her. She looked up at Ren. And as if they were thinking the same thing, Ren looked down at her. Their eyes met, and slowly, their faces inched closer until they kissed. At that moment, they both savored the intimacy. How long had it been since they'd shared a moment like this? Nearly a year, it seemed, with the only time they got close interrupted by some cosmic force, leaving it unresolved to this day. Now, after holding back for so long, they shared a deep, passionate kiss, only stopping when Jada was slightly out of breath. They parted, smiling at each other. "Finally, we can do what couples do," Ren laughed. In the next moment, Jada watched in surprise as Ren swiftly removed his clothes, the fluidity of his movements leaving her speechless. For some reason, a blush crept across Jada's cheeks. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of teasing as she bit her lip and whispered, "I could have done this sooner. It's just that you were too worried." For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 229, Want to Elope with Me? 1053 words. Of course, while Ren's personal life was changing, so was the storyline in his manga. At the forefront of these developments was Claire's manga, Your Lie in April Star. Initially, when Your Lie in April was serialized, readers thought it was just a typical youthful romance story. They expected it to be about the love and heartaches of young people, with the female lead helping the male lead overcome childhood trauma as they journey together towards musical success, eventually ending up happily together. The story seemed filled with sweet, daily interactions. Even when the female lead fainted early in the series, readers dismissed it, believing her claim that it was just anemia. After all, young people often downplay their health issues, and this seemed like one of those cases. Plus, the readers knew that Your Lie in April was drawn by a female artist. Even if she was the porter's apprentice, surely she wouldn't have the same dark humor that he was known for, right? They didn't expect her to inflict tragedies on her characters. But after the festival concert chapter, the readers began to worry. When it was time for the concert and the female lead, Kaori, didn't show up, leaving the male lead, Kusei, to perform alone, they started to sense that something was off. Soon after, they learned that Kaori had collapsed at home and was hospitalized. Although Kaori seemed upbeat, readers were unconvinced. They wondered, if it's just anemia, why is she fainting so often? Hasn't she learned her lesson? After chapters 13 and 14 were released, online discussions began to emerge. Even though Kaori looks energetic, I can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Is this going to be a tearjerker? I'm starting to think this might be a sad story. Even though she's the porter's student and maybe hasn't learned all his tricks, there's definitely a sense of melancholy. But I think a tearjerker would be great. If the story stays strong, this could be the best emotional story of the year. It's been a while since we've had a really good tearjerker. Following these discussions, the story of Your Lie in April continued with chapters 15, 16, 17. One chapter after another, the plot, artwork, and paneling were all solid. Readers saw the inner turmoil of the teenagers as they grappled with their feelings. For example, Tsubaki felt conflicted when a boy she once admired confessed to her, yet she didn't feel any romantic excitement. Instead, she was troubled by her growing feelings for Kusei, especially when she learned that he was planning to attend a music school far from home. Sabaki had always thought of Kusei as a younger brother, but now she realized he meant much more to her. Even those around her noticed her inner struggle. The boy who had confessed to her also sensed her feelings and suggested they break up. This portrayal of the vague and confusing emotions of teenage love struck a chord with readers. But aside from these touching scenes, there was a shocking, yet somewhat expected, development in the story. As the competition approached, Kaori, who was still at home, hadn't given up on practicing. She was seen pretending to play the violin while holding a music sheet in the hallway. Nothing seemed wrong until Kaori suddenly collapsed, losing sensation in her legs, unable to stand. Blood began to flow from her head, dripping onto the music sheet as if it were dripping onto the readers' hearts. Then, in Chapter 16, when Kusei visited Kaori in her hospital room, she unexpectedly asked, "Want to elope with me?" And in Chapter 17, she said, "I thought you wouldn't come back." Although readers still didn't know the specifics of Kaori's illness, these lines hinted at its severity and questioned the depth of Kusei and Kaori's bond. These two chapters brought the theme of life and death into the forefront of the story, complicating the characters' emotions and the narrative's conflicts. This added weight to the story, contrasting the beauty of youth with the heavy reality they faced. The online community exploded with reactions. "Wow, this is getting intense. Is this going to end in tragedy? I don't know what's going to happen, but I have a bad feeling. Damn, this male lead is so frustrating. It's obvious Kaori likes him, but he's still hanging around other girls. Why is he hesitating? Just tell her you're willing to elope with her already. Can't this just be a happy, carefree romance story? Is that too much to ask?" Readers sensed that things were taking a dark turn. If they were already feeling the emotional strain now, what was coming in the next chapters? Would it get even more heartbreaking? With Kaori's words and her collapse, it was clear to readers that the artist, Claire, was setting them up for a heavy emotional hit. Sure enough, when Chapter 19 of Your Lie in April was published, readers were truly panicking. "It's like I said, this is really dangerous." In the manga, a doctor told Kaori and her parents these exact words, confirming what readers feared. Even if the surgery was successful, there would still be significant risk. But despite everything, Kaori, sitting in her wheelchair, remained determined. "I made a promise to that boy to play together one more time." This was the reason Kaori insisted on going through with the surgery. Though she didn't say the boy's name, readers knew she was referring to Kusei, the main character. But then, the events of Chapter 20 made readers even more anxious. When Kusei and Watari visited Kaori in the hospital, Kaori seemed to ignore Kusei and chatted happily with Watari instead. "This is so frustrating. Kaori, why are you doing this? Yeah, it's obvious she likes Kusei. Why is she acting like she's into Watari?" From the way the story's going, it seems like Kaori is distancing herself from Kusei, maybe to help Tsubaki. She probably knows she doesn't have much time left, and if she confessed to Kusei, it would just make it harder for him when she's gone. I think so too. Kaori is such a kind-hearted girl. I just hope the ending doesn't go where I think it's going. I don't want Kaori to die. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 230, she moved in without even taking off her shoes. 1066 words. It's a new week, and readers now know that Your Lie in April is nearing its conclusion. In the latest chapter this week, Kaori's condition suddenly worsens. Shocked, Kusei falls back into despair and stops practicing the piano. However, Kaori, knowing him well, sends him a letter asking him to bring her some cannellis. Kusei carries Kaori to the rooftop as she requested. Just then, it starts to snow. Despite her pain, Kaori stands up using her numb limbs and pretends to play an imaginary violin. Is Kaori's body in pain? Of course, it is. But she endures it because she has always loved Kusei. Her purpose in mimicking playing the violin with her last bit of strength is to show Kusei that miracles can happen. But in the end, Kaori is just a girl. She gets scared, she worries. After pretending to play the imaginary violin on the rooftop, she collapses into Kusei's arms, unable to overcome her illness. "I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Don't leave me alone. At that moment, many readers felt both joy and sorrow. The joy was because Kaori finally couldn't hide her feelings anymore and confessed her love to Kusei. The sorrow, however, came from the realization that Kaori's illness was likely terminal. She finally confessed. Damn, I'm crying so hard. Especially when Kaori hugged Kusei and said that, my tears just won't stop. Don't stop me. I'm sending Claire a box of razor blade. After all, she's about to undergo a life-threatening surgery. Even if I were in her shoes, I'd be terrified. And to think she's so young, it's heartbreaking. Readers expressed their thoughts online. But was Kaori truly only afraid of the helplessness and terror of the surgery? Maybe that was part of it, but Ren believed Kaori's real fear was that she might never see the person she loved again. Your Lie in April is a powerful tearjerker, especially in its later chapters. Kaori's character was beautifully crafted. Upon learning of her illness, she didn't wallow in self-pity. Instead, she decided to help the boy she once admired, Kusei, grow, even if it meant burning away the last of her life. To do this, she told a lie, that she liked Kusei's friend, Watari, so she could get closer to Kusei and appear in his grey life, helping him overcome his grief over his mother and return to playing the piano. The reason she chose this indirect approach rather than confronting Kusei directly was likely because she wanted to remain just a fleeting presence in his life. Kaori knew her illness would eventually take her life. If she allowed Kusei to fall for her, he would be devastated when she died. In Kaori's eyes, it was enough if the person she loved could live happily after she was gone. Her own fate didn't matter as much. The first time Kusei visited her in the hospital, she quietly asked, "Do you want to elope with me?" Though it sounded like a dark joke, and Kusei didn't catch the underlying meaning, readers, with their omniscient perspective, recognized it as one of the most heart-wrenching confessions they had ever seen, a fragile yet genuine expression of Kaori's feelings for Kusei. Another week passed. Daniel had rushed to buy the latest issues of Picker Comics and Wandering Shrine Star. He eagerly flipped open the manga to continue reading Your Lie in April Star. This work by the Porter's student had truly surprised him. Although Claire couldn't update twice a week like the Porter, the wait for each chapter was worth it. The anticipation and the small moments of life that seeped into following the story made it a unique experience. Daniel had grown fond of every character in the manga: Tsubaki, Kusei's childhood friend, who dazzled in her red dress, Emi, who shone in her own right, and the other supporting characters who each had their own touching moments. But his favorite was Kaori, with her golden hair and spirited personality. Daniel had always preferred childhood friends over sudden newcomers in romance stories. He had once been hurt by a newcomer in his own life, so he wasn't fond of those types of characters. But this was the first time he found himself rooting for the newcomer, Kaori, over the childhood friend. As he followed the story through its final chapters, Daniel couldn't help but pray that Kaori would survive. With this hope in mind, he began reading the new chapter. In chapter 21, Kusei started his piano competition, and Kaori underwent her surgery. But did Kaori's surgery succeed, or did it fail? To Daniel's surprise, the beginning of chapter 22 didn't show the typical hospital scene with a flat line to indicate Kaori's death. Instead, it depicted Kusei during his performance, where Kaori suddenly appeared beside him. The sound of an imaginary violin echoed in Kusei's ears, and Kaori's lively figure seemed almost tangible before him. This non-existent duet was a vivid recollection of their joyful moments together. After the performance, Kaori's sudden disappearance hinted at the outcome of her surgery. Although the scene of their separation wasn't overly tragic, the image of Kusei playing the piano, coupled with the final, bittersweet farewell, echoed in Daniel's mind. The scene then shifted to Kusei receiving a letter from Kaori. Even before reading it, Daniel could guess that this letter contained Kaori's final confession, the one she left before her passing. As he read further, Daniel learned the reasons behind Kaori's actions. In her letter, Kaori explained when she first met Kusei, why she didn't approach him directly, and more. But what struck Daniel the most was Kaori's heartfelt confession and the manga's accompanying illustration. Kaori, what do you think? Have I managed to find a place in your heart? Kusei, You moved in without even taking off your shoes. Beyond the confession, the letter continued with Kaori standing by the train tracks, smiling as she spoke. I'm sorry I couldn't finish the cannellis you brought me. I'm sorry I kept hitting you. I'm sorry I was always so selfish. All this time, I'm sorry. Thank you. At this point, Daniel felt a lump in his throat. When Kaori finally turned away, saying her last thank you, Daniel's tears broke free. His vision blurred, and the tears he'd held back all day finally spilled over. Damn it, he muttered, overcome with emotion. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 231, No Regrets in April. 1089 words. Daniel never imagined that someone like him, who always prided himself on having a high tolerance for emotional scenes, would end up wiping tears while finishing the finale of a manga. As a guy who usually didn't get emotional over farewells in TV dramas, he was surprised to find himself so deeply moved. Honestly, Kaori's death in the manga didn't come as a shock to him. With all the hints from her previous collapses, many readers were likely prepared for it. Although he had hoped to see a traditional happy ending where Kaori and Kusei ended up together, he had to admit that a tragic ending seemed more fitting for this story. A miraculous recovery would have felt unrealistic. This manga was, after all, a true coming-of-age story, and growth is always at the heart of such tales. Before meeting Kaori, Kusei had sunk into despair after his mother's death and had given up playing the piano. The story used Kaori's death to show that Kusei had grown enough not to fall back into despair after losing someone he loved. While the story might seem somewhat conventional in that sense, with its own set of flaws, its meticulous attention to detail gave it a unique emotional impact. It was a tale that consistently captured the beauty of youth, making the ending the perfect culmination of everything that came before. Wiping away his tears, Daniel closed the manga and leaned back on his couch, feeling a sense of emptiness. The ending, in a way, was perfect. Every character had grown, and each one found a sort of closure. Kusei and Kaori's story spoke for itself. Kaori had 2 wishes during her life. One was to perform a duet with Kusei, which she achieved before her death. The other was for Kusei to become a happy pianist, which also came true after she passed. As for Kusei, with Kaori's help, he could continue on his life's journey, stronger and more resilient, playing the piano once again. Tsubaki, Kusei's childhood friend, learned to face her feelings, boldly confessing to Kusei while understanding that her actions could shape her reality. She studied hard and was accepted into a high school near Kusei's music school, and even her cough during the concert helped Kusei finish his performance. EMI and Tokishi found renewed motivation, setting off on another wonderful journey. Nogi grew out of her obsession with her brother, learning to approach both music and the people she cared about in a healthier way. Despite it being such a good story, it felt as though something precious had been lost. After some thought, Daniel came up with a plausible explanation. This was probably the charm of a tearjerker. After sitting quietly on the couch for a while, Daniel opened his laptop to check the online comments. As expected, *Your Lie in April* had sparked a lot of discussions. *Your Lie in April* has ended. My feelings are mixed. Honestly, I wanted Kaori to survive, but thinking about it, if she had, the emotional impact might have been much weaker. Damn that porter. Hey, you're blaming the wrong person. This was written by the porter's student. No mistake. The porter's student learned from the porter, right? Writing such a sad story, it's definitely the porter's influence. Couldn't they just have a happy ending? Exactly. I'm sending this guy a box of razor blades. Reading these comments, Daniel shook his head, quietly liking them. Although he thought the story was well done, he agreed with these fans, blaming the porter for everything seemed reasonable. To quote a classic line from *Fate 0*, it's all the porter's fault. Soon, Daniel noticed another highly liked comment. The concept of lies runs throughout the story, serving as the biggest foreshadowing and connecting the characters' relationships. In the entire story, it's the lies told by each character that drive the plot and develop the characters. Claire skillfully used this understated technique to lay the groundwork for the story's progression. Daniel nodded in agreement. He had thought the same. Kaori pretended to like Watari to get closer to Kusei, calling him friend A. Tsubaki lied about liking Saito to hide her feelings for Kusei. Watari, knowing Kaori liked Kusei, pretended to be busy so that Kaori and Kusei could spend more time together. These lies not only propelled the plot but also deepened the character development, making each person in the story more memorable. This was likely why the manga was titled *Your Lie in April Star. After closing the comments, Daniel began his work as a manga reviewer. He thought for a moment before writing the title. No regrets in April, in another life, I'd be friender. In this beautiful spring, there's a manga that quietly entered my heart. It left behind the most vibrant colors, only to end in the most melancholic way, leaving behind the most unforgettable lines. Spring is coming soon. The spring that brought us together is coming soon. The spring without you is coming soon. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, Ren scrolled through the online posts, muttering to himself, "Damn it, how did this end up being my fault? I didn't even draw it." Ren felt wronged. The manga was drawn by his student, but when he checked Claire's social media, it was full of praise. "Keep going. I'll definitely read your next work. I hope you continue making these emotional stories. You're a genius." Ren saw countless comments like these. But when he looked at his own account, it was a different story. "Porter, what have you been teaching her? Why is she drawing such a sad manga? Damn you, Porter, misleading the youth. Porter, I'm sending you a box of razor blades." See? The fans were so biased. Claire was getting all the praise, while he was getting all the blame. Ren felt terribly wronged. He hadn't even done anything, and yet it was all his fault. "What are you so upset about?" Jada gave Ren a sideways glance. "If I remember correctly, didn't you suggest Claire change the ending? Something about how youth is a memorable encounter and a painful farewell?" Ah. Ren froze for a moment. It seemed like it really was his fault. If he recalled correctly, Claire originally wanted a happy ending where Kaori survived. But after his persuasion, she changed her mind. And judging by the questions she'd been asking him lately, it seemed she had developed a bit of an obsession with writing tearjerkers. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 232, A Turn in the Reputation of Katekyo Hitman Reborn, 1043 words. Your Lie in April had moved many readers to tears, earning Claire, Ren's student, much praise. Meanwhile, Ren's own works were also in the spotlight, but they were met with a mix of admiration and frustration from readers. One major source of this frustration was Ren's manga Katekyo Hitman Reborn Star. This series had garnered a lot of attention, especially since many male fans still cherished the gangster movies from Hong Kong. When they learned that Ren's new work was also about a mafia family, they believed that the genre was about to experience a resurgence. Ren had a reputation for innovation in manga genres. His previous works, like Your Name in the romance genre, had been hailed as masterpieces. Madoka Magica was considered the progenitor of dark magical girl stories. Cooking Master Boy reached the pinnacle of culinary manga, and Full Metal Alchemist had even won an Oscar, albeit for Best Foreign Language Animation, showcasing the power of the story. And of course, his work on series like Ultraman and Kamen Rider had been equally influential. Given Ren's track record, expectations for Katekyo Hitman Reborn were sky high. But when the series started, it didn't quite meet those expectations. Readers had hoped for a story filled with intense mafia battles and deep, dramatic themes. Instead, what they got felt more like a light-hearted comedy. Initially, some fans believed that, just like with Madoka Magica the story would take a darker turn after a few chapters. So even as the series progressed and seemed more comedic, these fans defended Ren, trusting in his storytelling. But now, nearly 20 chapters in, the anticipated shift to a more serious tone had yet to happen. The story was fun, but where was the intense, action-packed plot they were promised? Yes, the story had its mafia elements, and the protagonist was the heir to a powerful mafia family. There were battles, too, but they were often resolved quickly and lacked the epic scale that many fans were hoping for. It seemed more like a comedy series with some light action scenes. Fans began to express their frustration online. "This is false advertising, isn't it? Should we report this to the Consumer Protection Agency? Let's demand a refund. He's run out of ideas. What a waste of money." However, there were still fans who stood by Ren. "Porter, we trust you. Katekyo Hitman Reborn is a fun manga, and I really like it. And since you said it's a shonen battle manga, I believe you won't deceive us with just a comedy. But could you speed up the story a bit? I know you're trying to build up the tension, but it's taking a while." For these loyal fans, Ren responded seriously, reassuring them, Katekyo Hitman Reborn is definitely a shonen battle manga, no doubt about it. And in the next issue, you'll see a big change in the story. With Ren's promise, readers eagerly awaited the next chapters, 19 and 20, hoping for the shift he mentioned. The week passed, and fans quickly grabbed the new issue. They had high expectations after Ren's words. However, after reading chapter 19, they felt let down once again. In this chapter, a new boy named Futa, who has the ability to rank anything, was introduced. Because of this ability, he became a target for the mafia. Readers thought this might be the moment when the story would take a darker turn. Would Suna, the protagonist, have to fight off another mafia family to protect Futa? Would this be the start of a larger conflict? But the story didn't unfold as they imagined. Sure, there were other mafia members, but they seemed more like street thugs than real threats. The brief fight scene at the end of the chapter only added to their disappointment, as the bulk of the chapter focused on the daily lives of the characters. The fans, frustrated, took to the internet to voice their opinions, even before reading chapter 20. "What's going on, Porter? You said the story would change in this issue." In the comments section of Katekyo Hitman Reborn fans expressed their disappointment. For the first time, Ren had let them down. "Exactly. We were expecting an epic mafia showdown, and all we got was another scene where Suna gets shot with a dying wool bullet, his clothes explode, and he shouts Reborn. It was fun at first, but now it's just overdone. I don't want to keep reading this." The complaints grew louder. "I still believe in Ren. It's too early to give up now. Maybe he's planning a big twist in the next chapter. You don't have to believe blindly. There will definitely be a big change in the next chapter." Porter said this issue would have a big change, but he never said it would be in chapter 19. That's right, chapter 19 marked the end of the first part, the daily life arc. But the story of Katekyo Hitman Reborn was far from over. In fact, it was about to shift dramatically from a comedic series to a full-blown shonen battle manga. In chapter 20, readers were greeted with a shocking scene. One of the coolest and most aloof characters from the daily life arc, Hibari, saw his underclassmen in the disciplinary committee being attacked on the streets. At first, readers thought it was just someone seeking revenge on the disciplinary committee. But soon, another attack targeted Kyoko's older brother, Ryohei. As the attacks on students escalated, Hibari went to confront the attackers alone, defeating a gang of thugs single-handedly. But then, a new character appeared, someone with a distinctive pineapple-shaped hairstyle, reminding readers of another character from Naruto star. However, this pineapple head in Katekyo Hitman Reborn was far more sinister. Sitting on a sofa, with shadows accentuating his menacing aura, he exuded a strong sense of being a true antagonist. And then there were his eyes. His pupils displayed numbers, first a 6, then a 1. Readers knew this wasn't just a mistake by Ren. Ever since the concept of the dying will flame was introduced, they knew that this world had its own set of supernatural powers. The question now was, who was stronger, this pineapple head or Hibari? For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 233, The Pineapple. 1050 words. Whoa, Hibari actually lost. So, there really are superpowers involved. And judging by Reborn's tone earlier, it seems this guy is specifically targeting Suna. If it weren't for that mosquito from Dr. Shomal, Hibari wouldn't have lost. Though Hibari had appeared relatively few times in the manga so far, he was still a fan-favorite character, consistently ranking high in popularity polls. After all, he was strong, cool, and in many ways, more appealing than the main character, Suna. So when Hibari was defeated by Rakudo Mukuro's illusion, many readers were understandably outraged. Yes, illusions. In the original *Katekyo Hitman Reborn* anime, there was a scene that Ren found a bit ridiculous. Mukuro created a sakura blossom illusion by seemingly pressing a switch, making it look like the blossoms were projected by a slide machine. He even said, "For you, we hurriedly prepared this." This made the sakura blossoms seem less like an illusion and more like something out of a cheap slideshow. Ren decided to tweak this in his manga adaptation, drawing inspiration from Sasuke's Amaterasu technique in *Naruto Star. In Ren's version, Mukuro unveils his illusion with a more dramatic flair. In Ren's adaptation, when Mukuro opens his eye, a number 1 appears in his pupil, and he quietly says, "First path, hell path." Hibari, weakened by the poison from Dr. Shamel's mosquito, succumbs to Mukuro's cherry blossom illusion. This twist led to a significant shift in the manga's reception. Fans who had been skeptical of the story's direction began to engage in heated discussions, just as intense as the battle between Gakudera and Mukuro's underling, Chikusa, at the end of chapter 20. Finally, it feels like the story is starting to get exciting. Haha, but what if it's just Suna easily defeating this pineapple head in the next chapter? I doubt it. If the porter said the story would change after this issue, then it's bound to happen. This chapter is proof of that. No matter what, I feel like things are changing. This pineapple head is different from the previous villains. When he used his first illusion, he called it First Path, Hell Path, which reminds me of the 6 Paths of Pain from *Naruto Star. I bet he has more paths up his sleeve. There's no way it's the same. His eyes don't have those circles. But what if Dr. Shamel's mosquito hadn't poisoned Hibari? Who do you think would be stronger, Mukuro or Hibari? This question sparked intense debate among the readers. I think the pineapple head might be stronger. Hibari is just a student, after all. He's not like a ninja from *Naruto* with superhuman abilities. But this Mukuro guy? His eye clearly isn't ordinary. Even if it's not a Rinnegan, it's got to be powerful. How could a regular human beat someone with those kinds of abilities? Mukuro is definitely strong, especially with his illusions. He could create countless copies of himself and overwhelm Hibari. But that doesn't mean Hibari is weak. I think Hibari is destined to be one of the main characters. Mukuro's only stronger because he took advantage of Hibari's condition. Without the poison, Hibari would have won. Come on, in a real fight, you use every advantage you can get. Both sides had their supporters, and the debate was fierce. But as much as the readers were excited about the change in tone, there was also some apprehension about what was to come. After all, previous complaints weren't unfounded. Even though Chapter 20 showed signs of a shift toward a more intense battle-oriented story, what if the next chapter just had Suna defeat Mukuro with a dying will bullet, ignoring Mukuro's illusions entirely? That wouldn't be much of a battle manga. Readers were relieved to see the story evolving but remained cautious. Fortunately, *Katekyo Hitman Reborn* wasn't the only manga of Ren's that was receiving praise. *One Punch Man* was also getting rave reviews. Ren put a lot of effort into *One Punch Man*, capturing every detail with precision. The intense battles combined with the series' unique humor made it a hit with readers. Just like in his previous life, Ren's adaptation of *One Punch Man* was beloved by many. Initially, readers like Daniel thought that the constant theme of one punch to defeat any opponent might get boring. But after a few chapters, they found themselves more invested than ever. Ren knew that a simple narrative of an overpowered hero beating everyone in one punch could get dull, so he cleverly designed the story to build tension with other characters first. They would fight valiantly and lose, setting the stage for Saitama to step in and deliver the final blow, creating a satisfying climax. One character who stood out was Genos, Saitama's disciple. To many, Genos seemed like the typical main character, strong, determined, with a tragic backstory. But despite his potential, Genos would charge into battle, only to be defeated every time. Then, Saitama would step in, and the contrast between the two made Saitama's victories even more thrilling. This contrast extended to Saitama's expressions as well. The shift from his usual goofy look to a serious, determined face during battle was something readers loved. Another memorable moment was when Saitama explained how he became so strong. Many readers were curious about his training regimen. In Chapter 3, when Saitama decided to reveal his secret in front of a powerful enemy, readers thought he was being cocky. But it turned out that Saitama's training routine was something anyone could do: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 km run every day, with no air conditioning in summer or winter. The enemy was dumbfounded, and so were the readers. This mix of humor and serious moments, along with the simple yet effective plot, made *One Punch Man* a refreshing read. The appeal of *One Punch Man* lay in its ability to balance intense action with light-hearted humor. The story didn't need complex power-ups or convoluted training arcs. Saitama's overwhelming strength allowed the series to skip the usual drawn-out battles and get straight to the point. In a way, Saitama's immense power created a unique dynamic. While he effortlessly defeated his enemies, the story was full of comedic moments and casual, everyday situations, making it a joy to read. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 234, I Didn't Become a Hero to Get Your Approval. 864 words. Even though *One Punch Man* is often seen as a comedy, filled with absurd humor, it also has moments that make readers think deeply about real-world issues, like the nature of heroism and the realities of human nature. For example, in Chapter 7, a disaster-level dragon crisis strikes City Z when a massive meteor from space suddenly heads toward the city. The Hero Association sends out an urgent call for S-class heroes to deal with the threat, but even they are powerless against the meteor, and the situation seems hopeless. In this dire moment, even the heroes themselves begin to evacuate. But why? Because in this manga, heroes aren't just heroes, they're professional heroes. In most stories, when faced with a city-destroying crisis, heroes usually stick around and somehow find a way to save the day. But in *One Punch Man*, being a hero is just a job. As Bang, aka Silver Fang, points out, some of them are just cold-blooded animals who avoid trouble when it's inconvenient. While many heroes are genuinely altruistic, the professionalization of hero work also attracts those who are in it for the money, the status, or just because it's a job. It's a rather harsh reflection of reality, isn't it? The harshness continues in this chapter when Genos decides to give it his all to protect the city where his mentor Saitama lives. Despite his best efforts, Genos only manages to slightly push back the meteor before being burnt out. Then Saitama steps in. Without fear, he leaps up and shatters the giant meteor with a single punch. Of course, even a meteor is no match for Saitama. Readers feel exhilarated at this moment. Everyone knows that meteors are powerful enough to wipe out dinosaurs, so seeing Saitama effortlessly destroy one is thrilling. But then something unexpected happens. Although Saitama destroys the meteor, its fragments and the resulting shockwave still wreak havoc on City Z. The devastation isn't complete, but it's enough to cause significant damage. Instead of being grateful, the people of the city, led by heroes Tanktop Tiger and Tanktop Black Hole, begin to blame Saitama for the destruction. The citizens, who just moments ago were saved from certain death, now accuse Saitama of causing the city's ruin, forgetting that they had been seconds away from annihilation. They even go so far as to suggest that other heroes would have done a better job if given the chance. Wow, these people are the worst. What a bunch of ungrateful jerks. Readers can't help but feel anger, frustration, and disbelief at the ingratitude of the citizens. Many readers feel that the city should have been left to its fate rather than being saved. But will this experience make Saitama lose his will to be a hero? As readers watch Saitama standing silently, they begin to worry. Could this be the moment where Saitama gives up on being a hero? Or, could this be the turning point where he becomes a villain? Some readers even start to look forward to the possibility of Saitama going down a darker path. But then, Saitama surprises everyone with his response. "Shut up already. If you have a problem, take it up with the meteor. I didn't become a hero to get your approval. I do this because I want to." That's right. After hearing this, readers suddenly realize the truth. Saitama is a hero for fun. His actions aren't about others, they're about staying true to himself. A true hero, when faced with criticism, stays true to their purpose. Saitama didn't become a hero for glory, gratitude, or money, he did it because he wanted to. Saitama's attitude resonates with fans, igniting their spirits. Many readers wish they could step into One Punch Man *''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' This chapter also made readers think about real-life situations where people's efforts go unappreciated or even criticized. There are instances where those who work hard and prevent disasters are less appreciated than those who respond after a disaster occurs, simply because the latter's efforts are more visible. Sometimes, people forget the value of what's been done to prevent harm, focusing only on the immediate, visible damage. They overlook the countless unseen sacrifices that have been made to keep them safe. The Sea King arc later in the series echoes similar themes. When Saitama defeats the Sea King, people begin to downplay his victory, claiming the Sea King wasn't that strong and that the heroes who fought before Saitama were just too weak. In the end, Saitama diffuses the situation by claiming that he just got lucky and that the other heroes had worn the Sea King down first. This prevents any further slander and allows the truth to remain hidden. Despite being misunderstood and unappreciated, Saitama never wavers from his path. He continues to be a hero, not for the approval of others, but because it's what he wants to do. While many readers might curse Saitama for not learning from his experiences, they can't help but be charmed by his unwavering resolve and that shiny, bald head of his. Because that's the Saitama they've come to love. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 235, Boros, You Must Be Defeated by Me. 896 words. TSK, I wonder if Saitama can really win this one, Daniel murmured to himself as he flipped open the new issue of the manga. In the previous chapter, Earth was facing a massive crisis as an enemy from space had descended, destroying City A in an instant. Although the destruction was partly due to the spaceship, the one-eyed monster sitting on the throne at the end of the chapter looked incredibly powerful. As much as Daniel enjoyed seeing Saitama easily destroy his opponents, a part of him wanted to witness a real, intense fight. He started reading the new chapter. While S-class heroes like Atomic Samurai, Metal Bat, Silver Fang, and Puripuri Prisoner battled smaller bosses, Saitama had already infiltrated the spaceship, tearing through enemies and making his way to the control room, where he finally confronted the one-eyed monster. This monster was none other than the ruler of the universe, Boros. The battle that ensued was one of the few truly intense fights in the entire series. The first time Saitama had faced such a challenge was in his dream, fighting hordes of underground monsters. That was when Saitama had rediscovered the thrill of battle, feeling his heart race with excitement. This fight against Boros was the second time Saitama felt that rush. Even though it was just a manga with no sound or animation, the dynamic lines and the intense imagery created by the panels made Daniel feel every punch and kick, as if he were right there in the middle of the action. Wow, Saitama's actually on the defensive? This might be the first time, Daniel thought, his excitement growing. Saitama, who had always defeated his enemies with a single punch, was now facing an opponent who could actually exchange blows with him. The reader's blood began to boil. But Saitama's strength was simply overwhelming. Even after Boros unleashed his full power, Saitama managed to break off one of Boros's arms. After doing so, Saitama calmly remarked, "You're pretty strong." This was a rare moment of praise from Saitama. Boros, despite losing an arm, remained unfazed. But the readers knew this was Saitama's way of acknowledging Boros's strength. However, Boros seemed unaware of the vast difference in power between him and Saitama. He mistakenly believed that Saitama was the first opponent who could match him. When Boros made this claim, the readers couldn't help but chuckle. Although they were initially surprised by Boros's ability to keep up with Saitama, they quickly realized the truth. Some fans even revisited the previous chapter featuring the dream battle against the Subterraneans, noting that Saitama's current expression was far less intense than it had been during that fight. This was a clear sign. Saitama wasn't taking this battle seriously. He didn't think Boros was worth his full effort. As if to prove this, after enduring Boros's barrage of attacks, including the meteor burst, collapsing star roaring cannon, and several others, Saitama simply said, "Is that it? Are you done?" At that moment, the readers couldn't help but laugh. Boros, the ruler of the universe, was stunned. He had given everything in this fight, but Saitama's response was indifferent. It was as if Saitama didn't even see him as a worthy opponent. But rather than backing down, Boros, driven by pride and desperation, unleashed his most powerful attack, sending Saitama flying to the moon. "Wow, that was amazing. Is that really Saitama?" As they watched Saitama kick off from the moon's surface, leaving a crater like a meteor impact, the readers were left in awe. The scene was so vividly drawn that it left a lasting impression. When Saitama returned from space, his expression was no longer indifferent. There was a brightness in his eyes, signaling that he was ready to get serious. On the other side, Boros was shocked to see Saitama unharmed. Yet, instead of feeling despair, Boros felt more determined than ever. "I'll give everything I have to defeat this man," Boros shouted as he charged at Saitama. The readers couldn't help but feel a strange sense of excitement for Boros. For a moment, they found themselves rooting for him. But as quickly as the hope had appeared, it was crushed. Saitama countered with a single punch, sending Boros flying. The overwhelming strength of Saitama left the readers in awe and disbelief. Despite this, Boros didn't give up. Using his incredible regeneration ability, he returned to his original form. For Boros, this was the moment he had been waiting for his entire life. Every battle, every conquest had led to this moment. "You must be defeated by me," Boros declared, echoing the words often spoken by protagonists facing their final enemy. Daniel couldn't help but feel his heart race with excitement. At that moment, Boros truly felt like the main character. And Daniel wasn't alone. Many readers shared this feeling. Even a young boy in class, reading the manga under his desk, couldn't contain his excitement. He stood up and shouted, "Go, one-eyed big brother. Defeat the bald demon king, Xiaoming." The teacher on the podium called out. She didn't need to ask what was going on. Having taught Xiaoming for years, she knew exactly what he was up to. She simply pointed to the door. "Out." "Oh." Xiaoming shrugged, handed over his manga, and walked out of the classroom. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 236, The Bald Demon King and the True Protagonist, Boros. 1138 words. If unlicensed knight's courage in facing the deep-sea king was about surpassing the fear of death, then Boros's spirit went far beyond mere bravery. Unlicensed knight fought for the people he wanted to protect, but for Boros, this battle was the very reason he had lived his entire life. Facing the strongest opponent he had ever encountered, Boros had already cast aside everything, his life, his dominion over the universe, all of it. Nothing else mattered now. Even if it meant burning through all the life force within him, he was determined to unleash his most powerful attack. Collapsing star roaring cannon. As Boros unleashed his ultimate attack, Saitama, in what could barely be called a battle, finally felt something stir inside him, a brief moment where he rediscovered the thrill of battle, a feeling he hadn't experienced since the dream with the underground monsters. His heart skipped a beat once more. This was Saitama's most serious fight to date. Serious Punch. The name might sound simple, but it was that simplicity that made it powerful. With just one punch, Saitama pierced through Boros's ultimate attack. Boros, after launching his strongest move, was left shriveled like a dried-up corpse. "You're still conscious. You really are strong." This line was similar to what Saitama had said before, but this time, the meaning was different. It was no longer just a casual remark, it was a genuine acknowledgement and praise. Perhaps Saitama was impressed by Boros's resilience, or maybe Boros's strength had truly earned his respect. It could also be that Boros's determined spirit touched something in Saitama. In any case, "You really are strong" was the first thing Saitama said to Boros after their battle ended. And so, the two of them actually started talking. Too strong, really too strong. Boros's final words were an admission of his defeat. Even though he was acknowledged by Saitama, it was no comfort to him. He couldn't help but voice his last thought with a sigh. With that, Boros, the ruler of the entire universe, passed away. However, Boros died with a sense of fulfillment, despite the regret. He had finally encountered someone who pushed him to his absolute limits and had experienced the true essence of battle that he had been searching for across countless galaxies. His only regret was that he had not been able to defeat that man. That was incredible. After reading the latest chapter, many readers left comments expressing their thoughts. Why do the villains never get a break? Boros died too soon. No, it wasn't too soon. Boros died a glorious death. He faced the bald demon king and even managed to challenge him. Look at the title of this manga, One Punch Man. The fact that Saitama had to actually fight Boros for this long before defeating him is an honor in itself. For a moment there, I really hoped Boros would beat Saitama. Cover's face. You're not alone. My son told me that a kid in his class was reading the manga during class and suddenly shouted, "Go, one-eyed big brother. Defeat the bald demon king." There's no denying that after Chapter 12 was released, Boros's character earned the admiration of many fans. He even climbed into the top 5 spots on the One Punch Man popularity polls. But, is it really over this soon? In the comment section of One Punch Man, readers were feeling a sense of emptiness. They hadn't had enough yet. Probably. After all, Boros, the ruler of the universe and the supposed final boss, has been defeated. It shows just how powerful Saitama is. How can the story continue after this? When did you get the idea that Boros was the final boss? Isn't the bald demon king supposed to be the true final boss? Exactly. No other boss has ever delivered such epic, protagonist-level lines as Boros did. Right. As long as the bald demon king, Saitama, isn't defeated, I don't believe the story is over. Since when do stories end with the final boss still standing and the protagonist defeated? This reader hit the nail on the head, but unfortunately, after Chapter 12 ended, everyone treated it as a joke. It wasn't until much later that this comment was dug up again, with many agreeing that it was this person's message that gave the porter the inspiration to continue the story of One Punch Man. After One Punch Man's current arc came to a close, Sword Art Online's ALO arc, which had started at the same time, also reached its conclusion. The ALO arc served as a complement to the SAO arc. It further developed Kirito's character, which had been somewhat lacking in the SAO arc. Additionally, compared to SAO, ALO took the time to richly depict the world of Alfheim, with several key scene transitions leaving a strong impression on the readers. For example, in Chapter 22, the smooth transitions between scenes during the last few minutes of Kirito and Suguha's story were masterfully done. In Chapter 23, the aerial dance of reconciliation between Kirito and Suguha, followed by the subsequent battle scenes, were visually stunning, earning high praise for the porter's exceptional art skills. The story, especially with Ren's adjustments, became a classic, free of any unnecessary drag, making the reading experience much more enjoyable. The final showdown, where Sugo, twisted with hatred and pain, attempted to kill Kirito only to be defeated, left readers immensely satisfied. Finally, that guy's gone. Thank you, porter. Though Sugo didn't die, turning him into a vegetable is a fitting end. Now Asuna can rest easy. This part of the story had been altered from the original. In the original version, Sugo merely passed out after his defeat. But Ren changed it so that Sugo, after attacking Kirito and failing, hit his head and ended up in a vegetative state. After all, Sugo was the reason why fans started calling Asuna by the derogatory nickname Tentacle NA. Yes, even in this world, Asuna was called Tentacle NA by fans, thanks to several unfortunate scenes in the ALO arc. For instance, when Asuna was trapped in the World Tree by Sugo, she was confined in a birdcage and was occasionally visited and tormented by him. She couldn't fight back and had to endure it all. Then, when she finally escaped from her cage and reached the control room, she was captured by 2 slug creatures. Since slugs don't have hands, They used their tentacles to grab her, making it easy to imagine how this could be turned into something inappropriate. But the most infuriating scene was when Sugo tried to assault Asuna while Kirito was helplessly watching. Readers were furious, and if not for the intervention of Kayaba Akihiko's ghost, the outcome could have been disastrous. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 237, The Gloomy Little Girl. 1021 words. At school, Yaya was slumped over her desk, staring blankly at the blackboard with lifeless eyes, almost as if she were in a daze. Her best friend, 1111, looked at her with concern. Yaya had been like this for quite some time, not just for a day or two, but for a while now. In the past, Yaya would always drag 1111 along during recess, pretending they needed to go to the bathroom, even though the real reason was just to chat on the way. But now, Yaya just sat there, not moving from her chair, not even during recess. Even during class, she seemed lost in thought, getting called out by the teacher more than once lately. Yaya, what's wrong with you these days? 1111 couldn't hold back any longer and nudged her friend, worried. You've been so down. Are you feeling sick? Yaya didn't respond. But 1111 didn't give up. She kept trying to cheer her up. If you keep getting called out by the teacher, she might tell your parent. Then you'll be in big trouble. As she said this, 1111 shivered a bit, clearly recalling her own experiences. It seemed that the threat of getting in trouble with her parents or facing some discipline was enough to finally get Yaya's attention. Her ears twitched, and she slowly turned her stiff neck toward 1111 like a robot. Her lifeless eyes gradually regained some sparkle, and her mouth moved slightly before she suddenly threw herself into 1111's arms. All right, don't be upset. 1111, trying to act like a little adult, patted Yaya's back just like her mom did when comforting her. If you tell me what's bothering you, you'll feel better. She then saw Yaya lift her head, her mouth moving as if she was whispering something. 1111 felt proud of herself for being so clever. Her mom's method really worked. But, what was Yaya saying? Yaya, speak up a bit louder, I can't hear you, 1111 said, leaning in closer to hear her better. I said, don't hit my back so hard. Yaya's sudden yell was like a lion's roar, making 1111 jump back and cover her ears. Geez. Yaya grumbled as she climbed out of 1111's arms, you almost knocked me out with your heavy-handed pats. Whoa. Yaya, you're mean. 1111 pouted, still rubbing her ears, feeling a bit wronged. She thought maybe she shouldn't have tried to help her friend. Yaya was like a black-hearted worm. 1111 was just trying to comfort her, but Yaya ended up yelling at her. Okay, don't be mad. Yaya leaned closer, apologizing. Tempate. 1111 pouted, if you want me to stop being mad, you have to tell me why you've been so down. Little kids don't hold grudges for long, and 1111 wasn't truly upset. She just really wanted to know what was bothering her best friend. Hearing 1111's question, Yaya's head drooped, and she started tracing circles on her desk with her finger. It's just. I think my mom and dad don't like me anymore. Her voice was full of sadness. Lately, it's all about my little brother, my little brother, my little brother. Even my dad doesn't try to steal my snacks anymore. People are funny like that. Before, Yaya used to hate it when her dad would try to steal her snacks, but now that he didn't do it anymore, she felt lonely. It wasn't just about the snacks, her parents often seemed to forget about her in their daily lives too. As Yaya talked, 1111's face lit up with understanding. So that's it. 1111 nodded. Yeah. It's always about my brother now, they don't care about me anymore. Yaya was clearly upset. When I was little, they didn't pay that much attention to me. It wasn't just the recent neglect, Yaya felt it was unfair. Even though she didn't remember much from when she was younger, she knew that her mom had raised her mostly on her own, often not even coming home. But now, her little brother had both their mom and dad taking care of him together. It didn't seem fair. They were both their parents' children, so why did her brother get all the attention? Of course, Yaya wasn't being unreasonable. She understood that her brother was still a baby, like a little porcelain doll that needed extra care. But still, couldn't things be a bit more fair? So, Is there anything I can do to make Mom and Dad pay attention to me? Yaya asked 1111, looking at her with hopeful eyes. 1111 thought hard after hearing Yaya's question. Just then, their homeroom teacher walked in, holding a stack of papers. Your gym teacher isn't feeling well today, so I'll be taking over this period. We'll use the time to go over your recent test scores. Sigh tilde tilde tilde. The whole class groaned in disappointment, but the teacher quickly quieted them down with a sharp cough. At that moment, 1111's eyes brightened. I've got it. What? What? Yaya asked eagerly. Tests. 1111 whispered with a mysterious smile. Your parents always care about our tests. If you score 100 on a test, then go home and show it to them while being all cute, they definitely won't ignore you. Parents love good kids the most. 1111 added, you could also help out with chores at home. I'm sure your parents would praise you for that too. That's it. Yaya's eyes widened in realization. Thanks, 1111. She was so excited that she reached out to hug her friend. But then she noticed a shadow fall over them. Looking up, she saw the stern face of their homeroom teacher, whose glasses glinted ominously in the light. Yaya, it's time for your test, the teacher said, pushing up her glasses. You've been getting called out by a lot of teachers lately. If you don't do well on this test, I'll have to call your parent. Oh. Yaya's head drooped as she nodded, then she made a silly face at 1111 behind the teacher's back, sticking out her tongue playfully. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 238, The Neglected Little Girl. 1045 words. Tilde tilde. After school, Yaya was sitting in the back seat of the car, happily swinging her legs and humming a tune. She looked genuinely cheerful. Seeing this, Ren, who was driving, couldn't help but ask, Yaya, what happened today? Why are you so happy? Did the teacher praise you? He had noticed that Yaya had been downcast for a while now, and she wouldn't say why. Seeing her so happy again made him feel relieved. Sort of, Yaya replied casually. But she didn't mention that she had scored a perfect 100 on her test. She wanted to wait until both her parents were together before sharing the news. That way, she'd get more attention. The thought of showing her test paper to her parents and seeing their joyful reactions made Yaya even happier, and she squinted her eyes with delight. Is that so? Ren saw that Yaya didn't give a clear answer, just a vague response, so he didn't press further. After all, kids grow up and need their privacy. If he kept asking, Yaya might think he was being annoying or nagging. The rest of the drive was quiet, with Yaya's singing filling the car until they got home. As soon as they arrived home, Yaya hurriedly jumped out of the car, eager to share her joy with her parents. Mom, Dad, guess what? But before she could finish her sentence, her mom, Jada, walked over holding her baby brother and spoke to Ren, Honey, we're out of diapers. Can you run to the store and get some? So soon? Ren was surprised, as he thought they had bought diapers not too long ago. But he didn't question it further and headed back out the door. Dad. Yaya reached out, wanting to stop her father, but he was already gone. She pouted, feeling a bit disappointed. But she told herself to wait until dinner when both her parents would be there. Then she'd tell them all together. Finally, it was dinner time. The family was seated around the table, eating together. Yaya eagerly pulled out her test paper from her pocket and ran over to her mom. Mom, look, I got. Wah tilde tilde tilde. Her baby brother's cry interrupted her. Jada immediately turned her attention to him and waved Yaya off. Hold on, sweetie. I need to take care of your brother first. Yaya's smile faded as she watched her mom rush off. She pouted, feeling hurt. Ren noticed and leaned in, asking, What's wrong, Yaya? What did you want to tell us? I'm sure it'll make me happy. Hearing this, Yaya's face lit up again, and she turned to her dad, feeling that he was the best. She began, Dad, I wanted to tell you that Hey, honey, can you grab the diapers? The babies made a mess while eating. Sure. Ren replied. He glanced apologetically at Yaya before heading off to get the diapers. Yaya looked at her parents, then at the test paper in her hand. A wave of sadness washed over her. Anger, frustration, and sadness all mixed together, and she crumpled the test paper into a ball and threw it to the floor. Her eyes filled with tears as she headed to her room. Little White, who had been eating his dinner, noticed Yaya's mood. He looked up, watched her retreating figure, and then barked softly at Ren and Jada. When they didn't respond, Little White hesitated, glancing back at his food before quickly following Yaya upstairs. Yaya stormed into her room, slammed the door shut, and threw herself onto her bed, hugging her pillow tightly and rolling around. "Bad dad. Bad mom," she muttered angrily. "They only care about my brother. They don't care about me." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Tears of frustration finally began to flow. "I'm going to run away," Yaya declared, thinking of the TV shows she'd seen. "Then they can live with my brother, and I'll be gone. I'm just in the way anyway." Woof. Little White's bark broke through Yaya's thoughts. She turned to see her little dog on the bed, looking at her with concern. "You're the only one who's nice to me, Little White," Yaya said, pulling the dog into a tight hug. She began talking to Little White, telling him all about how unfairly she felt she was being treated. Meanwhile, at the dining table, after some scrambling, Jada and Ren finally managed to calm the baby down and change his diaper. Ren threw away the dirty diaper with a look of disgust before noticing something. Where's Yaya? Did she finish eating already?" Jada glanced at Yaya's bowl and was surprised. No, she didn't finish. There's still a lot of food left in her bowl. Maybe she ate too many snacks. Ren frowned. He didn't like the idea of Yaya wasting food and decided to call her back downstairs. But as he walked away from the table, he felt something underfoot. He looked down and saw a crumpled piece of paper. Picking it up and unfolding it, he realized it was a test paper with a perfect score. He suddenly understood and looked at Jada. "Come to think of it, Yaya's been trying to tell us something since she got home, right?" "Yes, but we were too busy to listen," Jada replied, also noticing the test paper. She felt a pang of guilt. She probably wanted to share her perfect score with us, but we didn't pay attention. She began to feel even worse, realizing that she had been so focused on the baby that she hadn't noticed Yaya's feelings. Their daughter was probably heartbroken by now. "No wonder she's been acting so down lately," Ren said, realizing the reason for Yaya's recent behavior. "It's probably because we've been paying so much attention to the baby." With that, Ren started up the stairs. "We should apologize to her." "I'll come too." Jada began to follow, but the baby started crying again. She hesitated, torn between her two children. "It's okay, I'll go talk to her first." "You stay here and take care of the baby," Ren said, continuing up to Yaya's room. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 239, The Unfair Blame. 1048 words. Big meanies. In her room, Yaya lay on her bed, reading a comic book and occasionally taking a bite of a sweet potato snack from a nearby bag. After all, she hadn't finished her dinner earlier, and now her stomach was growling with hunger. But there was no way she would go out and ask her parents to make her something. Doing that would mean she lost. Even though she wasn't quite sure what she'd be losing. "All they care about is my brother. He's no good at all." Yaya fumed as she climbed off the bed. She looked over at Little White, who was lying nearby, and without asking if he minded, she picked him up and rubbed her cheek against his fur. "Little White, why don't you be my little brother? We don't need that other brother." Just then, she heard the door to her room click open, signaling that someone was coming in. The only people who could open her door were those two big meanies. Deep down, Yaya was happy. This meant that her parents still cared about her, right? Part of her wanted to run into their arms and tell them all about her feelings. But then she thought about how they wouldn't know just how angry she was if she did that. So she decided against it. With that thought, Yaya set Little White down on the floor and sat on the edge of her bed, turning her back to the door. She crossed her arms, trying to look as upset as possible. By this time, Ren had already walked into the room. He saw Yaya sitting with her back to him and noticed the sweet potato snacks on the bed. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Oh, it looks like someone's hungry," Ren said, pretending to talk to himself. To make up for a certain someone, Daddy cooked some really tasty food, you know. Ren knew his little girl well. He immediately targeted her weakness, food. After a pause, he added, like cola chicken wings, potato croquettes, and even a little cake later on. Tilda. Cake. Cola chicken wings? Yaya's face, which was turned away, showed her hesitation. She even swallowed a bit of saliva, almost running over to her dad. But she held back. She needed to show her parents just how angry she was. With a soft humph, Yaya raised her head high, showing how unimpressed she was with her dad's offer. Oh! Ren raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yaya had resisted the temptation of food. It seemed like she was really upset this time. Thinking this over, Ren walked over to the bed and sat down beside her. Yaya shot him a displeased glance and scooted away. Ren, in turn, scooted closer to her. Back and forth they went until finally, Yaya was squished against the wall. She pouted and snapped, "What are you doing?" Sigh, Daddy worked so hard to make all this yummy food, but no one wants to eat it. Daddy is so sad. Tilda, Ren said, pretending to be hurt, but feeling a bit pleased that Yaya was finally talking to him. Then just give it to your precious son. Yaya huffed. No way, this food is only for jealous little girls in elementary school. Tilda. Who's jealous? Fut. Tilda. Before Yaya could finish denying it, she accidentally let out a fart. Both she and Ren froze. The room was suddenly filled with an awkward silence. That stinks. Ren tried to hold back, but the smell was just too much. He quickly rushed to the window to let in some fresh air. He couldn't believe that such a cute and clean little girl could produce something so foul. So much for the myth that little girls don't fart. Turns out, the internet lies. As he thought about this, Ren looked back at Yaya. She was sitting on the bed, her head hanging low. Although she wasn't saying anything, Ren could guess how she felt. Farting in front of someone else, especially such a stinky one, was embarrassing. Even rowdy little boys would be embarrassed in this situation, let alone a little girl whose pride was at an all-time high. Seeing his daughter looking so defeated, Ren cleared his throat. I get it. Eating sweet potatoes and farting is totally normal. It wasn't me. Ren hadn't even finished his sentence when Yaya interrupted, muttering softly. What was that? It wasn't me, Yaya suddenly shouted, lifting her head with her face flushed red and tears welling up in her eyes. She looked like she was on the verge of bursting into tears. To prevent that from happening, Ren quickly nodded and said, Right, it wasn't you. It was Little White. Woof. Little White, who had been lying quietly on the floor, suddenly lifted his head and looked in Ren's direction, as if to say, I'm not human, but you're really mean. Yes. It was Little White. Yaya eagerly nodded, seizing the opportunity to shift the blame. Little White barked twice, then kicked his back legs in Ren and Yaya's direction, as if expressing his displeasure. Then he trotted out of the room. He couldn't stay there any longer. This little dog had already endured more than his fair share of unjust blame. If the sky fell down next, who knew if this untrustworthy father and daughter pair wouldn't push the blame on him again. Downstairs, Little White found a spot next to the baby's crib and lay down, deciding that human babies were truly the cutest humans in the world. Upstairs, although Yaya had managed to pin the blame on Little White for now, her stomach still felt uneasy. Suddenly, another loud fart echoed in the room. She instinctively looked for Little White, but realized he was nowhere to be found. Then she looked at her dad. Even though Ren kept a straight face, it seemed to Yaya like he was silently laughing at her, which made her eyes well up with tears again. In a voice full of resignation and on the brink of tears, Yaya confessed, It was me. I farted, okay? But just as she admitted it, another fart sound echoed. Yaya looked at Ren in disbelief. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 240, Unexpected Promotion. 1073 words. Ha ha ha, Dad, you farted too. Yaya couldn't hold back her laughter after hearing Ren's fart, finally feeling like she had a way out. She laughed loudly, the earlier tension fading away. Ren, on the other hand, secretly sighed in relief. Not just because Yeye was laughing again, but also because of something more pressing. He had almost pushed out something else along with that fart. Alright, so everything's fine now, right? Ren patted the spot beside him on the bed, signaling for Yeye to sit next to him. He gently stroked her head, and Yeye, enjoying the feeling, leaned into his hand for a moment before she suddenly remembered something. Wasn't she mad about something just now? What had made her so angry? Was it the farting? Yeye thought for a while but couldn't quite recall. After everything that had just happened, she had completely forgotten why she was upset in the first place and let Ren continue to stroke her head. Sorry about that. Ren's voice carried a tone of apology. Your mom and I have been neglecting you a bit lately. It won't happen again. That's more like it. Hearing her dad apologize, Yeye finally remembered why she had been angry earlier. Pouting, she added with a bit of a spoiled tone. Then she paused and, with the seriousness of a little adult, continued, You two have been so out of line lately. Ignoring your adorable daughter like that, don't you know you might lose me if you keep this up? Do you even realize what losing me would mean? Oh, what would that mean? Ren asked, amused by his daughter's serious demeanor. Well, duh. Yeye puffed out her chest proudly. It would mean our family isn't complete. A family needs mom, dad, me, and my brother to be complete. My teacher told us about this. It's called 4 generations under one roof, and it's really rare. You. Ren was speechless, gently flicking Yeye's forehead. That phrase doesn't mean what you think it does. Tonight, you're writing it out 100 times for me. What? After calming Yeye down, Ren and Jada started paying more attention to her in their daily lives. They realized that what had happened was indeed their fault. Children, especially at a young age, are very sensitive and fragile. This is even more true in families with more than one child. If the older child feels neglected because of a younger sibling, it can have a very negative impact on their emotional well-being. With their family life back to normal, Ren's company continued to release new projects. One of the most significant was Ultraman Nexus. As another addition to the Ultraman series, the promotion for this installment was overwhelming. Ads for the series were everywhere on games, websites, and social media. Ren's company plastered messages like, "The light is a bond. Someone will inherit it and make it shine again." The Porter's Apprentice presents an all-new work, Ultraman Nexus, launching at the end of March. Don't miss it. Wow. A new Ultraman series. Finally. Fans across forums, websites, and social media groups erupted in excitement. Although Ren never officially stated that Ultraman was a series, many fans had already accepted it as one. Even though only Ultraman Tiga had been released so far, the mysteries it left behind had made it clear that Ultraman was part of a larger cinematic universe. There were so many unanswered questions. What happened to the original Tiga? Where did Tiga go with Camilla in the movie? And what about the Red Giant who fought alongside Tiga in the TV series? And what exactly was M78? Speculations ran wild as fans pondered these mysteries. But mostly, fans were thrilled to share this exciting news with like-minded friends. By noon on the day the official announcement was made, it had already been shared by 3 million people. Even Pika Games, a subsidiary of Ren's company, got in on the action, promoting the new Ultraman series through their channels, including special in-game events with generous rewards. All the comic creators under Pika Comics also pitched in, placing single-page ads for the new Ultraman series in their works. However, not everyone was on board. Some people were skeptical because the new series was created by Ren's apprentice. Don't get too excited. This might just be a cash grab using the Ultraman IP. The Porter is getting too cocky, letting his apprentice take over. So what if it's his apprentice? How's that being cocky? The Porter's Apprentice made Your Lie in April, which was a masterpiece. Yeah, stop looking down on people. If the Porter is letting his apprentice take the reins, it means he has confidence in them. Oh really? Think you're so smart? Come say it to my face. Sorry, I don't eat garbage. Keyboard warrior, get some more education. What era do you think this is, acting like a child? Is your local education level still stuck in preschool? While fans argued back and forth, many readers were focusing on another issue. I have a bad feeling about this. I think this might be a tragic story. Me too. I mean, this is the porter's apprentice we're talking about. They learned all the bad habits from him. Didn't Claire's last work make me cry like a baby? Stop it with the nonsense. How can an Ultraman story be tragic? What, are they going to kill off an Ultraman every episode? Exactly. I bet this will be no darker than Tiga's ending, turning into stone and then reviving, the usual. As the debate raged on, another user chimed in, someone everyone recognized, Ren himself. He first promoted his apprentice's new series and then posted a cryptic message. This is an Ultraman series that will defy your expectations. It's a semi-adult Ultraman. The content is deep, the visuals are dark, and it has the feel of a suspense thriller, with elements of horror, Renaissance concepts, and reflections on modern warfare and society. Wow! With suspense and horror elements plus modern warfare vibes. Now I'm even more excited. After reading Ren's post, many fans felt even more hyped. But a lot of people thought Ren was just exaggerating. How could an Ultraman series, a hero story, incorporate all those elements? Even if it did, wouldn't it weaken the core of the series? But only time would tell if Ren's words were true or just clever marketing. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 241, Nexus Airs. 1077 words. Finally, it's about to start. Daniel couldn't wait as he sat on the couch, eager to see the latest Ultraman series. To be honest, he was really excited, even more than when he had watched Ultraman Tiga. There were 3 reasons for this. First, Tiga and its movie had given him a lot of confidence that this new Ultraman series would be just as good, even though it was created by the porter's apprentice. After all, the apprentice Claire had surprised him with the masterpiece Your Lie in April. Second, Ultraman is a huge franchise with an excellent start. The porter wouldn't risk ruining it just to let his apprentice try something out. If the porter approved it and allowed his apprentice's work to be aired, it meant he had confidence in it. The third reason was the porter's earlier promotion. Daniel was particularly intrigued by the mention of suspense and horror elements. He enjoyed watching horror movies in his spare time, so this caught his interest. He was also curious about what the porter meant by semi-adult oriented. As a tokusatsu series, most tokusatsu shows are made to be family-friendly, leaning toward younger audiences. But the porter outright stated that this series had a semi-adult focus, which piqued Daniel's curiosity. Too bad. Daniel glanced at the 2 kids sitting next to him. Recently, some relatives' kids were staying at his place for a few days while their parents were out of town. But these 2 brats were a handful. Luckily, he had put away his collectibles and models beforehand, otherwise, they probably would have been destroyed by now. Right on time, the ads on the TV ended. A message flashed on the screen, catching Daniel's attention. He read it aloud, "Children should watch this show with their parents." Was this tokusatsu show going to be that scary? Daniel chuckled at the thought. What a funny opening line. How scary could a tokusatsu show really be? Could it possibly compare to actual horror movies? Soon, a catchy, upbeat song filled the room, making Daniel feel a bit hyped up, even humming along. The first images on the screen were wide shots of a desolate, ruinous landscape, with various stone statues and buildings. Together, they formed a scene full of bleakness. The time for awakening is near. A man standing on a cliff narrated this while observing the ruins, accompanied by eerie background music. It was clear to Daniel that something unknown and terrifying lurked beneath this peaceful surface, ready to strike. Tiga, Tiga, Tiga. When is Tiga coming out? The 2 kids beside him clapped and shouted. Could it be another ancient Ultraman? But in a parallel universe? Taking a deep breath, Daniel tried to block out the kids' voices and focused on the ruins. He wondered if this desolate scene was somehow connected to R'lyeh, the city from Tiga. Meanwhile, late at night, at a gas station, a bottomless gas tank caught the attention of the gas station attendant. Just as he was crouched down, checking if the car was leaking gas, the liquid-type beast Podolian appeared. Ah! The two kids screamed and clung to each other, dropping their ultra sticks to the floor. Even Daniel was startled by the gas station attendant's scream and the sudden appearance of the monster. This creature, Pedolian, was likely a childhood nightmare for many who watched Nexus when they were young. It was almost on par with the shadowy figure from Detective Conan. And considering that the special effects of this new Nexus series were much better than those used in the original, this added a significant layer of horror. Pedolian was designed as an oversized, grotesquely exaggerated soft-bodied creature, resembling a slug. The special effects vividly portrayed the movements of its tentacles and mouth as it hunted its prey. Damn, why does this Ultraman feel so different from Tiga? Daniel finally exhaled after a while. He had a secret fear of bugs, especially soft-bodied ones. They gave him the creeps. Comparing this monster to those from Tiga, Daniel suddenly realized that this show indeed had a more adult tone. Didn't the two kids beside him just huddle together out of fear? Moreover, unlike Tiga, which avoided showing human casualties, this show didn't shy away from depicting how people died. This gave it a much more realistic feel. But this only made Daniel even more curious. The story continued as the Pedolian that attacked the gas station was quickly spotted and engaged by the night raiders. The creature escaped into a tunnel, with the raiders in hot pursuit, launching a second wave of attacks to destroy it. Not only that, but Daniel noticed something else during the subsequent conversation. The weapons and equipment used by the characters in this show felt more realistic compared to the high-tech gadgets from Tiga. The night raiders also seemed to be much more capable, not always relying on Ultraman to save the day. It seemed there was even a memory-wiping police force. Could it be that in this world, the existence of monsters was kept secret? As Daniel pondered this, the story shifted to a man named Coman, who received a strange order to undergo a physical examination. When he arrived at the designated location, he was kidnapped by mysterious men who subjected him to a full-body inspection. "You've been reassigned." Confused, Coman found himself holding an application form for the night raiders, unsure of what was happening. At this point, Daniel was even more puzzled. He initially thought that the man standing by the ruins and appearing in the tunnel was the Ultraman. But now, the show was focusing heavily on Coman. What did that mean? Was it possible that this story had two Ultramen? The first episode was full of hints and mysteries, keeping Daniel intrigued. As he continued to watch, the Pedolian, which everyone thought had been destroyed, attacked a tour bus. Coman noticed something was wrong and tried to help, but the creature ensnared his legs. Struggling desperately, Coman suddenly remembered a hand that had once reached out to save him from drowning when he was a child. "Don't give up." And then, a miracle happened. The vicious Pedolian was smashed by a tightly clenched fist, and when Coman looked up, he saw a silver-grey giant before him. The real Ultraman and the man Daniel had suspected of being an Ultraman met at last. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 242, The Attacked Ultraman. 1078 words. What the heck is going on? Bad guys. In Daniel's room, the two kids were yelling in shock at the scene on the screen. In the second episode that had just aired, the monster from the first episode, well, it should be called the alien beast Pedolian, had merged into a larger form and attacked a factory. It captured workers and held them hostage, even mimicking the Night Raiders' tactics. When the Night Raiders received orders to prioritize eliminating the threat, the man who transformed into Nexus Ultraman appeared, rescuing the hostages and engaging the creature. But just as the battle began, something shocking happened. Ultraman was attacked by humans. This unexpected twist made the two kids scream in disbelief. If the attack had come from a monster, they wouldn't have been surprised. After all, Ultraman fights monsters, and monsters fight back. That's normal, right? But this time, the attack came from humans. Isn't Ultraman supposed to be a hero who protects people? Why would they attack him? The kids weren't the only ones surprised. Daniel was shocked too. Initially, he felt as outraged as the kids, but as a critic and reviewer, he quickly started considering another possibility. Maybe it was because of the unknown. To humans, the unknown is the most terrifying thing. The fans and viewers know that Ultraman is a hero, But do the people in this story know that? Obviously not. They hadn't received the message like in the plot of Tiga, where the heroes knew that the giant was there to save the Earth. All they saw was a strange giant with a steel helmet appearing before them. Human beings are naturally suspicious. They love exploring the unknown but are also afraid of it. Thinking this way, Daniel began to understand why the attack happened. But still, Daniel couldn't help but dislike that woman in the Night Raiders. Yes, Ultraman Nexus was an unknown entity, and it's understandable to be afraid of or reject him. But he had just saved a group of civilians, clearly showing goodwill, so why attack him? Was she just picking on someone who's being nice? What's worse is that none of the other team members attacked, only she did. She must really be something else. Setting that aside, Daniel began reflecting on the story so far. First of all, it was indeed different from Ultraman Tiga. Looking back at the tokusatsu series he had watched, humans generally stood no chance against monsters. Usually, the main characters had to rely on the hero to defeat the monster. The only thing the humans could do was fill some screen time before the hero showed up, to emphasize how powerful the monster was. In Ultraman Tiga, while the main team had more firepower than most tokusatsu series, and even managed to defeat some enemies, they still mostly relied on Ultraman. But in Nexus, even without Ultraman, humanity has a complete and feasible plan to deal with the emergency situations caused by monsters. To handle monster attacks, countries had even formed a multinational secret organization called TLT. They could detect the presence of monsters using high-tech equipment, quickly deploy fighter jets to the scene, and use various advanced weapons to fight the monsters. To prevent panic among the public, they always dealt with monsters before the general populace even noticed them. For those unlucky enough to get caught up in the action, they had a special memory police to erase their memories related to the monsters. In this way, the main characters in Nexus are portrayed differently from those in Tiga, especially in terms of their capabilities. Moreover, the overall tone of the story was darker. It depicted horrifying scenes like monsters eating people and grotesque soft-bodied creatures, things usually not shown in typical tokusatsu shows but were presented in vivid detail here. No wonder this series was said to be different from Tiga. Daniel nodded to himself, feeling more excited for the upcoming episodes. He was especially curious about how Nexus Ultraman would respond to being attacked by humans. Would he stop fighting the monster and leave? Or would he retaliate against the humans? Or would he continue fighting the monster? And what would happen between the Night Raiders and Ultraman? Would they become enemies? As Daniel pondered these questions, he felt a tug on his shirt, making him look down. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing it was one of the kids, the ones he found so annoying. We want to go to bed," one of the kids whispered, leaving Daniel confused. "Then go to bed. You know where the room is, right?" "No, it's just..." The other child hesitated, glancing around before whispering, "We're scared." Seeing their frightened expressions, Daniel finally understood. Wow, were they really that scared by the monster? Daniel himself didn't feel too bothered. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. The courage of children can't be compared to that of adults. It's like with Conan. The black shadow figure from the show was a nightmare for many when they were young. Kids would fear that a shadowy figure might suddenly appear behind them or at their door. But when you watch it as an adult, that fear is gone. "All right." Daniel sighed, patting his legs as he stood up. "I'll stay with you until you fall asleep." After all, these were his relatives' kids. If they complained when they got back home, it wouldn't be good. This series didn't just catch Daniel's interest, it sparked a lot of discussion online too. After all, this was the second Ultraman series following Tiga. Given how much of a sensation Tiga caused, this new series naturally attracted a huge audience. By the way, why does it feel like there are two main characters? One is Komen, and the other is the guy who turns into Ultraman. I felt that was strange too. But combining it with what the official account posted, light is a bond, and someone will inherit it and make it shine again, I think I understand part of the plot. The man who transforms into Nexus looks really worn out, he might be done for soon. Maybe it's because of that woman's attack, and then Komen will inherit the power of Ultraman. Wow, I didn't think of that. That makes a lot of sense. But that woman is really annoying. Whether Nexus is an enemy or not, he still saved civilians. She's the epitome of ungratefulness. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 243, The Meta Field. 884 words. I really hope that woman dies soon. If I were Nexus, I'd punch her to death first. Shouldn't you focus on the actual enemy, the monster? She picks on the weak, probably because attacking the monster wouldn't help and might lead to retaliation. Ultraman won't fight back, right? What's this monster you're talking about? In this series, they're called Alien Beast. I think they're even stronger than regular monsters. Nonsense, monsters are way stronger. The debate raged on as fans discussed the latest developments in Nexus Star. Even though the plot hadn't fully unfolded, the scenes in the first 2 episodes had already grabbed the attention of many viewers. Nexus made an impressive debut, drawing both praise and criticism. Most notably, fans were outraged at the female member of the Night Raiders who had attacked Ultraman. In most tokusatsu series in this world, humans generally see anyone who helps them fight off monsters as a friend. Even if they have doubts, they wouldn't attack them outright. But this woman did just that. Besides the controversy over her actions, fans were also arguing about whether alien beasts or traditional monsters were more powerful. Some believed that alien beasts were smarter and could adapt during battles, making them more formidable. Others argued that monsters started off strong and didn't need to evolve to be a threat. As fans debated, the second episode aired. When the Night Raider attacked Nexus, he chose to ignore her and continued fighting the alien beast. During the battle, Nexus transformed, gaining a new red form and unleashing a new, never-before-seen skill, the Meta Field. Unlike the original version, where budget constraints made the Meta Field scenes relatively simple, Ren's version spared no expense, giving Andrew the resources to create something truly impressive. Andrew even made some special modifications. In this version, when Nexus activates the Meta Field, the space around him distorts, accelerating time and bringing them into a post-apocalyptic future. The desolate landscape, filled with skeletal remains and crumbling buildings, depicted a world where civilization had collapsed, a stark warning of what could happen if the invaders weren't stopped. Is this some kind of ancient ruin? Could Nexus also be an ancient Ultraman? Maybe he's from Tiga's world? Some fans speculated, but others quickly pointed out that the landscape within the Meta Field matched the location where the battle had started. Although the architecture looked advanced, the overall layout was still recognizable. But why had the surroundings changed so drastically when the Meta Field was activated? What had happened? Fans didn't know yet, but as the story progressed, they began to sense that Nexus was going to be a heavy, emotional ride. They also started to feel sympathy for Nexus. According to later explanations in the show, the reason the public wasn't informed about the alien beasts wasn't just to maintain order. These creatures fed on fear. The more people feared them, the more frequently they appeared. This meant that Nexus could never receive the gratitude or respect he deserved, nor would anyone call him a hero. Knowing the nature of the alien beasts, Nexus deliberately used the Meta Field to keep their existence hidden from the public. Unlike Tiga, who fought his battles openly, Nexus fought in secret, away from the eyes of the world. Nexus never damaged buildings or harmed civilians. He always dealt with the monsters quietly, out of sight. But there was more. Nexus's human host bore the full brunt of the injuries sustained in battle. This meant that every fight took a severe toll on his body. No wonder Nexus's human host looked so worn out. This made the characters in Nexus much more complex and memorable. Viewers didn't just remember Ultraman, they remembered the human host, battered and bruised, yet still willing to transform and fight. Most of all, fans sympathized with Kazuki Koman, the man who became Nexus. He had been a war photographer, risking his life to capture images that revealed the brutal truth of war. Those photos won him great acclaim, but Koman was consumed by guilt. To get those photos, he had failed to protect a local girl named Sarah, who had cared for him when he was wounded. Her smile had been his only solace. But during a rebel attack on her village, Komen rushed into the war zone with his camera, hoping to get the perfect shot. Sarah, meanwhile, ran against the fleeing crowd, desperately searching for him. In the end, she died in front of him when a bomb exploded at her feet. Although his photos were celebrated back home, they brought him no satisfaction, only deepened his regret. What kind of strength kept Komen fighting to protect humanity after losing Sarah? Even when attacked by the very people he tried to save, he continued to battle the alien beasts. Many viewers thought that if they were in Komen's place, having lost Sarah and been attacked while doing good, they would have grown to hate humanity and given up on them. Despite the heavy themes, fans couldn't deny that *Nexus* was an outstanding series. As the plot thickened, with the alien beast threat growing, mysterious forces emerging from the shadows, and the Night Raiders facing internal conflicts, viewers were more excited than ever to see what would happen next. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 244, The Kokuyo Arc. 1010 words. *Nexus* received high praise from many readers, while *Katekyo Hitman Reborn* continued to excite fans more and more. In the previous chapter, Chapter 24, Suna faced the relentless advances of Mukuro Rakudo. The main antagonist and escaped convict from the Kokuyo arc. Mukuro revealed his special ability, the *6 Paths of Reincarnation*, which left readers amazed. Mukuro's ability allows him to switch between different powers by changing the number in his eye. Each path grants a unique ability. The Hell Path traps opponents in endless nightmares, breaking their spirit with illusions. The Animal Path summons deadly poisonous creatures, and the Azura Path greatly enhances Mukuro's combat abilities. Nagato from *Naruto* would probably think Mukuro had great potential and might even invite him to join the Akatsuki. However, this fight wasn't just about one person. Even though Mukuro's abilities seemed extremely powerful, the Vongala family has been known for decades to turn the tide of battle, even against themselves. After Hibari received the antidote to the trident mosquito sting, he delivered a brutal beating to Mukuro. But just when it seemed Mukuro was defeated, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at the Vongala group. Before readers could worry about Suna and his friends, something shocking happened. Mukuro shot himself. Why? What was going on? Why did Mukuro commit suicide? And what about the other paths of reincarnation? What are the powers of the Hungry Ghost Path, the Human Path, and the God Path? In the final moments of Chapter 24, Bianchi's eyes displayed the number 6, leaving readers even more puzzled. I don't think Mukuro is really dead. Me neither. Maybe the Mukuro who shot himself was actually Bianchi, and the real Mukuro disguised himself with an illusion. After all, he is a master of illusions, and one of his other powers might be mind control. That would make him almost invincible. Fans debated wildly in the comments, but their questions were finally answered in the latest chapter. It turned out that Mukuro hadn't committed suicide at all. He used a special bullet called the *possession bullet*, which allowed him to possess the person he shot. Mukuro's goal was clear. He wanted to take over Suna's body, the future leader of the Vongala family, to control him and eventually destroy all the mafia families, even the entire world. Wow, so Mukuro was after Suna's body all along. What a waste. If it were me, I'd possess one of those beautiful girls and… Hee. Too bad this power has a weakness. It requires stabbing someone with his trident first to possess them. Facing Mukuro, who could possess his comrades one after another, Suna found himself in a dire situation. But isn't it typical for a shounen protagonist to unleash their potential when pushed to the limit? Suna was no exception. *Katekyo Hitman Reborn* excels in portraying character development, and this might be due to the original creator Akira Amono being a female manga artist. Women tend to be more meticulous in these areas, similar to how Hiromu Orokawa skillfully developed characters in *Full Metal Alchemist Star. Ren, who modified this series, ensured that the battle scenes were enhanced, while preserving Amono's detailed character arcs. Take Suna, for example. His growth is both natural and unforced, accurately depicting the mental journey of an ordinary boy slowly becoming accustomed to fighting. In many shounen series, the protagonist may hesitate for a moment before fighting, but once the battle begins, they usually don't hold back. Suna, on the other hand, perfectly embodies how an average person might react when suddenly thrust into battle, with fear, hesitation, and trembling. At first, Suna is reluctant, full of fear and doubt. But as his comrades are possessed one by one, he finally speaks from the heart. This triggers his pet chameleon, Leon, to evolve and create a new weapon for him. But what does he get? A pair of fluffy gloves. Readers were left scratching their heads. How was Suna supposed to defeat Mukuro with fuzzy gloves? Was he going to win by giving gifts and showing kindness? But just as readers were puzzled, Suna's new weapon transformed, empowered by his upgraded Dying Will Flame, revealing its true form. Dang, Suna looks so cool now. He looks awesome. Where did my soft-hearted Suna go? This isn't the Suna I know. Indeed, the transformed Suna was completely different. Before, even with the Dying Will Flame, Suna still had an air of innocence. But in his battle with Mukuro, Suna became cold and focused, with an aura that was both intimidating and undeniably cool. The difference was like night and day, comparable to a newly rich person versus a powerful CEO. Not only did Suna's appearance change, but his fighting style did as well. He remained calm and strategic throughout the battle, carefully waiting for the right moment to strike at Mukuro, who kept jumping between hosts. With his newly evolved Dying Will Flame, Suna finally defeated Mukuro. From Ken's mouth, they learned why Mukuro harbored such hatred for the mafia. It all stemmed from a series of horrifying human experiments. When Mukuro was young, the Estranio family, who specialized in creating special bullets, faced extermination by the mafia world due to the dangerous nature of their products. In a desperate bid to survive, the family intensified their research and began experimenting on their own children. Mukuro was one of those children, and the trauma left him with a deep-seated hatred for the mafia, driving him to want to annihilate every last one. After learning about Mukuro's tragic past, readers began to understand his motivations, even if they didn't agree with his methods. But despite everything, Mukuro was captured and sent back to prison. Or so it seemed. At the very end of the chapter, readers were shocked to see that while Suna and his friends were watching a match, a young boy's eyes flashed with the number 6. Could it be? Mukuro was still free to roam. Sorry for the single update today. Something came up. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 245, Fate's Promotion. 972 words. In early April, Ren found himself unable to draw the manga he wanted. Meanwhile, Year Hair Affair had recently concluded. This series achieved significant success domestically, receiving mentions from numerous official media outlets. It's worth noting that the current era is different, and the traditional methods of spreading national defense history education are not particularly effective with today's younger generation. The situation is further complicated by the prevalence of poorly produced dramas, known as thunder dramas, that frequently emerge. These shows feature absurd elements, such as grenades disguised as steamed buns, characters tearing apart enemies with their bare hands, or sharpshooters hitting targets from miles away. Such nonsense has left audiences disillusioned with this genre, severely damaging the reputation and appeal of historical education through media. However, Year Hair Affair took a different approach. Rather than presenting China's historical struggles in a stark and direct manner, it infused elements of anime that young people enjoy, using the development of several families to symbolize the progression of human society. The show managed to balance humor with poignant moments, creating a series that appeals to all ages and offers a light-hearted yet engaging viewing experience. The dialogue in the series is also very relatable, featuring lines like "Every bunny dreams of a powerful nation and no regrets being born in China. I would choose it again in my next life." These quotes have trended online, with various related videos, books, and toys becoming fan favorites both online and offline, resulting in impressive sales. Unfortunately, the series only extended to its 5th season, as it had in Ren's past life, so he ended the story there. While Ren could have used his knowledge and research to continue the series by incorporating additional historical elements, he ultimately chose not to, largely out of laziness. That doesn't mean he's been idle, though. He's been busy with another project, the Fate series. Last year, he acquired Fate Stay Night, FSN, and decided to produce the Heavens Feel route. Recently, the production was completed, and Picker Comics launched an extensive promotional campaign. The fifth Holy Grail War, Fate Stay Night, Heavens Feel, is coming to theaters soon. Fans were ecstatic. Really? This time it's not a manga, it's animated? Wow, Picker is amazing. For a series with such epic battles, it absolutely needs to be animated. I've been dying to see the scenes with Saber in action. The news is confirmed. The official announcement was just posted on the official website and social media 10 minutes ago. The release is set for mid-April. Back when Fate Zero, FZ, was released, it left fans with a massive cliffhanger, leading them to eagerly anticipate the continuation of the story. They were especially curious about the fates of Kirei, Gilgamesh, Kiritsugu, and the child Kiritsugu saved at the end of FZ. However, some fans soon raised a concern. But isn't the Holy Grail War introduced in FZ supposed to happen every 60 years? Even if Kiritsugu's child survived, wouldn't he be 60 or 70 years old by now? This Holy Grail War might not be a direct sequel but a new story altogether. No Saber. No Iris Feel. Everyone knows that Saber's sword leads the way. Without Saber, Fate just isn't the same. Missing Iris Feel? That's just weird. What are you, a fan of married women? You're just like those infamous homewreckers. Exactly. Without the original cast, the story won't be as compelling. FZ left so many questions unanswered. Then a fan chimed in, "Come on, guys. The porter obviously has a plan for those plot points. I'm sure everything will make sense. Seriously, stop acting like you know everything. I'm just asking questions." On April 6th, Fate Stay Night, Heavens Feel, released its first official trailer. Fans everywhere, whether on their computers, TVs, phones, in cinemas, or in malls, saw this highly anticipated preview. To build hype and spread positive word of mouth among fans, the trailer was an impressive 5 minutes long, almost too long for a typical teaser. The trailer featured a familiar figure, a girl with red twintails facing off against a man in a blue bodysuit on a rooftop. The man, wielding a 2-meter-long red spear, suddenly lunged at the girl, who narrowly dodged the attack and swiftly jumped over a wire fence. The blue-clad man pursued her with ease, like a trained hunter, intent on taking her down. "Die!" he shouted as he thrust his spear at the girl. It was clear that the man's target was the girl herself. At this point, fans began to guess that the man must be a servant, while the girl was likely a master. In the world of the Holy Grail War, battles between masters and servants are inevitable. Just as the girl seemed cornered, a white-haired man in a red coat appeared to shield her from the spear-wielding assailant. The clash of weapons and the sparks that flew heightened the excitement for everyone watching. Both servants leaped back, regrouped, and charged at each other again, their weapons clashing in a blaze of sparks. The title Fate Stay Night, Heavens Feel, appeared on the screen, followed by the release date. With the massive promotional push, the FSN trailer quickly became a hot topic across the internet by midday. Fans were thrilled by the stunning combat scenes and the appearance of the familiar twin-tailed girl. Since this was a film by the porter, expectations soared. Wait, isn't that the daughter of Tosaka from FZ? I think so too. She looks just like her. But the real issue here is, wasn't the Holy Grail War supposed to be 60 years later? How is this girl still so young? No idea. But I'm sure it'll all be explained when the film comes out. The porter never disappoints with his plots. Wow, those fight scenes were incredible. +1. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 246. I ask you, are you my master? 955 words. Amid the speculations and high expectations of fans, the Fate movie premiered. It was a leisurely Saturday. In the north, people stayed warm with central heating, while in the south, they braved the cold, damp air. Fans across the country filled movie theaters, ready to witness the magic unfold. The film began with the logo of Picker Comics set ablaze by a large fire. A little pink-haired girl appeared, peeking out shyly, as the flames spread across the screen, revealing a devastating scene. Under the red sky, A massive fire consumed everything in its path, houses crumbled, and people scattered in panic. When I regained consciousness, I was in the middle of the ruins. In that fire, I lost everything, my home and my family. As the flames subsided, a large hand reached out to a young boy. A fleeting shot of a weary man's face flashed across the screen. Is that Kiritsugu? So this Holy Grail war is the one after Kiritsugu's. Fans in the audience began whispering their guesses. A somber, intense score swelled as the movie officially began. Compared to the Heaven's Feel, HF, route movie from Ren's previous life, which ran about 2 hours, Ren's version was a bit longer. In the previous world, the HF route was adapted only after the Unlimited Bladeworks, UBW, route had been thoroughly explored through multiple adaptations. The HF route, known for being the darkest and most tragic of the 3 routes, was heavily condensed in its movie form due to budget constraints and the need to streamline the narrative. The filmmakers had assumed that the audience was already familiar with the story, so they skipped many important scenes. For instance, the famous moment when Shiru is fatally wounded by Lancer, then revived by Rin using a gemstone, and subsequently chased to the warehouse where he summons Saber, was glossed over in the original HF movie. But in Ren's adaptation, these key scenes were all included. As the film progressed, the fight scene featured in the trailer unfolded on the big screen. Ren understood that the battles between servants were a major draw for fans, much like how fans of Transformers watched primarily for the explosive, high-tech action rather than the story. Fans of Fate were captivated by the epic, cross-era battles between legendary heroes summoned from across history to fight for the Holy Grail. So, a significant portion of the budget was dedicated to these battle scenes. And it was worth every penny. The combat scenes were grounded in a realistic visual style. The intense clashes, the sound of weapons striking against each other, and the raw energy of the battles kept the fans glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single moment. When Shiru, the unsuspecting bystander, interrupted the battle, fans finally exhaled, though somewhat reluctantly. The intensity of the fight had left many holding their breath, entranced by the spectacle. In the audience, Daniel, a well-known fan, reflected on the production. Wow, Pika is really pulling out all the stops. I heard this movie alone cost over 70 million. And this is just the first part of Heaven's Feel. There will be more sequels, probably up to 5 or 6 parts. The total cost must be in the hundreds of millions by the end. He continued to ponder. This movie is different from Fate Zero Star. Zero was an ensemble piece, but this film seems to focus on the boy Kiritsugu saved, Shiru. And that makes sense. Ensemble casts are tough to manage, and with such a high budget, they can't afford to risk the story going off the rails. But so far, it looks promising. As Daniel mulled over the storyline, a collective gasp from the audience snapped him back to attention. Lancer had found Shiru and killed him. There's no way he's dead. Even though the scene showed Shiru being impaled, Daniel was sure he wouldn't die. After all, Shiru was prominently featured on the movie posters. Sure enough, Rin saved him. Shiru, now awake, was confused. Wearing blood-stained clothes, he stumbled back home. On the way, he encountered a silver-haired, red-eyed little girl, an eerily familiar face. If you don't call her out soon, you'll die, Big Brother Tilda, the girl teased. Shiru was puzzled by the girl's words, but fans who had watched Fate Zero recognized her immediately. This was Ilias Veal, Kiritsugu, and Iris Veal's daughter from the previous Holy Grail War. At this point, it became clear that many characters from Fate Zero would appear in this new Holy Grail War. So far, we've seen Kiritsugu's rescued child, Tosaka's daughters Sakura and Rin, and now Ilias Veal. Could they all be participants in this Holy Grail War? Daniel pondered this possibility as the story continued. Lancer attacked Shiru's home, forcing Shiru to defend himself. Just as he was about to be killed again, an iconic scene played out before the audience. In the moonlight, Shiru and Saber locked eyes. Servant Saber, I have come in response to your summons. I ask you, are you my master? In that moment, the entire theater erupted with excitement. Saber's presence alone made the ticket price worth it for many fans. The film continued with scenes that the original HF movie had omitted, such as Shiru's misunderstandings and battles with Rin and Archer, Archer getting wounded by Saber, and dialogues explaining the background of the Holy Grail War. Fans also finally learned why the Holy Grail War, typically held every 60 years, was now happening just 10 years after the last one. Of course, during this time, Saber's new raincoat outfit also drew some chuckles from the audience. The mighty King of Knights, clad in a somewhat cartoonish raincoat, brought a light-hearted touch to the otherwise intense film. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 247, The End. 1008 words. Inside the theater. The screening of Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, I Presage Flower had reached a crucial moment. After a series of intense events, the first chapter was leading up to a highly anticipated battle, the showdown between Assassin and Lancer. Of course, before this, some of the more graphic scenes had been toned down by Ren. For example, in the original version, the scene where Kojiro Sasaki disembowels himself to summon Hassan was depicted in gruesome detail, with internal organs vividly shown. Although this added a sense of realism, it was also quite disturbing, especially for the younger audience in the theater. Ren decided to mitigate this impact by focusing the camera mostly on Kojiro's face, while his body was obscured by branches, with only faint hints of the violence. After some more light-hearted scenes, the film moved on to the intense duel between Assassin and Lancer. When the camera zoomed in on the close-quarters combat between the two, with a bird's-eye view capturing their swift movements, Chen Tong and many other fans could feel the atmosphere in the theater shift. Wow, this is amazing. Seeing the red and blue figures clashing from rooftops down to cars, Chen Tong was practically buzzing with excitement. The powerful sound effects of metal clashing filled every inch of the screen, making the battle seem even more vivid and intense. The interplay of light and shadow, coupled with the dynamic action sequences, allowed the audience to feel the sheer intensity of the fight. It wasn't just an extension of the visual experience, it was a completely different level of immersion. Especially the scenes where Assassin and Lancer fought on the rooftops and over cars, sparks flying from their weapons and the constant acrobatics as they leaped across the city made the fight sequences far more thrilling than the everyday scenes between the main characters. Chen Tong felt as though he was right there, close enough to experience the ancient hero's battle firsthand. But like all things, the high-octane battle had its limits. Assassin was clearly not a master of his craft. He had only learned the more underhanded aspects of being an assassin, excellent for stealth and ambush, but utterly outclassed in a direct confrontation. What happens when a poorly trained assassin faces a top-tier Lancer? The result was a desperate flight, with Lancer chasing him down. When Assassin was finally cornered near a body of water, the intense fight seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Just when Chen Tong thought Assassin's time was up, the battle took an unexpected turn. Assassin had set a trap in the area. A shadowy figure with tentacles emerged and, just as Lancer was about to deliver the finishing blow, attacked. Lancer's heart was devoured by Assassin, and his body was consumed by the tentacles of the dark shadow. This raised an immediate question. What was that shadow? Was it a servant? As they watched the shadow, many fans couldn't help but speculate. Moreover, Kirei Kotomine mentioned that Lancer was his servant. But this brought up another issue. Fans who had seen Fate Zero already knew Kirei's true nature. He was a man with a deeply twisted soul. Would he really be so kind and straightforward, as he seemed when talking to Shiru? Something didn't add up. This movie left fans with plenty of questions. But, the movie's almost over, isn't it? Chen Tong checked the time on his phone, quietly predicting how the film might end. He tapped his fingers on the armrest, using his knowledge of anime pacing to guess what might happen next. There'll probably be one more small-scale battle to wrap things up. And in that battle, something significant will likely happen. Only by leaving fans with a big cliffhanger will they have the motivation to keep watching. So, one of the main characters is likely to die. It's either going to be Rin or Saber, but my bet is on Rin, or maybe even Saber. Knowing Ren's penchant for dark twists, Chen Tong figured that high-profile characters weren't safe from death if it served the plot. If it created enough suspense to keep fans on edge, Ren wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice even the main characters. Sure enough, the final scenes of the film didn't disappoint Chen Tong's expectations. Zokan Matu led assassin in an attack on Shiru's house, where they engaged in a fierce battle with Saber. The shadow also reappeared, accompanying assassin, and it swallowed Saber. While most fans were upset to see Saber consumed by the shadow, Chen Tong wasn't surprised. What did surprise him, however, was the appearance and strength of Medusa. Earlier, when Saber fought Medusa, she had easily knocked her away. But now, while Saber was evenly matched with Assassin, she was quickly defeated by Medusa. So, Medusa is that girl Sakura's servant? Chen Tong stroked his chin thoughtfully. But, what's the connection between Sakura and that shadow? In an earlier scene, when the shadow appeared, Sakura had been shown struggling in her sleep. Chen Tong couldn't believe there was no connection between the two. Wow, Saber looks amazing. Totally. She's so cool. Suddenly, Chen Tong overheard people nearby talking, and he turned his attention back to the screen. After Saber was consumed by the shadow, she reappeared in the water, but this time wearing a black dress, a striking, darker version of herself. Meanwhile, Shiru, having lost Saber, walked away in despair. The first chapter ended with a heartwarming scene of Sakura standing in the snow with an umbrella, waiting for Shiru to return. It was only then that fans realized the movie was over. Many felt disappointed, they hadn't had enough. The movie ended with shots of scattered servant cards, accompanied by a melancholy religious hymn in the ending credits, leaving a sense of sadness. After the title screen, a post-credits scene played. It showed Gilgamesh from Fate Zero, known as the Helpful Citizen, encountering Sakura in an alley. With a final shot of the Gate of Babylon releasing an attack, the post-credits scene ended. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 248, Box Office Success. 1013 words. After Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, was released, it received widespread acclaim, aligning perfectly with many fans' expectations. In this world, fans of the Fate series were initially drawn in by Fate Zero, FZ, a darker, more serious story. This was one of the reasons Ren chose to adapt the Heaven's Feel, HF, route. In the previous world, while Fate Stay Night, FSN, was a commercial success and a milestone in Type Moon's history, its anime adaptations, particularly the Fate and Unlimited Blade Works, UBW, routes, leaned more towards lighter, more upbeat narratives typical of many modern urban battle series. Although there were some sad moments, the overall tone wasn't as heavy. This difference was even reflected in the game's difficulty. When Ren played through the Fate and UBW routes, he found them relatively easy, almost breezing through without much trouble. But the HF route? That was a different beast altogether, a nightmare to navigate without a guide. The HF route story was much more somber compared to the Fate and UBW routes. While the Fate route focused on Saber's journey from being a king to rediscovering her humanity, and UBW was about Shiru recognizing harsh realities while staying true to his ideals, HF delved into the dark secrets behind the Holy Grail War and the tragic backstory of Sakura Matu. The story was shrouded in an ominous atmosphere right from the start. The ominous tone was evident from the outset. Caster and Kazuki were quickly eliminated in a devastating attack, and even the stoic gatekeeper, Kojiru, met a grisly end. A mysterious shadow prowled the city, draining magical energy from its inhabitants and absorbing defeated servants, turning them into its puppets. Meanwhile, Sakura's health began to deteriorate. The serious and heavy tone of the story was even more pronounced than in Fate Zero Star. And with the budget clearly being poured into the stunning animation and fight scenes, it was no wonder the fans loved it. So, it was no surprise that the film did well at the box office. On its opening day, it pulled in 150 million yuan. While it didn't quite match the numbers of Ultraman, the final battle, it was still an impressive debut. Audience reviews were overwhelmingly positive, with most ratings falling in the excellent range. This clearly indicated that FSN had the potential to be a huge hit and confirmed that Ren's choice of the HF route was spot on. At the same time, online discussions about the HF route were buzzing. Wow, I think this might be even more gut-wrenching than FZ. Those fight scenes were insane. My blood was pumping the whole time. Yeah, especially the chase where Lancer hunts down Hassan, it was intense. From the docks to the highways, then rooftops and lakes, that sequence was just amazing. I really liked the black version of Saber at the end. She looks even cooler than the original. Are you kidding? The original Saber is the best. Without her ahoge, she's not Saber. By the way, did you guys catch that Kotomine likes eating Mapo tofu? We should start calling him Mapo Priest. Right. When Shiru opened the door and found Kotomine eating in that restaurant, I almost died laughing when Kotomine offered him some, and Shiru was like, "Eat what? Are you kidding me?" Beyond the discussions about the budget and the storyline, the post-credit scene also generated a lot of buzz. Post-credit scenes were nothing new in this world, often appearing in series films. They served to encourage viewers to stay through the credits and teased what was coming next. Did anyone else catch the post-credit scene? What? There was a post-credit scene? No one told me. No wonder so many people were still sitting there when I left. Haha, how can you watch a Ren movie and not know about the post-credit scene? You missed out on a lot. So, why did Gilgamesh try to kill Sakura in that alley? And why did Sakura's expression look so strange at the end? Man, now I'm really looking forward to the second movie. Indeed, the special post-credit scene Ren crafted grabbed a lot of viewers' attention. Many began speculating about the connection between Gilgamesh and Sakura. After all, Gilgamesh appeared 3 times in the first chapter, and 2 of those times were with Sakura. The first time was when he encountered her on a slope, with the iconic streetlight framing the background. The second was in the post-credit scene, where Gilgamesh confronted Sakura in an alley, ending with the Gate of Babylon launching an attack seemingly aimed at the audience but likely directed at Sakura. What intrigued fans the most was the mysterious figure of Sakura. What exactly had happened to her after she was sent to the Matu family? Why did Korea Matu want to save her so badly in Fate Zero? And what was the purpose of the worm pit that appeared in both stories? Did they do to Sakura what they did to Korea? But why didn't she show any of the same physical deformities? In the daily scenes of HF, Sakura's behavior drew a lot of attention. From her initial lifeless demeanor to her more cheerful attitude after entering high school, fans could see that Shiru had brought something into her life that she hadn't experienced before. But what exactly was Sakura's role in the story? What was the relationship between the mysterious shadow that roamed the city and Sakura, who was bedridden with worsening symptoms? The shadowy Matu residents and the warm, inviting Emiya home were clearly juxtaposed, but what were they trying to convey? While fans didn't have all the answers yet, they were sure of one thing: this FSN series was going to have multiple parts. This anticipation for what comes next only heightened their excitement. Fans sensed that Sakura's inner turmoil was building towards a tragic climax, and the narrative's intense atmosphere was drawing them in more and more. With so much left unexplained, the internet buzzed with speculation and analysis, which only added to the film's growing popularity. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 249, Open World Game. 1072 words. New fanfiction, Marvel, Unjust God. Synopsis. Leon doesn't want to be a hero, he just wants to live a good life. It seems like villains are actually happier than heroes. But Leon didn't expect that even as a villain, he could be so popular. Why do these heroes look so happy even after getting beaten up? The protagonist of this book is not a good person and has no no-kill rule. He's the type who likes to stir up trouble. Also, the protagonist is a mentally unstable chatterbox. It's just a little bit. Ren casually brushed it off. Don't poke me with it. It really hurts. Last time, it hurt so much. Yaya complained. Really? Ren touched his chin, a bit puzzled. He hadn't noticed that his stubble could be so prickly. But since Yaya said it hurt, maybe. Well, if that's the case, I'll have to make up for it with a kiss. Ren teased as he puckered his lips, pretending to go in for a kiss. Shaving was out of the question. Ren thought his beard still had a long way to go before it needed trimming, and he was too lazy to go back to the bathroom anyway. Ew. No. Yaya squealed and bolted away, running straight to Jada, who was holding the baby. All the noise seemed to bother the baby, who started to fuss and cry. Jada quickly pulled out the ultimate parenting tool, a pacifier. As soon as the pacifier was in his mouth, the baby started sucking with all his might, and the almost crying expression vanished. Jada sighed in relief. If the baby had started crying for real, their weekend would have been ruined. Yaya watched the whole scene unfold and plopped down on the couch, cupping her chin with her hands as she stared intently at the pacifier. She was really curious why that little thing worked so well. Every time her baby brother wanted to cry, he'd stop as soon as he got the pacifier. Was it really that tasty? But she'd tried it before and it didn't taste like anything, just baby drool. And the last time she tried to take it from her brother, he cried, and Dad gave her a light smack on the bottom. But her attention soon shifted back to her dad. Blah blah blah. Ren sat on the couch, playing peekaboo with the baby, covering his face with his hands and then revealing it, making silly noises as he did. Yaya giggled along, and the baby boy did too, his laughter like a soft little bell. The baby was just too cute when he wasn't crying, like a tiny panda cub. Who wouldn't want to cuddle and play with him? Seeing her brother laugh so much, Yaya couldn't resist poking his cheek, making him giggle even more. Yaya laughed too, mimicking her dad's actions to keep the baby entertained. While the two kids were engrossed in their play, Jada leaned against Ren's arm and brought up something important. By the way, the game department has finished developing the new game. You should try it out. Game? Ren was momentarily confused as he quickly ran through the various projects in his head: comics, movies, TV series, theme parks, and more. Then it clicked. Oh, is it the sword and ship games? Did they finish them so soon? What did you just call them? Jada wasn't amused and pinched Ren's side, making him wince. They're not called sword and ship games. It's sword boys and ship girls. Jada rolled her eyes at him. And no, it's not those games. Those take way more time, especially with all the art that needs to be done. It's the other game. The other game? Ren thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. The open-world Pokémon game? That made sense. It had been years in the making. Ever since the Pokémon series idea was pitched, the game department had been slowly developing it. Of course, there were all sorts of changes, reworkings, and other reasons that delayed the process, not to mention the immense amount of detail they were putting into it. Back then, the project had taken up a lot of Ren's time and energy. The company had just started to gain traction, and Ren had to oversee everything, from the art, level design, quest design, and map layout to even the tiniest details of the game. He didn't need to write code or work with the game engine, but he did have to make sure the game met his vision. He also had to personally work with the story team to plan the main storyline and all the side quests. The game did have a story, much like the TV show in the previous world, where the player started their journey in Pallet Town, encountering various Pokémon and events along the way. This game also allowed players to experience things that didn't make it into the TV series in this world. Of course, making the game world feel real without making it overly realistic was tricky. For instance, players could find traces of Pokémon or animal droppings on the road. If they were really bored, they could even collect it and have their Pokémon use moves to blow it up. Riding a bike across the wild areas was fun, but if your bike broke, it was really broken, you couldn't just summon a new one like in other games. These elements gave players a strong sense of immersion, but it was important not to go overboard. In a real world, people need to sleep, eat, drink, and use the bathroom. At first, these daily tasks might seem fun, but if they became mandatory, players would get tired of them. Instead, these were turned into optional interactions that players could choose to engage with. I want to play it now, Ren said eagerly to Jada. Yaya, who had been playing with her brother, perked up at the mention of playing something. She raised her hand, even though she didn't know what game her dad was talking about. I want to play too. All right, let's all go, Ren said, lifting Yaya into his arms. After all, the game could be played online, and it was designed to be multiplayer. Many Pokémon required trading to evolve, so players had to connect and play together. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Chapter 250, Promotion. 1091 words. New fanfiction, Marvel, Unjust God. Synopsis. Leon doesn't want to be a hero, he just wants to live a good life. It seems like villains are actually happier than heroes. But Leon didn't expect that even as a villain, he could be so popular. Why do these heroes look so happy even after getting beaten up? The protagonist of this book is not a good person and has no no-kill rule. He's the type who likes to stir up trouble. Also, the protagonist is a mentally unstable chatterbox. Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild, is a game that launched on all platforms, similar to Genshin Impact from the previous world. However, unlike Genshin, this game's in-game purchases focus on skins, much like Azure Lane from before. For example, players could buy skins for Pokemon, trainers, and even bicycles. Some items were also available for purchase, though there were free alternatives in the game. However, these free items were limited in quantity per day, so if you wanted more before the next day, you'd have to pay. At this moment, Ren held the final version of Legend of Pokemon, Breath of the Wild in his hands. To say he was excited would be an understatement. He was more excited for this game than for any other he'd ever played, for two main reasons. First, in his previous life, there was never an open-world Pokemon game, so this was a game he had built from the ground up. Second, he was a Pokemon fan in his past life, and he had always hoped for an open-world Pokemon game. Sadly, it never came to be before he ended up in this new world. Now, he finally had the chance to play it. He couldn't wait to see what they had created. Filled with excitement, Ren and Yeye sat on the soft couch, each holding a phone as they launched the game. The opening story began in Pallet Town, but unlike previous Pokemon games where players chose between 3 starter Pokemon, Ren had only one option, Pikachu. However, this Pikachu was much stronger than the typical one, a special version with higher base stats. In the original games, there were special versions of Pokemon, like the spiky-eared Pichu, who traveled through time with Celebi and couldn't evolve into Pikachu due to the journey's effects. In many games, players often started with powerful characters, like in Genshin Impact or the starter trio in Azure Lane. So, it made sense for Ren to tweak the game, ensuring that this Pikachu lived up to its reputation. Although the storyline began similarly to Ash's journey in the anime, with players traveling from Pallet Town and encountering various Pokemon and story events, it wasn't an exact replica. Only major events mirrored Ash's journey. Initially, players couldn't play online, but once they completed the tutorial, Pallet Town would be filled with other players, and they could start their Pokemon Master journey together. And that's exactly what Ren and Yeye did, setting off on their adventure. But soon. Dad! Yeye screamed, glaring at her dad. Huh? What's wrong? Ren asked, grinning, not even looking at her. His nonchalant attitude made Yeye even angrier. How could he ask that? Her dad had been throwing poop at her in the game. Her screen kept showing the message, "You've been hit by player Laserpooper's poop." While it didn't do any damage in the game, it was super insulting. "If you're so tough, you try throwing poop at me," Ren teased, raising an eyebrow in challenge. This only made Yeye more upset. Sure, she could throw poop back, but she needed to collect it first. Poop didn't just appear out of nowhere. Her dad must have been collecting it while they were exploring, but where could she find any right now? But the game didn't only revolve around poop throwing. In fact, that wasn't even an official feature. The game had a throwing mechanic that was crucial. Players could throw Pokeballs to catch Pokemon, toss food to attract them, or even throw rocks to stun them. If they were lucky, there was a 0.001% chance of stunning a Pokemon and capturing it, but more often than not, just like in the TV show, throwing a rock might just make the Pokemon angry. Of course, you could also throw poop at Pokemon to provoke them, which would give the Pokemon a buff, increasing its damage and making it more likely to use offensive moves rather than status-altering ones like Growl or Tail Whip. Seeing that Yeye was about to engage in a real-life battle, Ren quickly put down his phone and coughed. Okay, let's stop fooling around. I need to talk to the uncles and aunts about something. Meanwhile, on a gaming forum in the Pokemon section, many fans were discussing the different ways to play Pokemon games. Some were showing off their rare Pokemon from Pokemon Geo and their impressive stats. Doesn't Pika Comics make games anymore? I think the Pokemon series has so much potential for new games, one user commented. I think we already have enough to keep us busy. Developing a game isn't easy, replied another. True, but I have to say the evolution concept is pretty interesting. Most pet games are just about raising cats or dogs. At best, you get a game where animals go on adventures. But since Pika introduced evolution, a lot of similar games have popped up. Don't even get me started on those cash grabs. Their so-called evolution is just making players pay to get the same character over and over, calling it a breakthrough, and the art is terrible. Wait a minute, Pika Games just posted a new tweet. Another game is coming. With this comment, many users turned their attention to the official account. There were no images, just a message saying that a new Pokemon game was on the way, and fans should stay tuned. What kind of game is it? Maybe another card game? Could be an action-adventure game where players choose a Pokemon and go on an adventure. Could it be a simulation game? A simulation game? No way, that's too niche. While no one knew what type of game it would be, everyone was certain that Pika Games had something planned. Fans began speculating in forums and communities, trying to guess what kind of game Pika would release next. After all, there wasn't much information to go on. For 10 advanced chapters, patreon.com/angelic translating. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.